Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm here from Cavanta, Iquique, north of Chile, going online for 8.8 North, and actually, we have a huge day ahead of us. Once again, we are with Gia Marengo, who will be hosting today's meeting. Hello, Gia, welcome to 8.8 North. Hello, Gabriel. Thank you so much. I'm relaxing, chilling, hanging out. I have a few snacks. The first day was difficult. I thought it was very hard. It was one of the greatest challenges of my entire career. What am I even doing in a hacker conference? For me, that was amazing. But now I'm happy to be back with you guys. I'm happy to take your questions and I'm happy to spend this huge day with you guys. Have speakers from all over the world. And what we will be addressing today is very important. There are topics that I'm learning about, and I'm happy to be part of this 8.8 once again. Great, great. I'm happy that you are more comfortable now, right? Because we're not cyber criminals. We're not at all. So I'm happy that you will enjoy this so much that you will attend 8.8 every year. I'm waiting to go to Vegas. Yes, definitely. We are going to start because we are running a little bit late. So I'm going to give the floor to our friend, actually, who will be giving instructions because I have to tell the audience. But first, a couple of notifications before we forget. First, thank you so much to the entire 8.8 team. Thank you so much to our major sponsor, which is Corporate and Samsung Arcadia Network S5, SAS Security, and Nivel4 for their support in the virtual conferences. And we will have a raffle after the day, okay? Only for those who live in Chile, unfortunately, because of logistics. And we will be giving away shirts and maybe tickets because we're going through a change in the adjustments, but definitely we are going to be giving away t-shirts. We are being broadcasted live via streaming, YouTube, LinkedIn, etc., etc. This is a social commitment for us. We are going online free of charge for everyone. Now I'd like to give the floor to Jessica Matus, who will be making the introduction because unfortunately Catalina had a last minute issue, a professional situation she needed to take care of. She was unable to be here, but hopefully during another meeting she will be here. And last night at 10 p.m. I called Jessica because I know her, because I know the career that she has. And that's why I wanted to invite her, and she was kind enough to accept. I know that she has a very tight schedule, and for that reason, I don't want to take any more time from her. She's a lawyer from the University of Chile with a master's degree in law and technology, with a diploma in technological rights, technological laws, director of Technology of FRANEME and founder of Datos, Protegidos, Protected Data, professor in several universities. She actually teaches in 4 universities, specialized in protection of personal data, and also co-writer of the first book of data protection in Chile, protection of digital data, published in 2006. Jessica, thank you so much for your support. I know that this is the first time that you've been here in 8.8, 8.8 North with a very important topic to address. So, welcome. Thank you so much for your support, and the audience is all yours. Great. Thank you so much, Gabriel, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me. This was a little bit on the time, but this is a presentation to reflect on the apps that are tracking COVID-19 patients. And well, I wanted to talk about the applications that are used to do traceability of COVID patients and the pandemic. But there is a discussion going on regarding these apps in order to address the proximity of the people that are at the moment patients that have been sick. And I'd like to share with you the context of this. We are solving some technical issues at the moment, and we will be right back. There we go. As I said it, regarding the apps that are used to keep traceability of the contact, these apps are a means of surveillance or a means of support for other measures, and they can definitely be useful to prevent the spread of COVID. But the development of any type of app to do this needs to be done respecting, of course, the privacy of people, and this needs to be useful for purpose, and not all of them are useful. So this shouldn't mean that public resources are allocated to this. When we're thinking about creating apps, first of all, I'd like to talk about the dichotomy between privacy and the right to health, which is something that doesn't really exist. It is this ongoing idea because both privacy and health are fundamental rights, and in a regulatory framework, there are formulas to protect both at the same time. Since there are different ways of working within standards that are able to care for confidentiality and the security of the information of people while putting in place technological solutions to complement what the other is doing. And this is in order to overcome the sanitary crisis, and the current discussion regarding the implementations of these measures to fight the pandemic specifically has taken place around the systems to maintain traceability of the movement of people. And privacy has been part of this discussion, of course. Privacy by design. Privacy by design means that technology needs to play a key role in protection of privacy, both throughout the development and the um, use of any type of technology that uses data. And this privacy by design needs to be understood as something that's embedded within everything that we do throughout the life cycle of the information that we manage. And that's a little bit of context to talk about privacy by design. This approach has brought, as a result, a second discussion that has to do with the centralization or decentralization of the information in these applications, which means that if the sanitary authorities will be in charge of notifying each individual that has been in contact with a person that is suffering this disease, it needs to be either centralized or each individual via their mobile phone will be informed whether they have been in contact or somehow they will be contacted. And some countries have put in place certain systems like this. For instance, the US. There is an ongoing discussion regarding this mechanism so that people that have been in contact with a person that is sick, and there are controversial opinions regarding GPS geolocation technology and the signal that's issued by technological antennas or using Bluetooth. And regarding that, we can say that the adoption of the Bluetooth technology has certain advantages for follow-up people because it gives us a level of precision that GPS or different antennas wouldn't allow us to have. So these applications that are developed will allow to identify certain mobile devices and they are in contact with other devices, which means that you determine the risk of exposure instead of the location of the person, which is important because there is a thin line between the surveillance of a disease and the surveillance of population. Because if we go to surveillance population requires, of course, very strict supervision. For instance, any type of identification that will let you know who is the person that has been infected, and we need to know how detailed the information available will be. And for example, we have some compared experiences, and we have the application of Corona that has been used in Germany, and there is another application that was created in Uruguay. And in the German experience, through that application to do traceability with the mobility of people, there has been a good reception. Actually, near 6.5 downloads were done during those 24 hours after the launch of this application of this app, and it was encouraged by the design of the app itself, which means that the authorities made a decision to use this decentralized system based on the specifications of the notification framework to notify the exposure that was given by Google Earth, and they developed this interface programming, which is called framework of notification of exposure. And according to those technical frameworks, the different countries were able to put in place surveillance apps in a decentralized method. Now, the technology, once the person voluntarily reports that they have been infected, they notify the people that they've been in contact with, and that information is determined by the Bluetooth sensors of their devices, which means that once that you verify that the person has been in contact with other people, only the phones of the people that have been in contact store the information for 2 weeks, which is more or less the time in which the symptoms should onset without storing any other type of sensible data in the central server. And at the region level in Latin America, the only country that has adopted so far such an application that is running at the moment to keep traceability of the infected people is now going through the second phase of traceability, and that adopted by the system of healthcare, and it is available for Google and Apple. Into that, we are still working on this. We've not had yet any type of app up and running to do traceability of infected people. We only have this app that was launched at the beginning of the pandemic, and this is an app that doesn't really respond to what we are addressing today, which is proximity tracing. And I think that there are two groups or two approaches to respond to this debate, to this ongoing debate regarding which are the ethical guidelines that need to be followed or respected whenever we are thinking about these type of apps. And well, we can find here the first one, which is PPP, which is based on privacy preserving approach, and they were never able to achieve consensus regarding whether they were going to go for a centralized or decentralized system. And on the other hand, we have DP3, which is another group of researchers also with the preserving approach, but they wanted to have a decentralized flow of information to protect privacy. And along these efforts, thinking about the ethical considerations, the European Union, the European Commission, issued communication providing guidelines regarding personal data with the development or with the development of mobile apps to fight the pandemic. And in this case, they included, of course, principles related to privacy by design and also the standards of the European regulation for data protection. And in relation to this, we will address a couple of points. First, the users of the apps need to maintain full control of their data, which means that it's here. The European Union says that communication between devices via Bluetooth, although airless, needs to be more accurate and therefore more suitable to use a geolocation data or in-person geolocation data. Secondly, the principle of minimizing data needs to be respected, which means that only that which is strictly necessarily for the purpose needs to be kept and stored in the first place. The storing of data needs to be limited to only those that are medically relevant. Therefore, they need to be stored during a suitable span of time to be purpose, to be fit for purpose. The data needs to be accurate enough in order to guarantee maximum accuracy, of course, which is ultimately the principle of quality of data when it comes to protection of personal data. And also, the data protection authorities need to fully participate conducting impact assessments because we are talking about mass treatment of data. And in Chile, what happens is that we have a lack of institutional guidelines. We do not have an entity to protect data, and we have a law that is 20 years old, and it doesn't guarantee at the moment. It doesn't really effectively guarantees the right to privacy.
And we also have some other guidelines, which are the ones provided by the WHO for the use of technologies for the in terms of doing the treating of the COVID cases. And of course, by considering the principles of the privacy as per design and also the risk of security and also the sensitive data that is at risk in this kind of situation. So what is the WHO saying is that they're talking about the limitation of the treatment, that all of these measures should be temporary, and also the data must be removed once the period of the pandemic is over. It must be proportional in terms of the treatment of the health data. That means that it must be justified for health under legitimate cases. It must be necessary, and it must be transparent and also provided in the way that it is needed for this case. And also we need to limit the treatment to the minimum necessary for the objectives of the public health. To give restriction on the use, we need to forbid the sales of data for any commercial purpose, and the transparency in the application. That means that people might understand, and they need to apply, and they need to be used in a clear language, and also which is going to be the scope and the purpose of that treatment, what kind of data is going to be treated, how and with who they're going to store that information, with who they're going to be sharing that information. And that is very important, to have a full transparency about the interfaces of the programming of these applications. So in terms of security and the treatment. And of course, we need to guarantee the highest security, including the users of many of the platform or devices. And on this regard, it must be subject to audited and also to test, and also test on side of the developers that need to participate in this regard, and the follow-up of the positive cases, that what would happen when we use this procedure, that any person that has been positive, the application shouldn't be used in order to track the movement of that person, but during that period of infection or recovery, included even to the ones that could find that person, so other people, because of the situation of the country. And the notification, it means that this notification of the people that may have been in contact with someone infected could be provided directly by an application to close the contact. So the notification of another user must have the privacy of the infected person. So at the moment, we've got that this is a clear example of digital ethics and how we're going to provide a socio-technological use to this application. There is a law here that has to do with the ethics of data, and this kind of application needs to be analyzed on their design to see if they are aligned in order to see the needs, and also if the human rights are applied, and to support the transparency by the use of technology that are not invasive and safeguarded by the state, and also will include the deleting of the information of the by trust to the citizens. It is very important that it is clear that any kind of measure in order to be effective will expand at a great extent in the technological design, the approach of the implementation, the level of capturing the information, and of course, the level of trust that it can provide to the citizens. Well, thank you very much. It was a very brief presentation, but the idea was to comment these aspects. Jessica, thank you very much. It was pretty fast, everything, but I just want to ask you something. Just one question, because I know that you've got another meeting now, but I just wanted to ask you something. Basically, if the current reality under this pandemic, where we have been forced to digitalize our whole life and to do everything on the internet, will put into risk the personal data. Yes, of course. This is a moment in life that we're sharing lots of information to different kinds of apps and in platforms. And I do believe that with this, it is pretty clear that privacy is the main backbone in the digital area, and what more digital than this during this pandemic. So that is why the states in general, in order to respect it, because let's think about the privacy and also the protection of data is protected by the international treaties. So the states are forced to promote that and to respect that. Even if someone sees themselves affected, they are forced by the constitution to repair that damage. Let's think about the quality of the information that can be given regarding the database that the state is storing with the people that has been infected. We've got this case of this neighbor from Haiti that was controlled. They had a identity control by the police. Remember, it was at the very beginning of the pandemics. Yes, I remember. Remember that. And what it was said is just that this person has to be in quarantine because there it was infected, but the citizen or this person from Haiti, they already complied with the quarantine. But there was the very beginning, yes. So when we didn't understand a thing back then, yes. So and also, I remember there was another case of the maps that there was filtered by this, and that is also very important about the protection of that information. That mapping that was filtered. Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, we were looking at you a minute ago. Okay, and now you cannot see me, and now you see me, and now yes, now no. Okay, what were you saying? I'm sorry. Do you remember that was this leak of information from the Ministry of Health? I think it was to a media that they had access to that information. They published an internal map with the people that were infected in each one of the municipalities, and that was a leak of that kind of information. Yes, we hear you. Yes, it went public. But I don't know if it happens to you that just this is just as a comment, but during this time, your head is anywhere, and at least my head is working all the time, all day long. And sometimes I don't realize that I am putting information, and I am not pretty aware. Today it happens to me that I was thinking in the morning, like never before I put soap, but instead of shampoo on my hair. I'm also aware of everything, but this thing that you're thinking all the time is that sometimes you just are more irresponsible at the moment of clicking on something, and that can you're you're overthinking things. So that's why you need to be aware about managing, about sharing, about clicking, or the responsibility that we've got in front of a computer. Me, as a user, that I'm not as close as you are, but still with the information, normal information. In the case of this app for the tracking of contacts, the thing is that for one technology, the first thing is that it shouldn't be a technology that is applied. Oh, So only one. It is a measure that is applied to reinforce something else. If we've got bad measures to do traceability of the infection, then the app is not going to be worth, and it's not going to be worth about if it is a percentage of the community that is not downloading the application, because this app must be set in a voluntary basis. So we're not going to be forced to download it, but in order to provide voluntarily the information, then the app, you must trust in the app, because otherwise, Jessica, last question. I know you've got another meeting, but when you comply with all this no, the Corona app of Chile, that is not an app to do the tracking of the contact. This is an app. This is just an app that would allow you to access the information that you can find in the website. And what you do is that you provide information to the rest of the people. It can be the people living with you or others. So what it does, it's not going to even monitor the symptoms. What we have seen is that this app, or it was a fever of having apps at the beginning, and many countries in Latin America did it, but no countries except for Uruguay are applying this kind of application for the tracking. In Spain, they just get started with the implementation in 4 communities with this radar app, which is an app that is based on this system for Apple and Google. So we have it included in our OS, in our devices. So that is why we need to pay attention, because probably we're going to have this pandemic for a long time, until we get the vaccine. So what are the measures of technology that we're going to be implemented? So probably are going to be the apps for tracking, and also the idea is that we're going to be on top of this, of all of the development that the government is going to be doing as measures. So we have seen this, and we have had some examples of this year with different kinds of technology that didn't work. The problems with the permits that you ask at the police office, and also the lack of information and transparency with the data of the people infected. Remember what happened at the beginning? The epidemiologic data applications that tried to be set, that had problems with official recognition. And at the moment, we've got the two basic problems. The first one is that we've got this area of digital government that is headless. And for many months, that also the person that was in charge of cybersecurity of the government resigned. So also we've got a subtel that is setting in a generalized way many regulations that the ISP must provide to the regulators. So we need to pay attention, and the call here is an invitation as well, and not only for lawyers that are part of the, we shouldn't just look at this from the legal point of view, but also from the ethic point of view, and to see professionals of the technologies, IT people, developers, and other kind of auditors, because any kind of technology that we need to implement now, let's think that the risk of a discrimination of what I was saying, the risk is too high, and the data that is going to be involved are sensitive data, of health data, and this is going to be very expensive. I mean, everybody is going to want to have access to this, because we don't know which are going to be the consequences from the point of view of health to the people that had the COVID. So this is a long way to go. Jessica, thank you very much. This has been very interesting. We could continue talking for the rest of the morning, but we have to go on with our agenda. So thank you very much. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, and see you. And Gianella, we're going to the waiting room, and then we will continue with our keynote speaker. Alrighty, let's go to the waiting room.
Welcome back, everyone. How are you doing? How's everyone doing in Santiago? We were in our digital waiting room. It's a digital waiting room. We were enjoying a lovely day today. It's a beautiful day outside. It's sunny. The temperature is just right to introduce our following speaker. And we told you we were going to have people from all over the world, and we will fulfill that promise. And now I have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker this morning, evening, afternoon. We have a long day with a very important agenda to follow through, and that's why we have with us today to present from Telefonica Carmen Torrano, who is a PhD in information from the University Carlos III from Madrid. She has a CV that would take us all morning to go through. She's developed plenty of research and she currently works with Telefonica in the unit of cybersecurity. And nowadays, she will telling us about something that's very important. She will talk about how to protect oneself in the new technological era. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being here. Carmen Torrano, welcome. The floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Welcome, Carmen, and thank you so much for your time and your support to 8.8. And thank you for addressing this very important topic, which is the Internet of Things, how to protect oneself in the world of the Internet of Things. And good morning, everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon. I know that we have people from all over the world, from all over the world. And it's a pleasure to be with you today, sharing a little bit of my knowledge and making a contribution to the world of cybersecurity as well. Great. Then I will begin with my presentation. And as you said it yourselves throughout the session, what I wanted to share with you is how to protect oneself before this new technological wave, which is the IoT. But it isn't only IoT, it covers so much more than that, so many more technologies. And it's very important to be up to date, to know about the new technologies that are coming up, and to figure out how, from the perspective of cybersecurity, we can stay up to date. What solutions do we have in hand to adapt ourselves to the specific needs of this new context? First of all, I'd like to introduce myself, even though I wasn't already. My name is Carmen Torrano. I work for LMIPAC, the cybersecurity department of Telefonica, and I've collaborated as CSE from 2019 to 2020. CSE stands for Chief Security Envoy, and that is a program to acknowledge professionals in the world of cybersecurity. And it has been launched in Spain, as in Ecuador, and I believe it will soon be launched in other countries. Basically, the mission is to raise awareness, dissemination, giving talks, writing papers that have to do with cybersecurity, both within the professional scope as well as within the scope of scientific dissemination. And I also work in teaching in a number of universities, especially in Spain, even though I have to say that we have so many students from Latin America over here, and my regards go to all of them and to all of you. And I'm also a usual speaker in so many conferences because enlisted here. And this is my first time in 8.8, and it's an honor to be here with all of you. And I also wanted to tell you that I've been working in the writing of a book, Machine Learning to Protect Cybersecurity. This is in Spanish, and it tries to be very practical, very friendly. It contains examples, even code for you to understand everything perfectly. So if you want to check that out, feel free to go to the website. I've shared the link already. And this is my contact info as well. Feel free to reach out to my email, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. If you want to contact me, have a conversation, ask a question, etc., etc. So, if you're ready, I'm ready after this introduction, and I will move on to the main topic of my presentation, and I will address different topics. I believe that I've tried to link different concepts and at the same time we'll try to look at them in a fairly general manner because of course we do not have enough time to address these topics in depth. But I wanted to show you what is it that we are working and of course to offer all this knowledge to you. We will begin by offering a bit of a framework for IoT. What is this? If we take a step back and if we look back at the history of IoT, during the 80s and 90s for IT, we usually had servers and we had the network infrastructure, but usually that was within a certain scope of action, right? And we had these perimeter tools that would provide security, right? Okay, then let's fast forward to the 2000s, and at that moment, certain technologies appear, for instance, PCs and mobile phones. In the 2000s, there was a development of the cloud technology, right? The cloud infrastructure and the different companies. Well, I would say all the companies started to create applications and putting them on the cloud. And the cloud is being more and more used in time. That is the infrastructure that it provides. But going a little bit beyond that, we see the technology of IoT, and as we can see on the screen, what it does is to even widen the scope of possibilities and ultimately to widen the scope of exposure. And it also brings along new needs. And the fact that we are trying to protect a different environment also requires different security measures. So basically, within the world of IoT, I have divided this into two. First, we have the IoT of companies, corporate, and we also have the industrial control system. That is, those are the two parts of IoT, and I will address both of them later on, and I will share with you what is it that we're doing in Telefonica. Basically, the perimeter continues to expand itself and it gets more and more difficult to be protected. For instance, in the case of IoT, the devices are no longer within a perimeter. There are mobile devices, devices that are on site out in the field, and it gets more and more difficult to control and protect. So we need to put in place somehow security measures, additional security measures that are adapted to this new situation. And the purpose of this presentation is to understand which are the main features of these environments and how we are working on the solutions, on the suitable solutions to be adapted to this new situation. Moving on, we will see that the world of IoT is a complete technological revolution that also covers the entire society. It touches the entire society and it has a multi-dimension feature where everything is connected to devices that were not designed for that are connected to the internet. They are connected and everything now is connected. Everyone is connected. Therefore, the amount of data that travels around is huge and it's actually a problem of a size that we've never seen before. We had never had to process this amount of data, also with this large amount of data, with sensible data. For instance, if we are talking about the healthcare environment nowadays with the pandemic, we hear about that more and more, and data that is managed is more and more sensible, and it includes sensitive, and it includes everyone, not only those that work on cybersecurity or work on IT. At the end of the day, when the technologies are used in our cars, in our households, in our fridges, in our watches. At the end of the day, it includes everyone, and that's why I believe it's so important to give these presentations to make this knowledge widely available. And of course, this is impossible if we don't have security, if we don't have the guarantees that the connectivity will take place with the maximum security in place. And to show you the growth of the devices that are connected, I brought this chart of Gartner that shows this very well. And we see an exponential growth in the number of devices connected online. And the forecast is that by 2020, there are going to be some 20 million, 20 billion devices connected. And by 2025, 25 billion of devices will be connected. As you can imagine, this is a huge amount of devices. So many devices per person in the planet. So one of the challenges and one of the key features of IoT is the scalability, and we need solutions that are able to adapt to this level of scalability, and it needs to be done at a fast pace as well. Also, as I said it earlier, the IoT involves everyone. We are centered in the area of the B2B, of the businesses, but at the end of the day, we need to be to see, and at the end of the day, it also has an impact over everyone and over every aspect of society. For instance, we are working with smart media, we are working with electrical companies, but we are also talking about connected vehicles. And we're not only talking about how the vehicle moves along the city, but also about how it interacts with the person and how it interacts with other elements in the city, for instance, the traffic lights, or how to interact with a pedestrian that's crossing the street with the person's smartwatch. And if we look at this step beyond that, how connectivity will take place throughout the entire city. For instance, what will this mean for education, for universities, for electricity companies, for the waste management, for surveillance cameras, etc., etc. And for instance, for the generation of energy, for the water management, even more, the stores, the air pollution, etc., 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 and also the parks, the buildings, the infrastructure. As you can see, IoT involves everything and it involves everyone. That's why I believe it's super important to get to know the technology and to be aware of how cybersecurity takes place so that everyone, as a citizen, and furthermore, as a person interested in technology, we need to be aware of this, and also we need to be accountable for this. We need to embrace our responsibility to create a safe and secure society for everyone. On top of this, we have to talk about medical devices. Nowadays, with the pandemic, we keep hearing more and more about this, and we also find this within the scope of IoT. And we are working on, for instance, in hospitals, and this is something that we need to do more and more due to COVID-19. I don't want to focus only on IoT, but let's see that at the end of the day, these technologies are closely related to other technologies, for instance, OT and IIoT. And later on, we will see the definitions of each one of these concepts and how they are different from one another. But I'd like to explain to you what is the relationship and why we will have a greater and greater interaction between IT, OT, and IIoT. And for that, I brought this quote from Gartner that analyzes the market trends within IoT. This is a study that was conducted this year, 2020, and it says that by 2023, 70% of security products deployed by asset intensive organizations will stretch capabilities across convergent IT, OT, and IoT requirements, right? So, aligning to new cyber physical system security approaches. So, Gartner themselves, within their analysis of trends, they are seeing these trends, and we also see these trends within the market in the process of protect from companies, and I will talk about that later on. I also wanted to share with you that not only we are talking about the convergence and the relationship between IT, OT, and IoT, but also we are introducing the IIoT, which is the industrial IoT. And regarding this, Gartner, what they say is that by 2023, 30% of the industries will have requirements and full development of IIoT platforms. When in 2019, the estimation was that there was going to be 15%. So we see that this is definitely a trend that's going upwards and it will continue to grow even more. And all of this serves as a framework for the conversation that we will have later on. And you will see that I have prepared my presentation talking about IoT, later on OT, and at last IIoT. And since I'm talking about these three pillars or these three key areas, that is how we look and we structure our proposals as well and our lines of work. On one hand, we have security with OT, which involves a number of solutions that are meant to mitigate the risks of cybersecurity that are affecting operational environments and everything that covers the industry. And on top of this, we have an entire proposal within the scope of IoT, and it's about providing a layer of security beyond the connectivity, which means that not only the connectivity of IoT, which in many cases can be cellular connectivity, but not only that, there can also be connectivity of Wi Fi, Bluetooth, or even other means of connection, for instance, other types of connection.
And well, in an intermediate point between all of these, we've got what we call the factory of the future that has to do with the industrial IoT. Within this, we are focusing in those factories that are built now, new factories in this part of the IoT. So what we do is to protect the factories that are operating for 30 or 40 years. In this future factory, what we do is to protect them from new creations, and also they're way more automatized. And also we've got some sort of a connectivity that can be private LTE and 5G. So what covers this proposal is that many of the proposals that we've got in OT and IoT, and also in some others for this. And well, everything that we are seeing, it's not that I am inventing this and I'm saying that we need to put more security, but really we have had many attacks and also a long history that would allow us to be aware about the importance of protection of these areas. So when we're talking about the mass environment with the many devices, well, the importance and the impact and the consequences of an attack can be huge. So for that, I just wanted to talk about on PI, which is one of the biggest attacks within the IoT. And not many years ago, that affected the service of DNS DIN, and also that created a problem of the access denial. This box net was designed specifically to attack the devices of IoT, which is a router, cameras, and also the impact that it had, that it was down for many hours to some apps and services such as PayPal, Dropbox, and all these kind of platforms that we all use, and also that were down for a long time. And also that made us think that if those platforms are down, that are so important and they're supposed to have security, probably it also happened to some others. So this is as one of the first real cases that had happened. And talk about the Grand Cherokee Jeep that not many years ago in DEF CON, they talked about a couple of researchers published their results where they saw that they could take control over the car and use it as they wanted. There is a video that is a little bit scary because we've got the driver, that how remotely they use the car, and you can change the gear or to touch anything within the car. So it can also affect some areas that can be quite delicate, and lives can be at risk because of this, because those are environments and we need a maximum security for that. And besides that, I just wanted to tell you something. You will see a thermometer to measure the water temperature, and also to measure the temperature in a fish tank. But if you take it to a casino, I can tell you that not long ago, in a casino in Las Vegas, they had access to the database and to filter the data from the customers of the casino, because the cyber attackers, they went to the casino to the database of the casino, but by means of a vulnerability that they've got with the vulnerability that they've got with the fish tanks, and for they had this thermometer for in order to measure the temperature of the fish tanks and the access to that. So we're so protected as the weakest link in the chain, so we cannot leave anything aside because the attackers will try to access to us to the area that is least protected. So it was an innocent fish tank, and they tried to take the data from the customers. So they've got the name and last name and the data of their credit card or some specific and private information. So just to bring to some real cases that we have seen. And well, if we go to the industrial area, we've got many important cases. In this case, in 2010, one of the most important ones was the Stuxnet, which was a malware that attacked a nuclear uh, central in Iraq, a power plant, and that affected many of the machines and it functioning. But there are some other cases. We can see some cases where it affects the dam floodgates in New York and hospitals, for instance, in these pumps that provide the medicines to the patients. And also in the case of Michigan, where the traffic lights were hacked and they start working or they worked in a different manner. So imagine what would happen. The light is in green instead of red. So we could see the consequences can be very serious. And these are some of the cases that we can highlight. In Ukraine, we've got a blackout because they attacked its power grid, and they were completely without light. Everything was in black, and the people didn't know what was happening. So it was something quite serious. And actually, you will see a malware that is designed for some specific industrial machines, as in the case of, and we continue talking about some things such as Merck Pharma, and we also see that the ransomware is also affecting the industry. We can also see in Myers the case of Shippix, and other cases that affect the infrastructure of OT. And what is causing in the end is that we've got $1 million losses in the case of McPharma, where we estimate that there were roughly $1 billion in losses. So that is going to affect the reputation of companies in their production and also in economic terms as well, because that can affect the people and also a third party. And well, these are just some of the cases that have happened, and this will continue because in some of the studies that we have seen recently, I took this piece of news a couple of days ago, and well, this study, what it's going to reflect is that the industrial control system, they've got more and more vulnerability and more attacks. The number of attacks is growing. So because of the importance of protecting them is even higher. So in the end, this is reflected in terms of the economy and also in terms of the reputation. In this slide, well, in the end, what we can see that in a company of a small and medium business, let's say Media Kaspersky says that the cost when it is affected by malware, the impact can be around $1 million. But this is for a normal company. But imagine what would happen with the biggest company in the critical areas in a nuclear power plant, or when we've got the cars connected. So the consequences can be even worse. So we need to pay attention to this kind of attacks and to this kind of situation. And as I said, these trends, we're seeing that in the market. So in the end, we've got lots of startups that are being specialized in how to protect this environment, because the solutions that we see in the traditional IT are not enough to protect this. They've got a different characteristics, and we need solutions that will be adapted to them. So the biggest players are not being left aside, and there are so many acquisitions of this kind of companies. These are some examples for you to see how the market is moving. So in 2018, for Scout acquired another one that also in 2019, we've got the acquisition of Centrio by Cisco, and also Palo Alto acquired another specific company in cybersecurity that is called ThinkBox, and they also integrated it in their solution, and also they use machine learning techniques, and also the example of SharePoint with Complify, because that is one of the recent acquisitions that was made by the end of last year. So this is what I told you before. This is what we're seeing that is reflected in the companies with the ones that we are talking every single day. And also in this slide, I just wanted to show you this solution that we've got in the area of the monitoring solution within the OT. And then we can see that there are so many. We've got startups. We also have subsets IoT, and so many others. But as I said, there have been many acquisitions, and they are very important players. And of course, they want to be a part of it, and they want to take the part of the cake. We've got Nokia, Ericsson, Checkpoint, Cisco, RSA, I'm sorry, among others. But there will be some others in this kind of solution. But this is just for you to have an idea of the huge amount of solutions and the variety that we've got in the market today, just for one kind of specific solutions. And well, by continuing with the structure that I mentioned before, I am going to tell you in details the world of the IoT and the security challenges and how we are looking at this within Telefonica. And first of all, just to understand the world of the IoT and what are the differences in the IoT, I just wanted to talk about the challenges, because first of all, we need to see the level of scalability, because as I said, it is huge. It is growing at an exponential level, and things that we never protect of something of this side, and we need solution that can be escalated to these new dimensions. Besides that, we need to talk about the heterogeneity, because to protect some elements that will have very small sensors, or to protect a car that is connected, or to protect an element that can be in an industry. So, well, we also need to be adapted to the particularities of each one of the environments that we are working on. And also, we're talking about the dispersion, and the devices are not part of a perimeter or a certain aspect, but they can be in distributed all over the world. And besides that, they can be exposed to the physical manipulation, where a sensor for watering, maybe someone can go and modify that and affect its security. And it's also very important to see the limitation of resources that some of the IoT devices may have, and sometimes that limit us in terms of the solutions that we can install in them. And also to talk about the limitation of the battery, because in so many cases we also need a solution that do not use so many resources at a computational eraser, so that the battery will last, because we're talking about some elements that will have a long life cycle. We're not talking about a mobile that you change every 1 or 2 or 3 years. We're talking about some elements that will have a long functionality, between 15 and 20 years. So how are we going to provide security? How are we going to do this in an automatic manner, so these elements can be on the field in a safe manner? And it's also very important to talk about the challenges about the awareness, because also we need to use these elements in an adequate manner. And as we all know, we are using some credentials by default. Probably we're not going to have the best security. So it is more than proved. So is to change the credential by default. And also to talk about the huge amount of varieties in terms of the manufacturers, because we've got a huge ones in terms of the devices of IoT, but also we've got many manufacturers in the communication models and also in the chips and also in the SIMs and so on. So the ecosystem it is quite complex, and one of the biggest challenges is how we are going to cover this functionality and the end-to-end to all of the elements that interferes and all of the players that are part of the IoT world. And well, what I wanted to bring today in this slide, what was the basic architecture that we manage in IoT, and it is composed by three elements. In this case, I'm talking about the defined in this the ecosystem. Is that will be the IoT devices that can be in terms can be accessed by an interface with our users, and also we've got the communication networks, and those networks that can be both cellular communication, LTE, or some other kind of connectivity as we mentioned before. And in the end they can do the communication of the elements and the interaction with the platforms of IoT services that so many times we can do it through an apps, or they may have an API to interact with system. This is the basic architecture within the IoT. And what we see is that a level of security, the challenges will appear in a more specific and concrete way the closer that we are to the devices. Because let's say that when we've got a limitation to the battery of resources, and sometimes we cannot have the agents to do the monitoring, and even more, sometimes we've got new protocols and we need to learn how to interpret these protocols and to understand. On the right hand side, we just call it a more traditional security that is quite more known, but we shouldn't leave it aside, because we need to do some adaptations, so that is going to be covered by the IoT world. And well, as I said before, within this aspect, we need to take into account that one of the main challenges is how to provide the security along the supply chain. How do we provide security? Because it is not easy to have this visibility. As Telefonica, we had a very good vision because we can interact with all the players and within this vision. And let's say the manufacturers of the chips with the communication and the network, and this is not simple. And as I said, we cannot left any elements of the chain aside. And besides that, we need to be adapted to the different environments where we're moving. And also we need to take into account that the awareness is something very important. And then we will have many vulnerabilities that we'll need to know how to treat. And also we will with it, and having a security with from the designers in the case that where the solution is already designed, we can also have this accompaniment with by means of the So, and first of all, what I was saying is that this security, from the point of view of the end to end, we were trying to do it because of the professional services. And by launching all the security of the design in those designs that are new, and also in the systems that are deployed, and, and to do recommendation and so on. And actually, we're going to have some elements of uh, ethical hacking in these devices. And now we've got a model that we is included, and that was called the device protection. And in the end, this is focused on the protection of the device from the point of view that we cannot write it in the memory if we don't have the authorization to do so.
Now we have a series of solutions that revolve around the identification of the device and the mutual authentication with the platform. So we identify ourselves just like in a number of applications, right? For instance, when you go on Google and you need to type in your credentials, also within the IoT devices, many times you don't have a person managing them. Still, need to have a level of authentication and you need to know that that is the right device. For instance, if you want to interact within a public cloud, this is a key requirement. And for that, we focus your credential solutions. And lastly, the solutions that I will be focusing on within my presentation are those related to the visibility of devices and monitoring of security of the devices as well. Why is that? Because we need to make sure that the devices are acting as expected and not in any other manner, which they're only conducting those actions that they were designed to do, and there isn't any unexpected behavior or any anomaly. This, with the aspect of IoT, is something that we are addressing with IoT threat detection. In the session, I will focus, even though we have many other solutions, but we don't have time to address all of them, I will focus on the monitoring solutions and we'll see how the solutions that are put in place in the area of IoT, machine learning, and all of that, we'll see how they have a very good fit within IoT and IIoT. And I'll show you how in Telefonica we are addressing this. So we will have a cross-sectional perspective of how the solutions are very good and how they are useful to address these environments and how so many companies are being created and how they're trying to be adapted. And at the end of the day, we need to understand the specific protocols for each of the scopes as well. And precisely this is what I said earlier within the solutions that we are working on. We have solutions of detection and response, protection and identification, which is what I mentioned earlier. And I will be focusing on this detection and response and how I will tell you how we do it in the scope of IoT and later on in OT and also IIoT. Well, this is the basic slide to understand the structure of my presentation. So now I'd like to address in depth the basic concepts of IoT threat detection, and you will see that these concepts later on are applicable to the other scopes, of course. Each solution later on needs to be adapted to the specificities of each environment, its own protocols. For instance, for industrial applications, we generalize the different variables of the productive process and the operation itself, but you will see that there are many concepts that are very similar from one another. So let's get to it. As I said it earlier, IoT threat detection. This is the architecture that I mentioned earlier, and we see that one of the key challenges that we have is the lack of visibility of the devices. Why is that? Because they are out of the scope, as I said it earlier. So it is necessary to put in place a solution that gives us visibility, and we see that in many cases just saying the customers or the clients which are the devices that they have online is something that already adds so much value because many times they don't even know that or they have elements connected that they were not aware of. On top of this, we need to check the actual environments and there is a high variability and also regarding scalability. How do we create solutions that are scalable to the levels of IoT and also have knowledge and cyber intelligence, which is specific to be able to identify the challenges and threats that come up specifically within the context, for instance, different challenges that we see coming up. Having said that, to show the need for visibility within this environment, we have devices that are connected to the network with the service platforms. And in this case, I'm focusing on the cellular network, but it doesn't need to be the only case. And of course, there can be attacks that are addressed at the platform itself. And at the end of the day, it affects all the devices that are connected But there can also be other attack vectors, for instance, legitimate requests to internet or a download of malware. And also the devices themselves can be accessed to in a physical manner, and there can be a change in the configuration, and that could also affect their security. Or furthermore, another attack can be an illegitimate request between devices. So one of the major challenges is to make sure to know which are the connected elements, and they are behaving only as expected according to their profile and regular behavior, which means that there aren't any unexpected activities or threats to them. Well, for this, the IoT threat detection is the solution in a general perspective. We have the devices over here with their traffic to connect to the platforms, and what we do is that we work with a copy of the traffic. Usually, we use either tap elements or we do a mirror on the switch, work with a copy of that allows us to not interrupt the OT system or not to accept or not to affect, I'm sorry, the services. But what we do is that we analyze the traffic with an analysis engine, and what it does is that it applies techniques of machine intelligence and machine learning together with specific signatures for the OT environment that are fed by honeypots. So we have honeypots deployed all over the world, capturing those attacks and fresh attacks, and from that we are extracting the SOCs, the intelligence, to be included in the detection system. In this manner, it becomes more and more efficient against this type of attacks. And also, we have managed services, and through the SOC and all the team of specialists, we are able to rule out false positives. And we are able to respond to the needs of the clients and to generate the information as the customer needed. This is something that I'm explaining, of course, in general terms. If you have any questions, I can take them at the end of my presentation. But I believe that as far as the basic concepts go, it's really self explanatory. We're talking about technologies that are convergent and complement each other. And not only we're talking about cybersecurity and IoT, we're also talking about machine learning and artificial intelligence. And why are these techniques fitting so well into this environment? Well, for different reasons. First of all, due to the volume of data, agreeing with what I mentioned earlier regarding scalability and also the heterogeneity of data, which is one of the things that help us process data in automatic manner. And also, secondly, the second reason is that the devices of IoT are usually designed for a specific purpose. They are not elements that are generic, right? These are elements that have been designed to fulfill a certain duty. For instance, a coffee maker, it's designed to pour coffee, and that's it. And if it goes online to access odd websites or unusual files that are downloaded, that is an unexpected behavior, an anomaly. And with the anomaly detection system in place, this is very suitable and it allows us to define the profile of the regular behavior of the device, and it allows us to detect any type of deviation from that behavior. And so an alarm is triggered that lets us know that there is a threat ongoing. Now, which are the steps in the anomaly detection? First of all, like I said it, we have to set up a profile of the devices, profiling devices to extract the regular behavior patterns. And from this moment, we're able to do threat detection with different techniques. And lastly, mitigation, which is called reaction and acting for an incident, which can be done in many cases with firewalls or other um, actions. Regarding the architecture, this is only in case we had more technical audience, and basically, it is placed in this manner within the architecture with the traffic copy. We're able to analyze traffic. And with the firewall, we would do prevention and response to compromise detection, right? And all of this is seen from the perspective, from a general perspective, from the SOC and also from a managed service.
And well, just to take this concept, what I wanted to do is to bring you a demo so you can see that we can have this kind of solutions and how they work in high level. So here we can see that in this interface, we can see which are the top 5 categories of attack that are affected the most, and also the most recurrent events, and also which are the source IPs are being attacked the most. And then we can see the different kinds of alerts in terms of the cases, and also with different colors. And by the analysis of the SOC, we will have the tool where we can have the characteristics and to investigate the security incidents by taking them as a threat or not, and if they want to go into more details to give a verdict. So from this point of view, we can have access to see more details, and we can see each one of the IoT elements, with which other element these are interacting and with who they are being interacted, and we can see it in a visual way. And there are so many algorithms of machine learning that can be discussed that will give us the deviation of the normal behavior when we exceed certain margins. And we can also have some other techniques. We've got so many algorithms, but here is the one that are the time series, and that would allow to draw the normal behavior variables and to detect when they reach to a certain threshold. This is just for you to have an idea in terms of how those solutions can work. And after this, I will go to the OT security. Well, as you can see from the point of view of the solutions, you will see that the solutions of monitoring will be applied in this respect, and also include some capabilities to be adapted specifically to this area. So what is the OT? What are we talking about when we talk about OT? The OT means operational technology. It means that it has to do with all of the productive area, and it can be the manufacturing, the defense, transportation, health, and also we've got so many areas in terms of hospitals, the water management, utilities, and buildings, the management of buildings. And as you can see, it involves all kinds of areas that are productive and also that may have some sort of operation for them to work. So in this case, as I said before, we are talking about the industry that in some cases may be a little bit old, 30 or 40 years, the oldest ones. So what do we do with this? In so many cases, we see very old systems, let's say an XP Windows, and it's not easy to update because in those systems it's not that we can update it and that's it, but probably those updates may require many things to change the machinery that are so expensive, and things that already they don't exist anymore. So this allows us to be protected without being having the need of changing the OS. So that's why we're talking about the virtual patching. So we also need to take into account that when we talk about the environment of the OT systems, we're talking about the critical infrastructure. So the security here is the most important thing, way more important than ever. And just to check the evolution of the industry, well, you will see that we're talking about 4 industrial revolutions. The first one, where we incorporate some mechanisms of mechanization or the steam engine that really help us. And in 1784, then we're talking about the production chains and the production lines, and the industry 3.00, which is where many of the companies are today. And we included all the computers, electronics, automation, and the last revolution that we're talking about is the 4.0 industry. This has to do with the IoT and all of the latest technologies. And what I'm going to tell you about later is about the industrial IoT. So within this context, for you to understand why the OT security is so important, because before that, the companies were more isolated, but now we've got an interconnection between the elements of OT and IoT. So that's why it is so important because they are being connected, and with this we've got a new threat between the IT and OT. The elements of OT cannot be protected as the IT because the limitations and the boundaries are different. And this slide is very well reflected because in the IT world, we know that the confidentiality is something that is very important. The integrity can be done in a medium point, and the availability is not something that is so worrisome as others. But in the OT, it is totally different. In an industry, the availability is the most important thing. Is that the factory must not stop, because every second that is stopped, then we are losing thousands of euros or of dollars. So it is very important. And then the integrity and the confidentiality, it is not that important. So the properties of security is the other way around, is the opposite. So besides that, the consequences of failure can be totally dramatic. So that's why we need to take that into account. And also, it is very important to comply and to have a compliance, and that includes the world of the industry, and because of the importance. And in the European case, we have seen that there are some legislations and regulations that also forces to do the security as per design. And in many of the cases, the people of the factory, they don't know about IT or security or cybersecurity, and the other way around. The people of cybersecurity, they didn't know about the industrial environment. So we see this convergence, and those worlds are destined to be understood by each other. And it's also very important to understand that this lack of awareness about the cybersecurity that we might have, and also at the same time they've got more and more needs in terms of protection. In the world of OT, what we're saying here is that the Portio model, that it is divided in many levels. The lower case at the level of process, then we have the control zone, distribution, then we've got the operation and control, and in the end, we've got the enterprise zone with the internet and email and so on. So we can see it in this slide, and we have the physical level, and then we've got the level of process control, such as the transportation network, and we've got the HMIs and the operation. We've got SCADA, and then we've got the boundary between the OT and the IT. And here, of course, we also have firewalls because it is many important to make a differentiation between the IT and OT. And then when we go up into the model to the next levels, we've got the IT at an enterprise level, and then we've got the remote access and the cloud services. As you can see, everything is related because I'm not just talking about IoT, but here we've got the IT security, and then in this more operational area, we've got the OT, and all this we've got the industrial IoT and also the physical security. So in the end, we need to put together all of the environments and technologies. And well, just to tell you something, how we're providing solution to this kind of environment. Well, first of all, we've got the consulting, audit, and compliance of the regulation. And of course, we've got many people that are experts in doing this kind of tasks. And also the professional services in which once we to a consultancy and we see what do we have at the factory at the moment, and we can make some recommendations about security, how to implement the factory, if it is important to have virtual patching or also a firewall, and also the training and awareness and some workshops about ethical hacking. We can provide this training in terms of protecting the environment, and also everybody will know how to act, because so many people so many times we've got human errors, and those can be frequent and also with some awful consequences. So as I said before, within this area of the IoT, we've got this as for monitoring. So as you can see, and probably they've got some particularities. And in this case, we've got the solutions, and this is in the learning mode. And then I'm going to show you a video because this is the learning part. And as we can see, all of this visibility of which are the devices that are connected. So this is very visual, very graphic, and we can see all of the elements that are connected within the factory. This is something that only by having this visibility, I'm telling you, this is very useful. Then we can see the different elements. In this case, we've got a PLC, and we can also recognize which is its type of brand, and we can take many information about it, and we can see what are the vulnerabilities with the PUV that may be affected. And also we can have a visualization of the assets that are involved, and also about the variables of the process. So with this, we've got a view of everything that has to do with this model. And after that, we can go to the part of the detections of anomaly and threats. In this case, one of the alerts is that we've got a connection of a new node that was not identified. And well, we've got this warning, we can investigate it in a similar way of the previous one. We can see which elements we are interacting and how it is related. And well, we can see everything that has been as the investigation of the threat, and also all the variables of the process and in which way they have been changing, and to take all of the necessary actions and the research for the mitigation of this. So, and just to go to the final part, I'm talking about the industrial IoT. And for you to understand what's the different, we're talking about the factory of the future, and we were talking about some factories that can be an operation. In this case, we're centered in factories that are being built now, and they're way more modern. So one of the examples that exemplified this in a better way is the project of the Dino. We've got the factory 56, and here this is from Mercedes, and it is a factory. Those are car makers. They build the vehicles, and how do they do it? It is totally automatized and also modern with robots and with so many environments where the accuracy is the most important thing. So how the industrial IoT is helping us by reducing the cost in the production process, and we can also increase the efficiency and the operation and also of the process. So by looking at into the future, this is something that can really help industry, and in terms of the revolution of the industry 4.0. And one of the main differences is that we're being focusing in terms of the connectivity, the mobile connectivity, because in this case, the technologies such as Wi-Fi or the wired ones for internet or others technologies are not very well done, because in this environment of the factories, we need to have a very good mobility that wouldn't have interferences such as the Wi-Fi that cuts, and that is something that cannot happen when we are putting a screw in and the bolt in in the wheels of a car, and also all of the security measures that are already incorporated is very important. So that is why when you see the connectivity of LTE and LTE-5. So there are so many advantages where we have elements such as the SIM. We also have a mutual authentication that is any other technology can provide to us. And we also have, for instance, some tools for the connectivity and that allow us to see all of the elements and the whole life cycle of how it's being developed. And also from the point of view of security, we can also have some private IPNs, and we also know that our traffic is going to go there. So this kind of connectivity has so many advantages and is going to be very well adapted to what we need in terms of the connected industry. So as I said before, if you want, I'm going to take it on yourself. I can leave you the link to the video. It lasts 1 minute, and you can have an idea of this factory 56 and how DeepLink is working on that. And also, I just want to tell you that in this case, for the connected industry, we not only have all the added value proposal for IoT. Once again, you can see that it makes lots of sense to incorporate the monitoring part and to see how it can be adapted to this new futuristic environment. So on this area, we can see it, and we've got the detection and the response for the monetization. We can see all the areas. And just to finish, what I wanted to show you are some of the success cases in which that we're working and some projects that are already on the go. So this has to do with the trains and ships and so many things. We are working with the oil companies, the utilities, nuclear plants, retails, and for some shops and many other projects that we've got. One of the most important, biggest ones. And also, I would like to tell you that it also takes place in Latin America. So this is something that has a presence in many areas, and I expect that I just give you a certain idea for you to know about what we're talking about. And of course, I cannot leave without thanking you for your participation and also to the organization for being part of this. So I will leave you my contact information. And if you have a question, we can discuss it right now. So thank you very much. Carmen, thank you very much. Your presentation was great. So we do have questions. So I'm going to say it right now. It's right here. How do you see in Chile the technologies and how do they interact with the cybersecurity? Okay, in the specific case of Chile, I don't know it in much detail, and I can tell you, and we've got many projects in Colombia, Mexico, and also we've got many projects in Latin America. And I'm telling you, for the industry point of view, we are having lots of importance because there are some areas that it is not easy to have access. It can be an area with many mountains. So in these cases, the automatization is very important, and there are some sites that they don't have a good access and the people can move there. So if we've got the machines, tools, or robots that will do it as to do certain actions in a more accurate manner, they are very useful. And we've got many projects such as oil companies, and this is very important, and that will give us lots of continuity. And in many countries in Latin America, we can see that the need in this country is very important. So yes, there's a lot of development. I'm sorry, not in Chile yet. Well, but I don't know how to do it in the specific case for Chile, but I know that we're working on that. And the other question is, how can we apply the cybersecurity to some system that, because of their nature, is so hard to change because we need to stop the plant, have a downtime, and taking into account that in Chile receives many of their incomes because of the critical infrastructure. Exactly. When we talk about critical infrastructure and some systems which are factories and some productive environments, because that will represent lots of losses. And when we're talking about some all the factories, talking about the OT part, in this case, we can have some older uh, OS, and can we make sure that this is working and without having to change the OS, and that may imply that this system is in a machine that is too old and we don't have the pieces that would cost millions of dollars to do so. We've got some other solutions that allow us to be protected, such as the virtual patching. In this case, we will have a firewall that will have all of the signatures that will be preloaded in such a way that we will have it before the machine or the OS that is being protected. And with this, we will have some sort of a previous protection barrier. So the attack cannot reach the system or to exploit that vulnerability. So if the system has that vulnerability, but that cannot be exploited because we've got a protection barrier that will prevent that. Do you understand the idea? Yes, yes, I got it. And here I have another question that I saw on YouTube. The question is there any security standard that will provide controls for devices and OTs? Well, in the area of the IoT, it's the same thing as in the industry. There are regulations and as it can be the 62443. But in the area of the IoT, one of the biggest challenges is that we don't have a standard because right now we've got a new protocols, new connectivity, but we don't have a standard. So the regulation is also starting to appear according to the needs. So sometimes we've got the technology and then we've got the regulation. So from this point of view, there are so many guidelines that came, such as the Lexis and the IoT critical nations and was, but some guidelines for that. So there are some reference guidelines that can really help us, that can be very useful, but we don't have a defined standard. So regarding the legislation, such as in California, they already started and the devices and need to have some minimum guarantee of security, but they don't say which one. So that is going to be something weak, and of course, we're going to be discussing that in the future. I've got another one. Can you please give us an example or to explain how do we apply the machine learning to protect the IoT technology that goes by detecting anomalies? Yes, exactly. Machine learning, one of the main characteristics is that it has a very good capacity to set patterns, so that would allow us to detect an anomaly. So during the learning stage, they study what are the normal patterns of this device of IoT, and then when we are in the phase of production or detection, what we do is to detect anything that will have a deviation from the certain threshold from that behavior. Let's imagine the volume of traffic that we normally have for the coffee machine would be X, and at a certain point, the volume is 3X. So that is going to trigger an alert because there is an anomaly. So what we do is that we investigate what happened there. So we can see that there is a download of a malware because of the techniques of machine learning. We have seen that there is an anomaly that is outside the pattern. So we can generate an alert and we can generate some measures in order to minimize this incident. everything explained in just a few words, because I know we don't have much time. Maybe we can go deeper into that, but later on we can discuss it furthermore. But that would be the amazing. And here we've got another question, I think. Let me see. Okay, here we have another one. Someone is asking, how can we follow you? Yes, you can see on the screen. We've got my Twitter. I also left my corporate email, and also you can look for me in my different social media. Do you think that with the world problem with the coronavirus, there is going to be an important launch for the progress of the Internet of Things? Well, we've been studying what is going to be the impact of the pandemic and coronavirus. And it is true that some sectors they may have a certain recession, but some others are being launched way more. And some areas that have the greater needs, and also we've got lots of demands, is in the area of the hospitals and in the medical area. So we're dealing with many hospitals because the numbers of cyber attacks has been increased because of the pandemic. And what we're doing is to reinforce their security because they will be within this OT and IoT. And the coronavirus, what it's doing is to accelerate, I would say, the adoption on behalf of these systems, because those are critical things. And well, it is very important to protect them. So that is one of the effects that the coronavirus has. And also the protection in the telework. We've got so many people working on that. And if we think that there are some sectors that are having more demand. And another question, if have you ever done an evaluation by using the LP1 technologies? In this case, I don't know if you're talking about, you said LP1. Yes, LP1 technology. I don't know if it is lightweight connectivity, which is so many technologies that we use in IoT for the connectivity. And of course, we are working with many of them. And also, we are also working with whatever can be the environment that are virtualized, and everything that is being virtualized, and these new technologies that are appearing. And there are so many teams that are being included. And the last two, could you please give us your opinion about what is the correct way of implementing the machine learning from the learning point of view? Because we know that the non-supervised machine learning can be very bad. So also to give the opportunity for the artificial intelligence. So okay, the idea is to have machine learning supervised or not. Okay, if you want, you can look for a lecture that is in YouTube. Look for Carmen Torrano, and this is given by Luca. And also, if you want to watch that video, but the supervised or not supervised, that will depend on many variables. That is, I wouldn't say that there is one that is more dangerous than the other one, but that can be better for the environment or not. And we don't have layers on it is complicated. If we've got the labels, then we can go to the supervised one, and then we can be a little bit more accurate. And also what we've got are hybrids. We have a non-supervised and then a supervised, because those are not excluded. And the last one, in your experience, the organizations invest in cybersecurity and the design of the IoT projects? Well, from our point of view, of course, that we also try to launch that, and it's not easy. because of the lack of awareness or the lack of budget in so many cases. So there are some cases where we adopted and we see it in new development, and also when we are doing in the IoT new deployment, and in the ones that are already done, it is more complicated. So I think that we need to do the design as per defective because by default, I'm sorry, and in so many cases it's being adopted, but I think that there is a long way to go on this regard. Thank you, Carmen, very much. You have been a great keynote, very interesting, and as I told you in the radio, we really hope to have you once the security allow us to have you here face to face here in Chile. It will be my pleasure to be with you in a virtual manner, and it's going to be even better to see each other face to face. And count on me for whatever you need. Thank you, Carmen, very much. And with this, we're going to take a little break where we're going to have some raffles and also a couple of videos from our sponsors. So stay with us. We're going to go back to you in 15 minutes. Hola.
Hola, 1, 2, 3. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hola, 1, 2, 3.
Súper, súper. Hola a todos. Espero que todos se encuentren muy bien y que me escuchen también bien en esta presentación. Primero que todo, quisiera presentarme. Mi nombre es Etizaz Mohsin y estoy trabajando como un consultor senior. Hoy día voy a presentarles mi presentación y también los puntos de la industria. Así que avancemos. Bueno, primero que todo les voy a dar el disclaimer. Ningún hotel se dañó durante esta presentación y tampoco intenten esto en casa. Algunos de ustedes esperen que esto sea una charla técnica, pero no lo es. Aún así van a ver algunas cosas bastante técnicas. Y lo que más vamos a tomar de esta presentación es las grandes amenazas de las organizaciones y cómo esto se ha ido visto. Primero que todo, vamos a ver que esto también es la agenda para el día de hoy. Vamos a ver la motivación acerca de poder hacer los ataques a los hoteles. Vamos a ver los ataques, cuáles son los actores de las amenazas y también vamos a ver algunas brechas de seguridad y les voy a mostrar que al final vamos a ver algunas mitigaciones. Muy bien. Si es que podemos ver el entorno de TI, esto es lo mejor para poder ver estos aspectos de seguridad, porque también tenemos distintas capas de estos entornos de seguridad. Hay tres capas para poder verlos, donde tenemos los seguridad de red, de endpoint y también de datos. Los productos de seguridad de red, tenemos los IPS, todo eso es para poder prevenir de que entren en las redes. Y en caso de los productos de seguridad de endpoint, tenemos algunos productos de seguridad como de anti-malwares, pero también pueden haber múltiples otros malwares. Hay muchas soluciones de seguridad, están diseñadas para poder detectar estos tipos de brechas de seguridad, pero con todo esto el problema es que también tenemos que tomar acciones en tiempo real. Y cuando hacemos esta alerta para poder ver, en vez de atraer la presencia o si simplemente hay falsas alarmas. Y luego tenemos los productos de seguridad de datos. Esto también es un punto muy importante de la seguridad de nuestros sistemas, pero también no tenemos una visibilidad 365 en toda la red, lo que está ocurriendo alrededor de la red, y también hay algunas que son muy útiles, lo que está ocurriendo dentro de la red, pero el problema es que los tipos corporativos están seguros hasta que están expuestos a las amenazas externas. Entonces, veamos algunos estudios de casos que los publicaron en 2018 y esto tiene que ver con el sector de retail. Eso es una persona que conectó su computadora en una cafetería y la cafetería ya estaba comprometida y descargó un aspecto que estaba malicioso y luego toda la infraestructura de la empresa estaba comprometida una vez que volvió a conectar su computadora a la empresa. Los hoteles también son un gran objetivo para los actos maliciosos porque también tenemos muchas brechas dentro de estos sectores. También los hoteles toman algunas información muy sensible como por ejemplo los datos de las tarjetas de créditos y esto también nos lleva a una situación donde los hackers quieren ir a los hoteles. Entonces, podemos ver muchos tipos de diversificación. Por ejemplo, tenemos estos sistemas de endpoint que están conectados. Podemos ver el sistema de seguridad, también los sistemas de ventilación y de calefacción, los equipos de IoT, los sistemas de seguridad y también los dispositivos de terceros. Muchas veces los hoteles también tienen acceso a las cadenas internacionales. Entonces, si un hacker tiene acceso a un hotel regional, va a tener acceso a la red global. Y cualquier empleado puede acceder a cualquiera área porque todos tienen acceso a todo, no tienen restricciones y eso también les permite acceder a las redes de la cadena de hoteles. Entonces muchos de estos sistemas de ventas tratan de enviar estos phishing a las personas, a los huéspedes que se están hospedando en los hoteles. También tenemos ataques de botnets, también a los sistemas de IoT que están conectados a la red y también los dispositivos de los propios personas que se están alojando. Podemos ver también algunos actores de estas amenazas. Tenemos el APT28 Fancy Bear, donde hicieron phishing a través de los correos electrónicos. Entonces hay distintos dispositivos que se utilizaban para poder proporcionárselo a las personas que estaban alojados y también que estaban conectados a la red. También hay un número de hoteles que son muy lujosos y muchas veces hemos tenido estas flechas de seguridad y hubo un hotel como el Marriott donde también tomaron más de 500 millones de los clientes. Así es que también quiero contarles, no voy a contarles muchos detalles porque todavía hay muchas vulnerabilidades que están ahí, pero eso también podría ayudar a los chicos malos a atacarlos, así que no voy a dar muchos detalles. Pero volviendo a 2018, vi que también era muy importante en este gateway que esto se instaló en un hotel. El daemon que se utilizaba para poder recopilar datos de un lugar a otro. Y los investigadores de Silence se dieron cuenta que estos equipos eran muy comunes, que se utilizaban como un puerto de 873. Entonces tomaban este sistema de Linux a través del sistema operativo. Así que lo primero que vi es que es el mismo equipo que hemos visto anteriormente. Y después de poder tomar el backlog directory, empecé a analizar los archivos. Y habían varios archivos que habían dado acceso a la información. Pero lo más importante era este archivo que está aquí, este FTP, donde tenía todas las informaciones del backup de ese servicio. Y después cuando entré a la cuenta de FTP, empecé a dar cuenta que este servidor estaba utilizado por todos estos equipos. Entonces, al acceder a un equipo, entonces podemos llegar a más de 170 equipos. No me tomó mucho tiempo poder entender que este no era el mismo proveedor. También notifiqué a él y al equipo y después se eliminó. Entonces, muchos de ustedes están pensando, bueno, eso es todo, aquí terminó, pero para mí no terminó allí. Pero más allá de eso, llevó la pregunta, es si estos equipos se pueden explotar de manera remota y hay que entender cuál es la red del cliente y cómo funciona. Así es que este es el servidor que tiene nuestro cliente. Tenemos una CPU normal que está conectado con Open Access Point y también está conectado a este portal. Como pueden ver, es como se ve el portal, porque también tiene un controlador de acceso y tenemos distintas cuentas y también tenemos la parte para la administración, y esto también ayuda a que la administración tenga acceso a los distintos servicios. Entonces, también pudimos hacer esta evaluación de seguridad con el permiso de los administradores y vimos a cuántos dispositivos uno estaba expuesto y había más de 624 equipos. Entonces, con esto uno puede ver y puede tener todos sus activos expuestos también. Vamos a ver la superficie de ataque y aquí tenemos estos distintos 4 puertos que pudimos ver que es un SSH, un TTH, etcétera. Entonces aquí vamos a ver este portal de la gestión de web. Después de acceder a este portal, fui todos los formularios de acceso. Entonces también podíamos tener los accesos detallados, como los detalles de los huéspedes, y también One LAN syslog y también las configuraciones de SSL. También podemos bajar la configuración de los huéspedes, la base de datos, los backlogs, etcétera. Y ahora vamos a ir al portal del servidor de web. Tenemos este mecanismo de autenticación. Entonces, entré con este enfoque y vi que hay un par de directorios que también son directorios de HTML para poder ver cada uno de ellos. Vi si había algo interesante. Entonces, aquí tenemos este series link y todos estos archivos estaban codificados, pero aún así había información que estaba ahí en los archivos de configuración. Entonces, esos archivos de admin tenían que utilizar estas credenciales. Así que si pueden ver a cuánto podemos tener acceso, vamos a poder poder saltarnos y omitir este paso de autenticación y poder acceder sin problemas. Luego tenemos estos puntos XML donde tenemos todo el nombre de usuario y la contraseña. Eso estaba cifrado, pero no había forma de cambiarlo. Esto quiere decir que estas credenciales se pueden usar para acceder a cualquiera de los datos que están expuestos. Y con esto pude acceder a la base de datos. Y esto también me permitió utilizar los datos del equipo, así que la idea podía utilizar este admin.xml para poder entrar y tener acceso y todos los permisos. Pero aquí no teníamos los privilegios para poder leerlos, desafortunadamente. Y también la base de datos tenía varias tablas que utilizaba información. En este caso, por ejemplo, teníamos las reglas del firewalls que uno podía ver manualmente, y esto también contenía los detalles de cada uno de los huéspedes, la fecha de que llegaban, la fecha en que se iban, el número de habitación y los datos personales. Y esto también podría cambiar la velocidad de la internet para cada uno de ellos, y podríamos también incluir alguna información maliciosa. Esto también se puede utilizar a cualquiera de estos usuarios para que puedan acceder a través del poder. Otra cosa que era muy interesante es que también tenían credenciales de plain text. Por ejemplo, aquí que tuvieran como parte del texto el admin. Aquí algunos de estos estaban abiertos, así es que podemos ver si es que podemos ingresar a este sistema a través de SSH. Aquí también teníamos la raíz y también teníamos el chef. También pude craquear las contraseñas para los shells, y había un conjunto de contraseñas para estos usuarios de administración. Entonces podíamos tomar esto, podíamos ver qué equipos estaban conectados. Y otra cosa muy importante que podíamos ver es que también el PHP está utilizando privilegios de regla. Si pudiera utilizar cualquier cosa en el contexto de PHP, podría también utilizarlo con los privilegios de la raíz. Entonces, con esto podemos cambiar la dirección de IP, la subnet, e incluso podemos cambiar el gateway de predeterminado, y también podríamos establecer las distintas configuraciones. Como vimos anteriormente, este DNS también nos puede ayudar a cambiar la configuración de la máquina. Esto también está configurado. Se hace un downgrade de HTTP, podemos ver un fake DNS, podemos hacer un abuso de VPAT, podemos hacer un captura de hash, también podemos hacer un ethelgrade y muchos otros. Entonces, ahora, el reiniciar la cuenta, también podemos cambiar la contraseña para la administración. Entonces, para utilizar cualquiera de las técnicas, podíamos tener acceso a todo el portal. Y es así como se ve la interfaz del portal. A través del portal podemos ver un listado de todos los usuarios activos todos los días. Muchos de ellos están trabajando a través de estos mecanismos y estas direcciones en MAC. Podemos ver el listado, podemos ver los detalles del usuario, y también a las direcciones IP de todos los equipos que están conectados, y podemos ver el cambio de la configuración de DHCP. Y aquí podemos cambiar el servidor DNS que nos permite redireccionar todo el tráfico dentro de este servidor de DNS. También podemos ver las entradas de DNS de cada uno de los clientes. Podría ver, por ejemplo, establecer todo para Facebook. Y aquí podemos utilizar también este DNS, y se puede utilizar aunque la IP cambie en el futuro. Aquí podemos ver la configuración de la red, podemos ver la dirección IP y las subredes. Este equipo también nos permite hacer un port forwarding. Y también podemos habilitar el SSL, donde podemos ver el tráfico en un texto simple. También esto puede llevarnos a ver el tráfico, y podemos ver las reglas del firewall, incluso podemos cambiarlas. Podemos descargar y poder ver distintos tipos de registros, distintos tipos de logs y los respaldos. Y ahora, cuando llega una nueva persona al hotel, entonces podemos empezar a trabajar. Y aquí tenemos también las propiedades, la exportación, y esto también se puede utilizar para poder hacer los ataques. Aquí tenemos los detalles del servidor de CMTP. Estamos utilizando el Office 365 para poder ver la parte de los correos electrónicos y podemos también tener acceso. El equipo era bastante seguro. Encontré un endpoint que también me permitió poder cargar un archivo que contenía un archivo PHP, y este código de PHP, entonces, que ya está incrustado, se puede ejecutar. Como recuerdan, al principio mencioné que también tenemos estos privilegios de root. Entonces, cualquier cosa que está ejecutado con PHP se va a ejecutar con los privilegios de PHP. Entonces, veamos esta demo. Entonces, ahora podemos tener la dirección IP de cualquiera uno de estos accesos y podemos ver el acceso y la raíz de cada uno de estos equipos. Entonces, había más de 600 equipos que estaban vulnerables en todo el Internet, y estos no deberían estar expuestos a Internet. Entonces, si cualquiera puede acceder de manera local, podemos ver el acceso y podemos hacer los mismos pasos que acabamos de hacer. Entonces, quiero que lo piensen por algunos segundos. ¿Cuáles son los daños que se pueden generar si es que estos equipos están comprometidos? Entonces, tienen toda la razón. Cualquier cosa que estén conectados al equipo principal pueden estar comprometidos. Por ejemplo, las redes corporativas, PMS, los sistemas de seguridad, de cierre de puertas, alarmas, sistemas de aire acondicionado, los dispositivos de los huéspedes, los equipos IoT, cualquier cosa que esté conectada a la red, básicamente. Y también quiero mostrar algunas mitigaciones para los huéspedes, porque siempre también tratamos de establecer un código para el DNS, y es muy fácil de hacer. Entonces, el próximo paso es que tienen que deshabilitar los proxy para poder quitarnos de esta paradoja, y siempre utilizar una VPN para poder encriptar los datos. Y también, si estamos utilizando una VPN corporativa, uno dice que está seguro, pero también tenemos un concepto de VPN que solamente va a tomar los datos que están relacionados con la oficina, no con los datos generales. Y muchas veces es que podemos poner la red a través de esto, porque siempre tenemos dos factores de autenticación para cada una de las cuentas, y también siempre tenemos que estar alertas. Aquí también tenemos algunas mitigaciones para los dueños de hoteles, porque como cualquier otra organización, los hoteles pueden proteger a sus huéspedes y también hacer lo posible para poder hacer la protección, y también proporcionar al servicio del cliente. También tienen que proporcionar una capacitación a sus empleados acerca de la ciberseguridad y qué hacer en caso de ataques, porque también tenemos que mantener los hoteles seguros, tanto en términos de ciberseguridad como en términos de seguridad física. Y también hay que estar protegidos todo el tiempo estos sistemas, porque muchas veces estos sistemas son atacados, y es por eso que tienen que hacer actualizaciones todo el tiempo. También no utilicen las contraseñas en los sistemas de POS, y también usen el 2FA Authentication, y también asegúrense de poder poner una protección punto a punto. También es muy interesante tener una red separada para los POS, para los puntos de ventas, y los hoteles deben asegurar que solo los proveedores van a tener que tener todas las reglas comprometidas, y también tiene que estar dentro de la red, porque si alguien quiere entrar a la red y luego se mueven para poder ver si hay algunos datos que sean valiosos para ellos, hay que siempre estar identificando las actividades sospechosas, porque lo podemos monitorear de manera interna, y eso también nos puede ayudar a poder ver que la organización puede que esté ya establecido como un blanco posible, y muchas veces nos puede ayudar a identificar si cualquiera de las credenciales de los empleados han sido filtrados. Entonces también alguien no autorizado podría tener acceso a ellos. También tenemos que tener planes para poder acelerar los procesos de mitigación en caso de que haya una brecha. Estas son las conclusiones. Siempre hay que estar alerta cuando uno viaja, y siempre utilice su VPN o su punto de 4G. También estos ataques, nadie dice que estos ataques van a disminuir en la industria. Así que con esto creo que ya estoy terminando mi presentación, pero también me gustaría darle las gracias por haberse quedado con ustedes. Y si alguno de ustedes quiere estar en contacto conmigo, por favor, contáctenme a través de Twitter o de LinkedIn y eso va a estar muy bien. Así que muchísimas gracias, cuídense mucho y que estén muy bien. Gracias. So we've got a Werner Keil, and I'm going to see the biography of Werner Keil. He is an expert in Eclipse in web service and also to help the companies Fortune 500 and also the leaders. He has been working for over 30 years as a manager of IT, a project manager, coach, architecture of software, and also a consultant for the area of finance, media, transportation, and the public sector. Werner is working with the entrepreneurs at Java, Java EI, Oracle, IBM, and other technologies of Angular, Node, and dynamic languages and functional, and also working for important companies as well. He runs his own agency for creative arts and technologies. And in his free time, that I don't think he has much free time, he also runs and also he writes lyrics and also songs. Werner, it is an honor to have you here with us at 8.8. Y tu debut también en 8.8. Así que bienvenido a 8.8. Muchísimas gracias por tu apoyo y el público está aquí para ti. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Así que voy a hablar acerca de eHealth, eGovernment y eBanking mediante Java. Así es que entonces, creo que es bastante breve esta presentación y como mi colega también está de vacaciones, entonces no se puede unir este día a esta presentación conmigo, pero bueno, lo desarrollamos en conjunto, así es que también lo presentamos en conjunto. Y podemos ver qué está pasando y ahora podemos ver el uso de la información en el sistema de salud, el eGovernment. También es cuando el sector público se abre a la información a través del sector público y también compartir información a través de la API y podemos participar de manera en conjunta. Algunos de los beneficios de eHealth es que ahorra tiempo y muchas veces también podemos tener más insights y también ahorramos muchísimo papel. Por supuesto, ahora en tiempos de coronavirus, esta es una forma y estamos tratando ahí de evitar los contagios a otros pacientes, y también contagiarse uno mismo. Entonces, ¿cuáles son los requerimientos para esta transmisión segura? Tenemos la integridad, la identidad y la autenticidad de la información. Y usualmente también queremos que sea confidencial y que nadie nos esté espiando. Autenticidad de los datos. Esto quiere decir que estamos asignando los datos a una persona en particular. También protección contra la negación de la persona signataria y también la protección de los datos contra manipulación y también ver esta ruta de transmisión para el receptor. Y por supuesto, y también hay muchos riesgos pero también tenemos bastantes soluciones para esto. Las firmas electrónicas es algo muy importante para cuando podemos firmar algo en un papel, pero también es un método criptográfico que también podemos ver. Aquí podemos ver al público que está, tanto público como privado, y aquí podemos ver este proceso de firma donde el usuario va a firmar a través de un algoritmo para poder cifrar a este documento digitalizado. Luego el documento se transfiere por internet o también puede que se ponga en cierto almacenamiento y luego verificamos a través del verificador que esta firma sea válida. Y hay distintos tipos donde podemos ver esta firma avanzada, podemos ver una firma electrónica sencilla y también podemos tener estos proveedores de firmas electrónicas calificados. Estas firmas sencillas normalmente utiliza en su propio ambiente privado una firma avanzada, mucho más avanzada, y luego la firma electrónica calificada, el QES, es el nivel más seguro donde uno puede utilizar para el eBanking, eGovernment y eHealth. Entonces, eGobierno y bancos electrónicos y seguridad electrónica. Y también estos se pueden identificar y se pueden asignar a una firma específica y también la firma se genera para que el dueño también pueda obtenerlo bajo control. Y esto nos permite identificar donde los cambios han cambiado una vez que esto se hace y también se puede invalidar. Por ejemplo, que solamente es válido para un momento específico y no siempre. Y la firma avanzada, la persona que es el dueño de esto también puede ser una empresa, puede ser un servicio, una aplicación, etcétera. Para esta firma electrónica avanzada, entonces también se puede utilizar para firmar documentos, para temas personales, o también esto se puede utilizar para archivar las facturas electrónicas o algunos procesos como aquellos. Los sistemas calificados los hacen mucho más seguros porque también tienen un número de serie, también tienen una referencia y también tiene un dueño. También nos da el eGovernment, que es una persona natural. Y también tiene un periodo de validez, así que esto puede vencer. Hay un servicio de certificación y también puede tener algunas restricciones de uso, que solo es válido para un contexto o un país. La firma electrónica calificada con acreditación, podemos verlo al centro. Esto está proporcionado por el gobierno o alguna organización de acreditación similar que nos va a dar una prueba de seguridad y también nos dan los certificados de la Unión Europea, especialmente para los bancos electrónicos, salud electrónica y también gobierno electrónico, que esto está acreditado y esto también es por un QTSP, que es un proveedor de servicio de confianza calificado que va a administrar la creación de esta firma.
El certificado básicamente es un documento electrónico que se vincula a una firma pública al nombre de un titular, que puede ser una persona natural o jurídica, y la forma más común es, por ejemplo, es la X509. Hay varios formatos de firma, también podemos ver en la demo en vivo. Tenemos SADES, que se utiliza para los documentos XML, tenemos CADES para binaries de diferentes tipos, para inglés, por ejemplo, y CADES es específica, CADES para documentos PDF y ASIC, o contenedores de firma asociados. Dependiendo del formato, puede haber diferentes paquetes de firmas y pueden estar en sobre, pueden estar dentro, pueden estar fuera, pueden estar adjuntas o no adjuntas, donde tenemos la firma y el documento por separado una del otro y en un formato especial.
Aquí tenemos la creación y validación de la firma. Y también tenemos el producto que vimos anteriormente. Y también podemos encriptar este código hash y podemos firmar el documento. El documento se cambia y esto también el usuario puede ser verificado por el receptor del documento. La Unión Europea tiene bastantes casos de uso donde puede ver el intercambio de estos documentos firmados. Y esta descripción también es el eSense, donde también hay bastantes usos de estos casos, que puede ser para el sistema de salud o también para las empresas, el sistema financiero o para los ciudadanos. Y el sector legal, por ejemplo, cuando los países trabajan en conjunto para poder atrapar a los criminales y poder intercambiar información y, por supuesto, hacer, puede que estos documentos necesiten la autenticación y que también verificar que sean auténticos y seguros para el banco electrónico o eBanking. También ha mejorado bastante al poder revisar las regulaciones de PSD2, estos servicios que son PSD2, como lo hemos visto en la Unión Europea, pero también son utilizados por otros países fuera de la Unión Europea, como el Reino Unido, que todavía están trabajando de manera activa en PSD2, y otros países como Suiza también. Aunque la verdad no estoy muy seguro y no tengo tanta seguridad de que grandes bancos en América Latina también estén participando, y hay nuevas iniciativas también en la sociedad global que establecen nuevos límites, ya sea que puede ser en Europa o dentro de la Unión Europea. Y este PSD2 también es bastante estandarizado, además del FIPAP, que se ha utilizado en distintos países fuera de la Unión Europea también. El PSD2 tiene bastantes actores, especialmente el usuario final que hace el pago. El TPP también es un proveedor externo que puede ser de distintas naturalezas, ya sea para pagos, la iniciación de pagos externos, o también el PIISP, el proveedor de servicios que nos da acceso a la información al respecto, y también los instrumentos, el que nos da la información de la cuenta, que normalmente es una empresa que proporciona ciertos tipos de tarjeta de membresía, o también puede ser una tarjeta de crédito. En Europa recientemente ha habido un escándalo con una empresa que se llama Wirecard, y esta empresa, por ejemplo, estaba proporcionando tarjetas de crédito o tarjetas similares a servicios de transacción a otros bancos o distintas empresas, y obviamente cuando colapsaron debido a que hubo un escándalo con el dinero que desapareció, muchos de esos clientes se vieron afectados y tuvieron que reemplazar las tarjetas, o tuvieron que esperar hasta que esto volviera a funcionar, y todavía no había seguridad de que esto estuviera ocurriendo. Entonces también hay otros instrumentos que podrían ser un ejemplo. Y mucha información que salió en la prensa durante el último tiempo. Ese era para AISP, y ahora para PIISP. Eso es para alguna institución financiera o un banco. La interfaz que genera la comunicación entre este proveedor externo y el banco se llama XS2A o X2 Account. XS2 Account. Y esto también nos da certificados digitales, que es el IITAS, que nuevamente tenemos los certificados nuevamente que vienen donde tenemos las autorizaciones de un externo. Ya hemos escuchado cuáles son los proveedores certificados, cuáles son los problemas que podemos ver, y también estos certificados EITAS para estos proveedores, que luego nos permite tener la validez de estos certificados cuando el proveedor primario envía este certificado a un banco o alguna otra institución financiera. Aquí tenemos una vista un poco más detallada en términos del tiempo. No voy a explicar cada uno de estos puntos, pero esta es una vista detallada de cómo este XS2A nos va a dar este proveedor, nos va a proporcionar el certificado, y también va a intercambiar información con este CPU, con un teléfono móvil, y también podemos ver que podemos ver cambios en términos de los distintos certificados y las empresas de certificados, porque el certificado normalmente es entre el tercero y el banco o institución financiera. El marco de DSS nos ayuda a lidiar con las firmas electrónicas y también con los certificados. Esto también está apoyado por la Unión Europea y también hay otros contribuidores también de los Estados Unidos y de otros países que no están limitados a la Unión Europea, sino que es donde se utiliza más en la Unión Europea, pero también hay otros países y otras empresas, otros desarrolladores que están abiertos para poder utilizarlo, que no necesariamente están dentro de la Unión Europea. Este marco de DSS es una library de open source para poder hacer la creación de las firmas electrónicas y para poder crear la validación. También soporta la creación y la verificación de estas firmas electrónicas seguras alineadas con la legislación europea y también con las regulaciones, por ejemplo, de Etizaz con este tipo de normas. Y las tres principales características es la creación de la firma digital. También esta firma digital puede ser extendida y, por supuesto, validada. Y también hay otras funcionalidades que tienen que ver con la creación y validación de certificados, por ejemplo. Y esto también soporta todos los principales formatos, XML, PDF, doc, también texto plano o también archivos zip, y todas las estructuras de packaging que puede ser enveloped, también detached y también internamente detached o desajuntada. Los formatos de la firma pueden ser XDESCA, DESPADES y también tenemos los perfiles asociados a cada uno de los formularios de las firmas digitales. También podemos tener la gestión de esta confianza, también la revocación, ya sea de que esto haya expirado o que esta firma ya no sea válida. Y también puede crear una cadena de certificado. Las firmas pueden ser validadas en términos de las distintas políticas de validación y también la firma de este certificado puede ser validada. Así es que veamos nuevamente vamos a ver si esto funciona en la vida real. He preparado un par de demos y también tenemos algunas aplicaciones standalone o individuales y ya he firmado algunos documentos de prueba. Rápidamente debemos revisarlo. Así es que obviamente con todo esto del coronavirus, puede que esto sea conveniente y apropiado poder utilizar tenemos aquí, estas son unas radiografías de un paciente diagnosticado con coronavirus. Tenemos esta imagen en un formato binario que demuestra citas, este formato de firma. Y esto está en detach, así que tenemos el documento original y luego esto está separado el uno del otro. Y luego he preparado algunos documentos de muestras para PATES. Y si nos queda algo de tiempo, les voy a mostrar algún ejemplo de Satyrs. Así es que quiero mostrarles brevemente las funciones que nos permite esta firma, a menos que tengan algunos plugins. Normalmente funcionan mejor para las aplicaciones standalone, y también esto también nos puede mostrar y se puede ver mucho mejor para las aplicaciones standalone, o también podemos descargar el zip completo, que también nos muestra esta función, y también en nuestra aplicación Java FX, el runtime y todo en conjunto en un solo zip. Y también podemos ver los códigos a través del repositorio de DSS. Aquí tenemos los pasos a las aplicaciones. Esta demo de la web application también nos da un punto con distintos proveedores de confianza, todo esto dentro de la Unión Europea. Aquí tenemos a España, por ejemplo, y también otros países, y al menos hasta el final de año el Reino Unido, que todavía es parte de la Unión Europea hasta fin de año, va a permanecer dentro del listado. Y ahora veamos la validación de estas firmas. Y con esto protejamos las firmas, y aquí tenemos el archivo original. Pero como esto fue firmado con un dummy, el certificado, no todo esto está en verde. Y esto es una gran preocupación, porque esta es una aplicación demo, pero la parte importante es que aquí, donde tenemos estos building blocks, todo, excepto por la validación de los certificados, no hay un cambio de el certificado, porque este es un certificado dummy. Entonces, con este certificado, es por eso que esta parte aquí tiene un problema. No fue aprobado, porque no hay un cambio de certificado. Pero como pueden ver, todos los otros puntos, todos los otros tics y todas las otras validaciones están en verde y han sido aprobadas, así es que es una firma válida, excepto por el último punto, porque este es un dummy. Intentemos con SIDAS. Aquí tenemos la firma. También tenemos una mezcla de cosas que están validadas de manera exitosa. Pero, por ejemplo, también en este caso en específico, hay datos que no pueden ser verificados. Así es que aquí tenemos un mensaje de error que dice inténtalo más tarde. Así es que esto, aquí el certificado cambió. Tenemos aquí estos datos que no se pueden verificar en este caso, pero todos los otros aspectos de la firma y de su validación están aprobadas con éxito. Y ahora revisemos el documento PDF. Bueno, este es una firma electrónica totalmente calificada con sus certificados correspondientes, así que cada uno de estos TICs ha sido aprobado. Está firmado utilizando el certificado correspondiente con el IDAS. Aquí tenemos algunas advertencias acerca de las fechas de revocación. También vamos a ver que nos informa si es que esta información puede estar vencida y todo lo demás está verificado correctamente. Los certificados están aprobados correctamente porque han cumplido con los criterios de EIDAS y con todas las firmas electrónicas para el gobierno electrónico, salud electrónica o si lo que desean de alguna institución financiera o banco, si lo prefiere. Bueno, aquí tenemos algunos links oficiales al SAF Digital, a eGovernment. Esto es un departamento de la Unión Europea. También tenemos el marco de SAF-DSS de Unión Europea. También tenemos un wikipage. También tenemos un repositorio que probablemente sea lo más interesante, donde pueden revisar todos los códigos y pueden utilizarlo en aplicaciones y algunos de los marcos subyacentes acerca de los mecanismos de seguridad. Y uno de ellos es el Bouncy Castle para Java. Otro para XML es el Apache Santuario. Y para PDF, el que se utiliza. Así que también pueden utilizar el Apache PDF Box o Open PDF, que es uno de los marcos de PDF. Y si en la mayoría de los casos podemos utilizar algunas funciones específicas que nos da soporte y que más o menos podemos intercambiarlos cada vez que necesitemos cualquier otra cosa en esta aplicación y que funcione bien, como lo vimos anteriormente con el PDF Box. Muy bien. ¿Tenemos tiempo para preguntas? ¿Y las preguntas van a ser traducidas para mí? Muy buena charla, muy interesante. Y veamos si es que hay alguna pregunta. Bien. Hay una pregunta en inglés. ¿Cómo eBanking, eHealth y eGovernment han sido afectados con tanta demanda? Disculpa. ¿Cómo el eBank, eHealth y eGovernment se ha visto afectado últimamente con tanta demanda? Bueno, en algunos de los casos, especialmente con el eBanking, y también con las regulaciones de PSD2, porque ser un banco en Múnich hace unos años atrás, el PSD2 empezó a entrar en efecto en septiembre del año pasado, pero hay algunas cosas que también estamos haciendo y también solo se aplican a ciertos. Bueno, primero que todo, tenía que ser obligatorios y después me parece que esto dejó a los bancos y a otros proveedores les dio más tiempo para poder aplicar cada una de esas cosas y eso fue uno de los dos factores de autenticación. Así es que también hay algunos factores o hay muchos factores dentro de este formulario. Por ejemplo, en GitHub también podríamos utilizar el autenticador de Google para poder mostrar que tenían un número y que debían ingresar este número y con eso demostrar que usted era usted y que era seguro, puesto que no se podía falsear. Así que hay algunos mecanismos similares que se utilizan para la autenticación y que se proporcionan por los bancos y muchos de ellos utilizan estos intercambios de SMS para poder hacerlo, pero para muchos bancos eso también tenía un gran costo, así que tuvieron que reemplazar estos mecanismos con una aplicación. Pero algunos de los bancos que también incluía también el uso personal y solamente ahora, casi un año después de el PSD2 que entró en funcionamiento, podemos ver las operaciones de multifactor. Hay mucha demanda como resultado y muchos de estos puntos se ha hecho un rollout de cada uno de estos cambios y también esto está comprometido sin permitirle a las personas que utilizan estos mensajes de texto o algunos de ellos también son lectores que tienen algunos bancos y con esto hace que las aplicaciones móviles estén disponibles y muchas veces puede que sea una vez que esto ya esté disponible. Algo similar que se hace en el eGovernment y en eHealth o salud electrónica y gobierno electrónico, donde tenemos ciertos cambios en las políticas en el gobierno actual, por ejemplo, donde solamente comenzaron con pequeños fragmentos. Por ejemplo, un doctor podría enviar a un doctor a otro médico o hacer una interconsulta. Entonces esto se hace a través de un formulario y con esto les proporciona la ayuda y luego se borra esa información. Se usa también aquí en Alemania para la salud electrónica y también hay otros aspectos donde también se ha tenido que posponer muchos de ellos, por ejemplo, a través de las recetas electrónicas. En Alemania todavía uno tiene que ir a la farmacia con una receta en papel porque la receta electrónica todavía no se permite. Así que esas son algunas de las cosas que especialmente en términos de COVID-19, muchos pacientes se van a estar felices de no tener que ir a la farmacia, pero al menos esta receta electrónica en Alemania todavía tienen que esperar un poquito más para funcionar con eso, pero no te preocupes porque las diferencias entre Alemania y Chile también son enormes. Lisa, next question. Un segundo. Tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Hay alguna forma en que nosotros podemos... Hay muchas personas que no tienen mucho conocimiento acerca de esto. Dice, it doesn't matter. No importa, porque hoy día eso está ya cerrado, pero también tengo un Akita que está ahí Escucho a los niños que están ahí afuera porque también hay una guardería al lado de mi casa. Bueno, no te preocupes. ¿Hay alguna forma en que podamos mitigarlo en una manera eficiente y rápida sin tener que crear tanto problema para las personas que lo estén manejando? Personas, por ejemplo, que tengan un conocimiento muy pequeño. Lo voy a leer nuevamente. ¿Hay alguna forma en que podamos mitigar de manera rápida y eficiente sin tener que crear tanto alboroto a las personas para que los están administrando? Bueno, la gestión de la gente, eso es algo poco ortodoxo, quizás. Personas que tiene un muy poco conocimiento que tenga que ver con la seguridad en términos de TI. Sí, bueno, ciertamente hay bastantes campos especiales que incluyen la fotografía que está relacionada a la matemática, así es que no es algo tan trivial y muchas veces eso también ayuda si es que uno está familiarizado, perdón, con otros campos que incluyan las matemáticas antes de que podamos adentrarnos en algo como la criptografía. Pero afortunadamente también hay ciertas bibliotecas que nos pueden ayudar, así es que si no quiere escuchar o ver alguno de estos algoritmos, entonces puede que no siempre se requiera y que se pueda hacer en cada uno de los aspectos desde el punto de vista matemático, pero para algunos aspectos de la seguridad de TI y la criptografía o el cifrado, también tiene que ver todo esto con matemáticas, así que no hace daño si al menos se está familiarizado con aquello. Y hay otra pregunta. ¿Cómo esto se puede implementar o puede vincularse con un estándar como el PCI o e-commerce o HIPAA para los datos de salud? Bueno, HIPAA probablemente no se vea de forma directa, afectada ni relacionada. El documento de XML que les mostré por ejemplo, se puede aplicar de la misma manera que un formato XML que utiliza el HTML7. Y no hay relación con un PCI, ¿verdad? ¿Cuáles son los formatos exactos? Me refiero a la parte bancaria para poder proteger los datos en las tarjetas de crédito para los clientes, por ejemplo. Bueno, esta es la pregunta. Muchas gracias, Werner. Tu charla fue muy interesante y muchas gracias por tu tiempo y por tu apoyo también. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por la invitación y espero que la audiencia haya tenido una idea de cómo utilizarlo, porque también hay distintos campos, incluyendo HL7 y otros, y hay otras normas también que obviamente también se deberían considerar a través de las iniciativas de PSD2, especialmente cuando necesitamos firmar algún tipo de documento. Normalmente no importa si es un XML o algún otro formato, puesto que lo que hay que hacer es proporcionar el formato correcto y que eso también con un formato como DSS también nos ayudaría, especialmente con cualquier tipo de formato, ya sea un TXT, imágenes o un documento Word o algún formato especial como un XML y otros. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, ha estado muy claro y esperamos que en el futuro cercano puedes visitarnos en Chile. Sí, me encantaría. He estado en Brasil 2 veces, pero más allá de eso, no he visitado América Latina, así es que espero que vuelva a ser posible en algún momento. Muchas gracias, muchísimas gracias, Werner. Muchas gracias, adiós. All right then, to the waiting room now. We'll go to the waiting room and we will be right back with the last speaker for this morning.
Hola, probando audio de traducción. 1, 3, probando audio de traducción. Red Beacon. Estamos en 8.8 Norte en este momento, esperando en la sala de espera hasta que vuelva la charla. Vamos a escuchar la última charla de la sesión de la mañana. We're back. We had a very brief break, and now we have a last speaker for 8.8 North, and we have people listening from all over the world. And to close the morning session, we're going to wrap up with Juan Araya. Juan Araya, he said, I was just remembering, he's from Costa Rica, but is currently based in Spain, who is a certified tester and specialist in cloud security with 19 years experience in IT and 9 years of leading teams and projects of cybersecurity. Like I said it earlier, he's from Costa Rica and has been for over a year in Spain working for data consulting service as data security lead with multiple cybersecurity certifications, and he has been a speaker in so many conferences like Navaja Negra in 2019, CSSO8 in 2019, Beside Panama 2020, in Cyber Exchange in 2020, and DojoConf Panama in 2020. So great career, Juan. We will hear about how to do testing applying techniques of social engineering. So thank you so much, Juan, for your time, for your support, and for being a part of 8.8 North. Welcome to 8.8 North. Thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you for the opportunity of being here today with you. It's an honor for me to be able to share this with you. I believe that this is very important, and I ask you to feel free to ask questions because to me this is very interesting. It's a way of addressing security and to exploit layer 8, like we call it, right? And literally to have access to the corporate network of this event, and in this case, we are going to take a look at my presentation without further ado, right? As it was mentioned, my name is Juan Araya. I'm cloud security specialist with several certifications in cybersecurity. We have I have certifications on security analysis, etc., etc. I've been lucky enough to work for multiple companies: HP, Experian, Intertech, Akamai, where I was for the last 5 years in charge of the projects of implementation of cloud security. And at the moment, I'm working for data consultancy services for over a year now, and I'm working also as cloud security lead, working for one of the largest airlines in Spain, avoiding attacks, etc., etc. I studied in the University of Costa Rica security sciences, and that is a little bit of my background. The agenda for my presentation is fairly simple. I will give you an introduction, and then we talk about the a framework, then some browser attacks, VEEF architecture, and the most important process, which is the hooking process. The process of setup. How do you set up the VEEF? It's very easy. You will see how simple it is. We will have a demo and another presentation, and I'm sorry, recommendations on how to avoid being a victim of attacks. Different attacks using these tools. Well, as an introduction, you know that some years ago, even when I started studying in 1997, the internet connections were super slow. We were using modems, and the web browser was Netscape. And I'm sure that I'm giving you a flashback, or at least some of you. The access to the internet was super low. Access to mobile internet was not even an idea. And now we are using things that we were not in the market. And the expectation nowadays is that people may have multiple systems at a low speed and are connected online from anywhere in the world. And we need to have policies, for instance, like bring your own device, where you would bring your own device and you would connect to be connected to the corporate uh, network, and that is of a high quality. However, this impact that the technology has had from the positive perspective, that's great, right? That now we can go online and to have a video conference like we're doing now. We are allowing the people to work from home now that we have the COVID pandemic. However, there are some disadvantages, and that is because and to prevent bad things from happening, there are penetration tests that are five steps. First, reconnaissance, where we will try to recognize the victim, okay, the network that you want to log on to, the web application, the mobile application, whatever it is that you want to connect to, that you want to attack. Secondly, we have the enumeration process in which you identify all the different assets, digital and others, that are available there. And then you do vulnerability analysis to address all the security failures, and security failures. Ideally, you would exploit them right with a process by which you select your best weapons, and lastly, using those weapons and those vulnerabilities. And since this is a penetration test or ethical hacking, at the end of the process, you deliver a report with your findings to show how you were able to exploit the vulnerability so that the company knows and is aware of what's going on. And we will see how to use social engineering to even facilitate this process furthermore. And even if the company has the best firewalls, the best ITS and specialists, etc., there's always a way to break in. And in this case, we will attack directly the end user trying to gain control of this. Well, and how will you do this? The process is very simple to understand. Ideally, we will look for a person, and we will try to have a person within the company using the corporate network to have them to go online to a website that will be running a JavaScript, which is a hook JavaScript that will allow the attacker to know when the person fell into the trap, when the person clicked on something. So how do I call the person to that website? Or from their mobile, from their computer. There are so many techniques. For instance, an SMS, a WhatsApp message, an email using phishing techniques, etc., etc. There are many different ways. So you have the person accessing this website, and that website can even be a cloned website using different tools that are available out there. So once the person goes online to that website, the attacker will be able to gain control, and not only the attacker in the penetration test, you'll be able to see from that moment on how you'll be able to interact with the user breaking through, breaking in over the security that the company has in place. Now, why is social engineering useful? Social engineering is something that I would summarize as the art of deceiving, right? How to obtain certain information that people usually wouldn't just give away. So, using techniques where people feel under pressure or feel that they're doing the right thing, little by little, you're able to extract the information from them and then further prepare your attack. Okay, with social engineering, you may attack or you may obtain things like username, password, bank account info, for instance, which is sensitive data. Now, how do you carry out a penetration test with the usage of social engineering to have people giving away that information? They may use the figure of the authority or the concept of authority, impersonating a person who is in a position of superiority, telling them there will be negative consequences if you don't give me that, or consensus, the entire department, give me this information, you're the only person who has, and so the person feels, okay, everyone did it, why shouldn't I do it myself? This scarcity is a technique that you use instead of phishing. Like I said it earlier, it's similar to that, where you try to make the person believe that this is the last offer, it's the last one down, the last 30 minutes, so the last 30 people that comes online will get, I don't know, a free iPhone or something, something that makes the person feel that they are having an opportunity that's once in a lifetime. You may use familiarity, analyzing the social networks or analyzing their profile, their Twitter bio, because many people publishes so much information, where they went to school, who is their spouse, when they got married, so many details that you may use to gain the trust of the person. Once you do that, you will start extracting information, and then we have the thing of urgency. Lastly, right, that you need the information immediately in the following 5 minutes. Please hurry up, please do it now. So the person feels under pressure, they feel that this is urgent, and they do not think, they do not take the time to analyze, is this a fraud? Is this a real phone call? Is this a real email? This is an example where precisely they are using techniques of social engineering, and this person is telling them that they've been selected for something to use emergency funds during the coronavirus pandemic, precisely because that's what's going on at the moment. Many attackers are taking advantage of this using the same techniques, and also pen tester may use the same techniques because a pen test is an attack which is ethical, right? This is another example of a social engineering technique in which, in this case, the person is receiving an email acting as if they were part of the WHO, and they are attaching a file .zip that probably contains something, right? This is another example which is very useful, and this is a website which is real, where you are able to know which were the last emails that seem to have been used to carry out these attacks. And as you can see, there's a list here, and they all use the concept of COVID. As you can see, this is going on at the moment, and it can be useful from the perspective of prevention for companies to be proactively monitoring their domains or the domains that they receive emails from, or if there are any emails that are directing at those links, right? Also, with social engineering, we can try to deceive people using fake news, using offers that do not exist, or even impersonating the team of their company. And there are different techniques for social engineering, and the most common one, of course, phishing or smishing, using SMS that can use traditional SMS or WhatsApp messages, or phishing, where in this case, that person will video call you. They will impersonate someone from the company, someone from your bank, and they use the techniques like I mentioned earlier, the authority, the scarcity, etc., to manipulate that person to achieve what you want to achieve. Now, let's talk about the browser exploitation framework, which is a very interesting framework. You can take a look at the website of the project. Feel free to go there to find out more, and this allows you to take control of the browser, almost any browser that can be Internet Explorer, Chrome, Firefox, etc., etc. Practically any browser. Why is that? Because the browsers at the end of the day will have some sort of vulnerability. Depending on the version, they will have one or another vulnerability. So usually the computers are using more than one browser at the moment. So the likelihood of achieving an attack using the browser framework is very high. Now, how do we see the interface of this? Once I go into this browser framework, I can see how a user may fall into the trap of going into a website which is fake. And this also allows you to have a log and to interact. And at the level of the project, something interesting that I'd like to share with you is the fact that the first versions were conducted in 2006 and they were used creating PHP. In 2010, it changed, of course, and that is the programming language that's being used at the moment to conduct the improvements that are done at the moment. Now, who created BE? If the founder of this very interesting project is called Wade Alcorn. Wade Alcorn is the CEO of this company, Alcorn Group, which is one of the greatest companies of cybersecurity at the moment, and he is also the author of the Browser Hacker's Handbook. If you've not read this yet, feel free to do so. It is super clear and it lets you know how to use this, and that is his info in case you want to reach out to him directly. Now, once that you go to the website of the BEEF project, if you go online to that website, you'll find the information, the relevant information. You'll be able to interact to improve the code. You'll be able to suggest improvements as well, along with many other activities. Now, let's talk about the type of browser attacks that you may conduct using BEEF. The most common attacks at the moment that you may conduct, first you can take control of the browser, and then once you take control of the browser, you go downwards to lower layers and you can take control even of how the machine is operating. Whatever it is that you are having access to, you can take control fully of the browser. And in this case, there's one attack which is known as browser client-side exploitation, which ultimately takes into account the vulnerabilities of the operating system that the person is using, the programs that they're using. For instance, if they're using Adobe or others, you may send exploits to be able to exploit some vulnerability that the machine has, and you can identify existing vulnerabilities, and there are tests that you can run to see whether there is vulnerability or not, and if that's the case, to launch an attack, phishing attack as well. In the hooking, which is the most interesting process that is widely used at the moment, and among many of the attacks that you can do in BEEF, there are attacks in which you can use phishing, for instance, or in this case, scripting type of attack in which you use a script in the machine, or you can do tab naming to open up a browser or another tab without having the person realizing that that has happened. Once you have taken control of the browser, there's so much that you can do. Now, at the level of the EEF architecture, that's fairly simple. Take a look at that. There's a database which is called EFDP, and there are two files that you need to pay attention to, which are in the config file, and there is another one which is called backend Ruby class, and specifically within this, you have another config that allows you to configure it not only in the case that you want to do attacks with different modalities, and there is a JavaScript, and the main one is for the hook that will allow you to take control of the browser and to let you know that a victim has fallen into your trap, and of course class that is uh, written in Ruby. And of course, this is something that you need to interact with, of course. So how does it work? Both the attacker and the victim, the first thing that they will do is to go to a website, right? To have access to a website. For instance, a website that they use using smishing, phishing, or anything else for the person to think that they're going to a valid website. So once the person goes there, the architecture will use different handlers to let the attacker know that the person has already entered the website. The victim doesn't even know, of course, they do not realize, because the web server can be configured up to a point where you can install certificates, etc., that they do not show any type of error at the HTTP error. And if the website is cloned, it's even easier to fool the person. HTTP server analysis to know which browsers, and you see, well, this person fell into a trap using Internet Explorer or using Firefox or using a certain browser or another. In the database, you will have all the information available to launch the different attacks. And of course, there's a console, which is where you execute the commands to use different malicious tools that you have available. And there's also an API that allows us to make the process even more automatic. And with this API, it's very simple. You just use this command and you send it to the server. And at this moment, you go through the authentication process and it gives you access to this website where you can go to use or to see all the tools that are available for you. Now, like I said it earlier, it's a great combination between BEF Metaxploit, and this is a combination that's fairly interesting. Why is that? Because it's not only about taking control of the browser, it's also about creating payload, opening a backdoor, for instance, or doing a reverse connection, etc., etc. The hooking process is fairly simple. The only thing that you need is one person to access the website, because that will have a JavaScript file that will let the BEEF server know that something like there is hook.js, and it will be on the website. And the moment the person connects or goes online, it will let the server BEEF know, so that the pen tester or the attacker know that the person has gone online. And in this case, first of all, we have the interface, which is precisely for the pen tester or attacker to know who fell into the trap, and they start launching the different attacks, and also have to send the victim a website that works, of course, and it can be customized, of course, and it will contain that JavaScript. In order to log in, you go to the website that we saw earlier, which is the panel. You see the user and password, and you will see this website where you're able to opt for the browser, where to put the trap or which are connected at the moment, and you may have access the to the different tasks. Or if you want to practice, for instance, and at the end of the day you want to increase or improve your skills. Once someone fell into the trap, you may have so many different data from the victim you can use. What is it that they're using? What is the operational system that they're using? What is the update? So many details that you may have access to. Once again, I did not have to detect a failure in the firewall or anything, any type of complex activity. I just needed someone to click on a website. Now, when I go on to BEEF, I have the different commands that are organized for a category. For instance, commands that will allow me to attack the browser, or specifically for different activities that I want to carry out. And we have this color coding that we need to pay attention to. The green one is works and invisible. This type of attack is invisible, which is the best one. What does that mean? It means that it will work. The person will not realize that there's something going on. And in orange, we see that it will work. It is compatible with the browser of your victim and with the features of their machine, but most likely the person will notice something. They will see a message or something will pop up. In gray, it means that it's unknown. It needs to be verified. In red, it means that it won't work. There is no vulnerability.
So how can we install this? The installation program, it is very simple. It used to be more complex. So here, this is related with as approving, and as we can say it before. Now, it is very simple. Just make sure that your machine of attack is updated. In this case, we've got this upgrade, and also there is nothing special. And then we've got the URL of the project, and then this is the project /.bib, and then this is straight to the beef holder, and then we can have the sudo installed, and we've got all the pre-requirements of installation, and they're there. So before, it used to be more complicated with 15 or 20 minutes configuring, and then we just have a couple of minutes and that will be it. So once we have it installed, it is very important. You need to change the credential to order in order to manage this service, because otherwise this is not going to allow you to use it. So we're just going to have it, and to avoid the config for this, and this is a user of the password. And then let's say if I want to use Metasploit, and that is going to be once the victim is in the trap and then they access the website and then they've got control of the browser, then we will need to see if this is Metasploit in a jam.config. And with this, there is a jaml.config. So this is the extension that I just mentioned. It is a beef extension, metasploit config.jam. What is this config? And once the machine, and we've got this command of metasploit, and I want to have a backer, and with this, I don't want to communicate it with the attacker's machine or the IP of the pen tester. So there are so many ways of doing this, and we can have it in the cloud, and then we can have the external access to this internet, to that machine. And in this case, this what is going to be the server. And of course, we can have a password. We need to change the default password. It's going to be a MC or MTX, but we need to configure this password. And as usual, we need to do the configuration that we're using the latest version, and with the /database or DB, and that is going to update a database for the IP addresses, which is maxmind with the database. And also we are using the latest version of beef, and that is for the API /. So in this metasploit, it is very important. You need to enable the communication for the callback in metasploit. Otherwise, these attacks are not going to be working. And this is important. In this metasploit, we've got the RPC, that is the server's IP, and also the configuration of this file, and this is ciphered. Once we do all of that, the last step is that we've got ./beef, and then you can start beef, and you can see what is the URL. That in this case is going to be the IP of the machine. Then we've going to have the port /UI/authentication. You've got the username and your password, and with this you can access to the server. So this is the voucher service, and we can say that we've got everything in order to understand how it works. And this is going to be very interesting, which is a place where you can buy certain machines, certain meat, and this is the example that we're using. So in this brief demo, just to do this demo, of course, we need a machine that is going to be running with beef. It can be a Kali machine that it likes to have the Pareto OBS, and even with Ubuntu. This is very easy, and with a machine for you to practice and to run the test. The idea with this example is that with this, we've got this social engineering that is being used. So someone that would like to have this good barbecue, this is what we're going to try to do, and to cheat on the person. But the first thing that we're going to do is to check the person, and we need to contact the person. So first of all, I'm going to send an email with a phishing technique. How do I have this information? We've got the open source intelligence, and from that point of view, we can check the harvester, and we've got the harvester -c, the name of the domain, not the hosting, but the name of the domain. And then if we want to specify a specific source, and in this case, I am looking for all the potential information with a specific domain, only in Google, but also we can use this data code and so on, among many others. So this is going to allow me to have so many email addresses to see which of them is going to fall in my trap. So how can I send these mass emails? So I've got this token, and this is also in Kali. And for example, if you want to use this, we're just going to have this option number 5, which is the mass mailer attack. And we've got two options. We can send a specific email to an IP, or we can load all the IP, or we can send this, or to have a file with all the addresses of the email that I want to attack, and then I can have the template. And once the subject or the body of the email, if I want to attach something, if I want to have a payload, whatever I want, I'm just going to do it here. So this is one of the way of doing this. And if I don't want to install this and the postfix also, it is very easy to use. That is part of this email that can be installed in every version of Linux, and we can also do it. And if you want to do it in a more complicated manner, and then I can try to do it with a server of an SMTP server. And in case if it is a pen test and I don't want to do it in a that manner, then I can use this SMTP just to send those emails in a mass manner. So how can we see this email that we're sending? You can put in the subject, and in this case, it can be a barbecue 50% discount, saying, hurry up, take this 50% discount. This is a limited time offer. Remember what I said before? Let's put scarcity and many others. Use this coupon that is available in this address. But what is the process? Is that you put the mouse in here. You're going to notice that this is going somewhere else, because that is why that this is something to detect where this is heading, and also to have a timing URL. You can hide the URL, and you need to have a URL expander to know where this is going. It's just that not many people, they don't think about it that before clicking on this, you need to see where this URL is going. Well, in this case, the person is going to click here, and of course, they're going to open another browser, and they will be able to see the website. And at that point, then you can take control of this. So here we're going to see 3 examples, one for root detection, and we've got an XSS and a blind shell. There are so many things that you can do as you cannot imagine. So that's why I've got this example of the iceberg. This is an attack of redirection. Here we've got the victim. They click on the URL, and then when they click this, then the pen tester of the material of the attacker, we can see the material of the person. So here we've got in the browser, they're going to see the track list of the material that is going to be here. Details such as what? We can see the version of Linux, and because in this case, this is this kind of machine, and I can know what kind of browser, what is the option, so many details that would allow me to tune the next attack. So the idea is to have a simple attack of redirection. So I'm just going to go to the commands, and I can see the category of browser per domain, and I'm going to take this redirect browser, this card, and I will go to which website I would like to be a redirector, and I'm going to take the control of the browser of the victim, and without the person noticing. Why I'm going to do that? For many reasons, because so many people, they don't see that they don't block their computers. So when they leave the computer, so the browser is going to be working on its own. So I need to, because I'm not going to be in front of the computer is looking at what's happening. So here in this example, the idea is to go to 8.8.origin, and a minute later we will go to the website 8.8.org. So without the person clicking on that website, so this is just did it in the morning, so you will see that this is pretty fresh. So that is the address. This is very simple. Another bad practice that we can exploit, because you exploit the vulnerabilities, and this is a bad practice that we do, most of the people, is that when we're browsing and we've got the browser with many tabs that are open. I've got so many things open. I've got music, I've got videos, I'm checking the bank account in another tab. I don't know, I was looking something in eBay. So the thing is that I'm going to open different things, and windows are still open, and then we've got so many opportunities and some other things that we can do. So in this case, I'm going to do something innocent and simple. This is this tab nabbing. What is the tab nabbing? When I go from one tab to another, and the people, they are just concentrated in one tab at the time. So let's say that they open the YouTube, then the bank website, and also what is the status of the packages that they bought through eBay. And the people that are not focusing on those other tabs. So the idea is, at the moment, automatically the focus of the website where we've got the JavaScript is, we're going to see the person that is reading, and then they've got a content in the browser. It right on that point, with the X amount of minutes that we're doing, after 1 minute, automatically they open a website when they can download a malware, and we could do whatever it is. But in this small example, the idea is that after a minute with this malware, we, of course, we can start doing many other things. So after 1 minute, literally, the system is going to start monitoring to see at which point the person is going to start reading the person when the page when they've got the JavaScript. And also we will have, oh, here I realize, and we're going to redirect this, and after 1 minute, then this person was not focused in this JavaScript, and we're going to redirect that. And well, the person is started seeing that it was in the website and the butcher. This is another one for the games. I use it a lot, and they didn't realize that the website original where it was originally connected changed, and then not it was changed without the person to realize. So this is a very simple technique in order to take control out of this. Something else that we could do is to send a payload. That is a surprise that you send that is designed to exploit some sort of a vulnerability. And this is a small example when the person is going to receive this notification in the browser when they need to download something that we've got a connection. So this is something that we could include. So this is available, needs to be installed, so for the person to see. And this is official from Firefox. And instead, they're going to download what I say. So within the web browser, I'm going to have this image or whatever it is with a hidden payload, and here it is. So here we can execute it, and also we can see that this spam testers that has been deployed. The whole message has been deployed. So this is the message. So an additional plugin has been sent. So we need to install some plugins in order to see the website, and that is why that this appears here. So sometimes they don't know if it is an official message, and they've got an install plugin, and at that point I'm going to realize that the person just is absolutely busted. They not only see the message but also they click on this, and with this they're going to download the malware. In this case we're going to use the Metasploit. You're looking for a recipe, and this is created to do this. We need to be very patient because in order to do Metasploit, we need to be doing a very deep analysis in order to see what are the alarms. So that is why we need to be patient. So I'm just preparing a payload so I can take control and from a shell, and then I can execute the command that I want. And the idea is that what we're going to do, this is going to be a redirector in order to download that payload, and we can execute in the area of Metasploit. There's going to be open another one, and then we can do this.
Once again, once you are in Metasploit, you just hit reload, like I said it earlier, and we set it up to receive a notification. For instance, I will hit use in lookups in order to go under the reader and acknowledge you have the name of the user. And this is an example that I did with the machine that was using Windows. As you can see, it says Windows Metadata using a payload from Java. So I prepared the payload and I would hit exploit. And that payload is uploaded as if it was a present wrapped very nicely where I want to use it. And this is the website that I'm going to use. And as you can see, I'm going to do some type of message that the victim will see so that the person downloads that message. It could have been with the technique that I showed you earlier. For instance, the the, the example of the recipe. And once I execute this, I'll be able to gain control of their browser and I'll be able to launch the attack that I'm trying to launch. And lastly, there is a technique which is called persistence that would allow me, even if the person closes, though browser JavaScript will continue to be active and I will continue to have control over that victim, and we can continue to conduct attacks to spy on them, to go whatever you go within that machine itself. So lastly, well, this was similar to the one I mentioned earlier. In this case, there is persistence. Even if the person closed the website, I will be able to detour or to direct the browser wherever I want it to go. The browser has fallen into the trap. The command has been executed. In this case, I was using this command, and it will redirect the browser. And using the Metasploit, I'll be able to find the information. This is where we see the different ways in which that Java can be exploited running a Windows operated machine. Now, recommendations for you. What can we do to avoid falling into this trap? How do we avoid this from the perspective of pen tests? This will help avoiding that your company has security issues. First, recommendations. First of all, you need to make people aware of which are the social engineering techniques. You need to know that they are using all the updates of the user NOS, regardless of anything that you use. If the machines themselves are not up to date, that is a risk for you. Now, endpoint security to detect any type of changes in the machines, anything unusual that happens. And you also need to make sure that people know how to use the internet instead of just clicking where uh, any website. And you also have to use an SIM to relate data logs, etc., to find indicators of compromise. Also, to teach people to use properly their email to detect false emails, also to have people understanding that they have to connect through HTTPS. and it doesn't mean that it is completely secure, and that's it. So as you can see, you can also set up your own certificate. If you want to have a fake web page, you'll be able to see that, and you need to tell people, everyone in your company, know how to properly use the internet. And that's all for me. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here, Juan. Precisely. Yes, we do have many questions from the audience. I have the first question here in YouTube. It goes, do you know if BEEF is able to interact with other command and control, for instance, Empire, Cobalt Strike, or others? Yes, that's a great question. I've never done the test actually. I don't know whether they can interact with other command and control, but it wouldn't surprise me because you can see you can make it automatic. So as a consequence of that, using command and control, you can execute commands in order to send a command, for instance, or to launch an attack. And I've never done it before, but I believe that in theory, yes, you could. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes, there was a question regarding the consequences of managing these tools for someone who is just starting in the ethical hacking. Do you happen to have any recommendation of books that they can read? Yes, first of all, anything that you do regarding practicing, do it in a healthy environment, right? Because you're trying to um, create a pretend attack and you need to do it as real as possible. So, during the ethical attack, you may cause a problem that you didn't want to, and you could actually harm the company. So, be extra careful, have a contract in place. If you do not have a contract in place, do not do pen test. If you don't have a contract and you do a pen test, you are at risk of falling into legal issues because that is a cyber crime. Because if you look for security breaches without being authorized to do that, that can put you in a very serious situation. Okay, regarding books, there are so many books out there that I suggest you to read, download it, buy it via Kindle or buy a hard copy. In my case, I use a service which is called Already. It used to be called Safari Books. There are so many books available and so much material there. Great. Another question. The BEEF program, is it exclusive for Linux? The BEEF program, is it exclusive for Linux? That's a good question. I've never tried installing it, but I can definitely answer that immediately. I think it only works for Linux actually. It's only compatible with Linux, but nowadays, as you all know, you can even execute commands of Linux in Windows. So it's a great question. Okay, let's move on to the next question. What application would you suggest to maintain control of the updates of the applications in your devices? Could you please repeat that question? Yes. What application would you suggest to use to maintain control of the updates of your applications? Yes, definitely. Well, there are so many, starting with MSSVN, which I believe is a very robust system. In case you have a Microsoft machine, they do have a good system to gain control over what update you need to download, what update you need to put in place, and you can control in a remote manner all of that, all of the devices that you have. So that would be the one that I would suggest. I've used it before and it works. And one last question for you. It's is BEEF, can you use it for a smartphone software? Can you use it for a smartphone software? I think I've seen a version, there is a version of Kalinet Hunter. With that, Kalinet Hunter, you can do pen test, and the answer is yes, definitely yes. Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Those were the questions. Juan, very interesting presentation. It was a great talk. Thank you so much for your time and your support. Like I said it earlier, let's hope that in the near future you're able to visit Chile and you join us for 8 at 8. I'd be happy to. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Well, we are wrapping up the morning session. I'd like to thank once again our main sponsor, which is Movistar Corporate and also Arcadia Networks, F5, Etizaz Security, and Nivel4 for their support. And we are back at 3 p.m., okay? But to encourage you to come online a little bit earlier, we are going to have a raffle. 10 minutes before 3 p.m., we're going to have a raffle to give away a ticket for the 8.8 Legends, okay? So 50 minutes before 3, let's connect. Thank you.
Nancy, sabes que cuando abres tu micrófono se escucha ruido.
De inmediato.
Como si tuvieras un ventilador al lado.
No tengo nada. No tengo nada. Tiene que ser el micrófono, entonces, no sé.
¿Y ahí golpeaste algo?
Nada, nada, nada. Estoy quieta frente al computador.
Porque se escuchó como un golpe. No sé si tocaste el teclado. Porque la pregunta es, ¿estarás usando el micrófono? ¿Es audífono con micrófono incorporado? Carlos. Ya, mira, lo que pasa es que Nancy tuvo problemas con su micrófono, entonces, de hecho lo cambió, compró uno nuevo en este rato y todo. Entonces queremos probar. Sí, no, sí. Es que sabes que se cortaba, entonces ahora tiene uno nuevo y queremos probar ese que funcione bien.
Y ahora desconecté, o sea, perdón, ahora estoy con el micrófono nuevo y para probar, ¿se escucha el mismo ruido que antes? Sí, todavía estamos saliendo al aire. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We're back from Iquique with a little bit of sunshine right behind me. We have Gianella once again. Okay, I'm going to move on straight to our speaker. I'm sorry. No, I'm saying that it's a lie. You're not there. You're not in Iquique. And also Sebastian, who is in Iquique as well in the north of Chile. Who is Sebastian is the Vicerrector of the headquarters of INACAP in Iquique. And he wants to make the introduction for the afternoon session. Hello, hello, guys. Thank you for the invitation. A year ago, we were in our institution, in our institute, welcoming everyone, and I'd like to thank the authorities of our School of Applied Technology and IT and Cybersecurity, which is the area that has been supporting the organization. Marcela Zamora and everyone else in the team, we're happy to be here. We're happy to share with you. We've been following the activity. We know that the topics are very important. We know that the speakers are very good. So, thank you once again for the invitation. Thank you for the trust. And we hope to continue working with you in many more events in the future because cybersecurity is something of the highest importance for us. So, once again, huge success for the day. And to the entire audience, welcome to this activity and definitely pay attention because these are the tools that are changing everything that we do. So, thank you so much, Gabriel and Gianella, and please enjoy the afternoon session from Iquique. And the best regards for all of you. Please turn on your mic. You were muted. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Thank you for that. For us, it's key to have the support of INACAB. You have been supporting us, supporting 8.8 for many years. Hopefully, next year we'll do it there once again. And we have to go to Iquique. I love it. I love that city. I love it. You don't even know how much I love Iquique. It's the Chilean equivalent to Miami, right? Yes, that's right. Thank you so much, Sebastian. And we hope to count on you once again next year and hopefully see you in 8.8 Center and hopefully next year up there in Iquique, the glorious city of Iquique. I'll be happy to see you then. Thank you so much. Regards. Thank you. Now I'd like to thank our sponsors, our main sponsors, that is Movistar Corporate, Samsung, Arkavia Networks, F5, Inacab, Inside Security, and Nivel4 for their support in all of our online conferences. And now, Gianella, I believe it's time to introduce our next speaker. Please, a round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much here to everyone looking at us. Carlos even heard us all the way to Guayaquil. Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you guys? I had to introduce you first. Please, Janela, the floor is yours. Well, great. I wanted to make an introduction because he deserves this, just like you are, just like I am. From the bottom of my heart, he's part of Telefonica, and he is a very important speaker that's joining us today. This long day and interesting day work where we will learn so much. Among that, we have our friend Carlos, Chief Security Ambassador in 11 Bats, and also works as independent consultant in the Ministry of IT Security, looking at different models. Carlos is a founding member of a very important organization. He also organizes events regarding IT and security. He is also a coach in ethical hacking, code auditing, etc., etc. And now with us is 8.8 North. Round of virtual hands, please, to give the floor to Carlos Avila from Telefonica. Carlos, the floor is yours. Completely great introduction. I do not think that Carlos has ever been introduced like that. Thank you so much, Carlos. Welcome. The floor is yours. Carlos has been with us in other instances of 8.8. I am lucky enough to um, have worked with him. He is part of the 8.8 family. So, Carlos, welcome to 8.8 North. Thank you so much, Gabriel, and thank the organization for having invited me once again to be part of this event. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of new things that I've been working on, either independently or together with the team of 11 Bad. And I'd like to share with you what is it that we've been doing regarding systems for the healthcare industry with 11 Paths. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are based. And I'm happy to be able to share with you what we've been doing, what we've been working on in terms of what I mentioned earlier, a very interesting topic that nowadays is the focus of everybody's interest and work. But this is kind of old for us, right? We've been doing research on this from 2015 or 16, where we found the first glitches in a very complicated manner because these are situations that you don't just run into like in any other security environment. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Today's presentation is named after the first paper that we published, which is a radiography to the insecurity in PICS and DICOM systems. Actually, this presentation, I've made some changes because we have continued to make progress, but I had the privilege to be able to participate and I gave this talk in English and I hope you enjoy it. And I hope to share with you so many things that we've done. And well, once again, my name is Carlos Avila. I've been working on security for some time now, and for 4 years more or less, I've worked on eHealth and asking myself how far can we go? And it's a highly complex topic to do research on with this type of infrastructure. And let's move on to the core of our presentation. This is the agenda that I've prepared for today's session. We will talk about a brief introduction. I'd like to give you some context regarding interesting points to consider. For instance, looking back in time to see what has been going on with this in the past. And also, after that, I will move on to the core of my presentation and to talk about the research that we do. What is PACS? What is DICOM, which is a protocol that we're going to address, which is digital imaging and communications in medicine. Key concepts to understand the impact of the vulnerabilities that we may find in so many websites and pieces of news outlets. You've heard about this, for instance, leaks of information and so on and so forth. Later on, I'll tell you my story, how I got here, how I started working on this environment, which was actually randomly, and as this old person that I believe you know, right? And this person that we see in the picture, we started asking ourselves, how does it work? And in my case, that's how I started working on this environment. I'll tell you about open source projects, their vulnerabilities, commercial applications that are out there, and some of them have been able to fix several vulnerabilities that have been reported as part of this research. And later on, I'll give you certain clues or certain topics regarding future investigations or future research that can possibly be a part of your daily life in the future. I've had people writing and sending messages to tell me what is it that they're doing, and hopefully we'll get the community to a higher level of security because I believe that this has an impact over all of our lives. And this is something that we use, maybe we do not even realize it, but we use it on a daily basis. Actually, now with the pandemics, with COVID-19 and all that, many of these applications have grown greatly in a great manner, right, in the healthcare industry overall. And maybe there are certain comments that I've heard that have to do with the findings that I have run into in my research. Now, we have to start looking back at the X-ray machines, right? Because somehow they relate to these systems, to the systems PACS and DICOM. But why do we need to understand this? Back in 1995, I'm sorry, Mr. Brenton was one of the first creators or the inventors, I would say, that invented the very first X ray machine, right? And after this, of course, in time, Progress has been made, and in the past, as you can see in the pictures in the slide, there were so many devices, super old, super basic, so many manual operations were necessary, and it's interesting to go back in history. How did they discover this? How was this developed? And so many things had to be in place to have what we have today with PACS in DECOM, and in 20 minutes or less, depending on the type of examination you have, an X-ray image that can help you in this case. Well, in this case, with pandemic, it can be super helpful to figure out whether you were infected or not. And of course, it can help us with so many other things because whenever we have had broken bones, etc., that is basically the issue of the X-rays. And why is this related to my talk? Because the PACS system store all this information in, or that comes from the devices, right? And the point is that all these pictures that were taken were kept in certain rooms where, if we talk about physical security, we know that later on that could be vulnerable. For instance, if there was a fire, all the information was lost immediately, but that has changed, and it has changed for the better. In order to have digitalized information to integrate other devices or other technologies within the devices that are part of the healthcare industry overall. For instance, automatic decision making trees, machine learning, and so on and so forth, the topics that are very present today. And now we have intelligent systems in place to make decisions themselves, diagnostics, etc., etc. And in this case, we have the PACS systems, right? After having a very basic system, a rudimentary system, we moved on to PACS systems that allow us to store this information within a common computer with a high level of service as we know it nowadays. And of course, nowadays, these systems are part of our daily lives, right? And they are part of the daily lives of the attackers. They are under attack at all times because, as you all know, information is power. And actually, these type of infrastructure, like the healthcare infrastructure, comes from old times when so much information was managed manually. And that's something that the attackers saw as an opportunity, as a gold mine, to be able to take that opportunity and to use that infrastructure to take control over the machines and everything that we've seen nowadays. And this has not changed at all. If we look at several pieces of news, these are not super old, but if you go back in time, I'm sure you'll find more news pieces. In different manners, these infrastructures have been under attack. In 2018, for instance, a piece of news regarding X rays and MRIs, they were somehow infected with a payload. Somehow the files were infected, and in that way, the MRI machines were completely taken over. With that, so many pieces of research were published. You can see in the picture to the right hand side, there is an abstract there that explains how the DICOM protocol works, which is how to store the picture basically within a PACS software or a PACS server. And with that, you're able to inject information into that file, and an attacker, probably from another machine, a person from their own mobile device, can reach out and have access to that information and maybe risk or maybe share that information and maybe infect and compromise the hospital up to a certain extent. And that is happening nowadays. And then we have the data leaks that happen with compliance, with regulations. Actually, there are so many companies at the moment that have had to go to bankruptcy or to pay high fines due to penalties. For instance, in Singapore, just imagine a data leak regarding a hospital with the results of HIV, and in any case, plenty of information has been published regarding these type of attacks. And from that, we are able to learn from hospital infrastructure and also from people. You can threat people. They can be subject to bribery. Either you give me money or I release your information. And this is highly sensitive information for so many people. And among other cases, there are issues related to the regulation that is trying to protect this information from the attacks of the malware, right? For instance, the American regulation, which is called HIPAA, will it protect malware? Will it help this to move forward in a faster manner? Will it help the different hospitals or healthcare entities to move forward in this? But this is something that's ongoing, right? And as time goes on, as technology advances in the hospitals are more, the attacks are more common, and the attackers are trying to find different manners to attack the hospitals. And now we're going to address a little bit of what happens within the entire hospital and healthcare infrastructure. There are so many things that are out of our control, but the idea is that that community makes a contribution towards this with sharing knowledge, with increasing awareness, etc., etc. And why did this started Third, this is due to my personal experience. 15 years ago, I had an accident that I won't address in detail, and I was just like that person that you see there. I was going into this MRI scan, and after a long time, I had to go through so many tests because that's just what I had to do at the moment. And at the end of the day, I was able to understand so many things. And I wanted to know how that worked. Not only that, what were they doing? I'm not sure if we have someone among the audience that has gone through this, but with contrast, which is that when they inject a liquid into your blood and the contrast in the picture, it's really complex. But based on those experiences that I had, well, 4 years ago, when I started doing research on this, well, I used to work in technology and I was asking myself all the time, how does it work? What does it do? I was always curious about what was behind it. So I started asking myself, what is the protocol? How is the information stored? What is the software? How is it written? And so many questions come to mind. Based
So
on that,
thanks to that, and looking in the internet, we looked for what is PAX and what is DICOM. And with that, I was looking and I was targeting in order to check public information. So this is PAX and this is DICOM. So PAX, it is basically the software where in our device, in our computers, where we storage information. Information of what sort? The images that we take on a daily basis, whether it is a completed CT scan or a X-ray, and DICOM. It is one of how no, I don't know how many protocols that interact with this equipment to store this information from the hardware, which is the device that takes the X-ray and that will travel the information through this kind of protocol. DICOMs, and there are so many others as the HM7 and many others. So that information travels and it is also stored in the service called PAX. Some basic concepts in order to continue with the many of the aspects where we go deeper into the vulnerabilities or functionality. PAC server, it is the computer or where we storage this. We can have many technologies as many other financial environment, things and many others for the storage of information and the modalities that we're going to see in many of the demos that I'm going to do. Well, it is recorded, but the type of images that we take, whether it is a CT, US, it can be a thorax, X-ray, or a leg, and we've got a different modalities, and for which we work with this kind of protocols such as the DICOM. And also we've got the WADO. Let's say that this is a library that allows you to embed within the ITF via open source when you can embed that kind of measures in your project in order to consume the information of the hardware that is running this pen test. Then we've got the icon messages to see if the equipment of the X-ray or any of this is interacting correctly, or if it is doing a query to ask about this equipment, or to receive information or to know if it is in operation or not. And also, we're going to be talking about some other concepts, such as electronic medical records, HIS. There are so many, and that is something that I'm going to discuss at the end. Things that we're going to investigate in the end, and this is going to continue. And how do we see the packs, and how do we see the DICOM? So on the left side, you've got packs. This is something where we store all of the information of the medical images that, of course, we are taking for any given reason. And then we've got this part of DICOM, which is the protocol itself. And you've got the link there of the IETF, what was built, and also we have it there, but probably it's not implemented or embedded as it happens with HTTP and HTTPS. And within the DICOM, we have had so many things that we have been trying to improve this protocol, how to embed the SSL or a TLS over DICOM. And DICOM, well, there are so many things there that we need to discover, but basically, this is what we're going to discuss today, DICOM and also the PACS as the common servers. And how can we see a traditional scheme from a PACS, an architecture, so to speak? And this is what we had been discussing. Basically, we've got the different modalities. I don't know if you can see it, but on the left-hand side, we've got the CT scan, MRI, and also PET, and all kind of devices that would allow you to scan you. It says the hardware itself. Then, based on those modalities, we interpreted those results that come from those devices, and we've got a wide variety of things that might happen within an infrastructure, a sanitary infrastructure, let's say, and we can check certain vectors that may appear. And as you can see, one of the things that we can check here is the HLAL7, which is the one that comes after DICOM that has some other characteristics. And we've got the DICOM server that will interpret the modalities, which is embedded as well within the server, and a web server that will allow me. I don't know if someone went to the physician and the doctor said, you know what, currently you don't have to take your x-ray, they just will look at this on the computer, and then that will go to the PAC service in order to obtain the information, and that information will be linked to other kind of system, let's say the Radiological Information System, also known as RIS, or the medical records. So doctor or someone will make a decision based on that information. And then we've got some other things that we were checking. We were looking at bugs, and I found of many other applications, such as the computers. I don't know if someone saw at a certain point what I was in a DICOM viewer. It is basically an application that allows us to see your plex, even from your own hand and of a mobile on your mobile device, and you will take an x-ray, let's say, and then you will receive a link where there is a software. You access to that link, and then you can see your images on the web, and that will go to the cloud. But of course, that embeds many of the things that we have been discussing in order to visualize that information. And after that, we've got some other things such as the PACS workstation of administrators of this kind of systems. And something interesting is that in many of the cases, these protocols will interact with external devices. We share sometimes information with other hospitals or with other systems where basically we can do a research and we share this kind of images in order to make a decision about a specific disease. Things about investigation basically. And where is DICOM coming from? Well, DICOM is a protocol that comes from the year 1993, and it appeared in order to solve a problem, that is to share information regarding the hardware of the radiology and to a server that can store that. And currently, it has suffered some changes, but in terms of the implementation, it is a DICOM itself. And if you go and look for a simple search, such as the word DICOM, this probably is older information, but those may change. And the current statistic is kind of similar. So today, I think that with working in a remote manner and things that have been changing, we can see so many more. And you will see that many of them are exposed on the internet. And this is how I started in order to see what's happening with this kind of systems. There are some other kind of keywords that you can look for the word facts, and you can see a certain amount with that and some other services that you can use this kind of solution with the word packs. This is how I started to look what they're doing and if there's things that are exposed on the internet, because sometimes you don't have access to this kind of devices. But the DICOM protocol, usually they operate in the port 104, and that is one of the things that we can see and we can visualize. And besides looking information, which is public information, and to see if those surfaces were exposed, are the well-known techniques for uh, just to look in browsers, in vendors, or any other kind of browser. And before WannaCry, I take some snapshots, and many of the systems were exposing some shared resources as you can visualize in this kind of devices. And well, you've got results and some radiological images, and some things that I started to interact is with doors, and with because of those doors, I found an open source project that is widely used, that is known as Bugs Only One, and it's used in many places. And based on that, I saw that the kind of software was also embedded in another kind of application which was private. Those were commissioned, and that is another story that I'm going to tell you later on. So this is just the whole way that I started to do in order to be where I am today. Dorix plus Dorix are looking in DICOM in order to see the context that was done. And there is another one that is called Xanax, and you can also see some share directories. And after that, I started to look for applications, open source, commercial, to see if there was something and to see how this was working in the end. And there were lots of applications and what they do, and they do it as a pack server. Here you have some names, and most of these are paid. And at the moment that we move forward, there were things that were opening, and to see how it works and to see some vectors of attack. And actually, there are some applications they give they were on the front page in order to they've got some mobile applications to check your own information. I left that aside, and then I will continue with that investigation. This is the first post, that I generated, and because of that, you can check it in the link that is there. Is a little bit more detail, and that's gave the name of this presentation. And based off these DICOM customers, which are a lot of them that are for internet and they are free, and we will see what kind of data is exposed on the internet and if there was a way to express that. And then a German company, after this first post, I think it was back in 2018 or in 19, well, the company that generate this tool that is an open pass, they said that there was a lot of information or a potential data link, and to go through a specific customer, then you can have this information. And many of these implementations, they don't have any authentication to just start with a query. And then if you know how the protocol works, then you obtain all that information. And based on that, what happens is what we've gathered today, which is that data leaks and that is information from patients all over the world. So this is about using a specific customer, and this is how you see the result when you run a query in a PAC service in general. So here we have the time and the date, the name of the patient, the birth date, and passport, the ID of the patient, the modality, what kind of procedure was that, and also all this information is deleted because in a responsible manner. Well, I just notified the person about this kind of vulnerability because some people made some actions, some others didn't. So based on that, I've got a video of a demo. And well, here we've got the DICOM customer, and I have configured many of the PAC servers, and of course those are open, and there is one that is a Radiant DICOM viewer, and there are many customers as such. And what we do first of all is to configure a server. As you can see, I've got many: Japan, Bolivia, Brazil, China, Ecuador, and so on. So I just you just run a query. Previously, you do the configuration, and then you've got the information that you can see at that moment. In this case, it's the same thing: the ID of the cost of the patient, the birth date, and well, the idea is that, well, you have all the information that all this information uh, was censored. And also in one of the columns here, probably you're not going to see it, but you can have the model of the device that is taking the x-ray or the CT scan, and you can download all of the images that belong to a specific patient and so on. And with that, with different things. And that is the starting point that I had by doing this investigation. So here I have some prints and some captures for Bolivia and in many other countries. This is information of patients around the world. So then, as I said before, one of the software that really caught my attention, and with this, I started to understand how it works in regarding software. It is a very interesting project that is called PAX One Server, and this is promoted by several universities around the world. And at the moment that I started with the analysis of this, because of the see and others, is that it was embedded in another commercial software based on what I was looking for. So here we've got the open source, and we've got the list of the customers that are using this in this infrastructure. And also you've got the link here so you can see in more details what was found. And when we were looking for this with the implementation and more implementation in one of the first expert with an SQL injection within the web application, we can start with the all the information that you want regarding that kind of implementation. And as I said, the oddest part is that many of these applications, you've got the software, and since it was an open source, you take the other one and then you just embedded it, and they did not check it. And this is a software that is a commercial one. This is the IQ Web X, and also this is a Tycom viewer via web, and they've got the same vulnerabilities regarding the application. So this is a full injection. But of course, this is all reported. And as you can see, there are some cases of reports to the manufacturer. This is for the sponsor of the PAX One server. This is another one of the Google. And those are common vulnerabilities. And it is quite interesting. In one of the emails, one of the person did not understand that it was a vulnerability, and they were just saying no if I wanted to buy the software, but this is just to report that this is a security failure. And this is one of the bugs that we found, and also everything that was found in this case.
Great. And as I said it earlier, as I was moving forward and addressing different things within this mix of infrastructure, protocol, and so on and so forth, by being so complicated to get to these infrastructures, we opted for trying to address this differently. And in this case, we started working with web or mobile applications, for instance, connection to the phone network. And I started looking for applications related to this because, of course, uh, as I was going to my medical appointments, I started finding out more to know, for instance, what was going on with the x rays or to know what was going on when I had to take a look at the x rays from my mobile phone. And with that, we analyzed several applications, and at the moment, I do not know the numbers specifically, but several applications were analyzed, and percentages that were found are listed here. For instance, 40% of the applications transmit data unencrypted, right? All the information that we saw earlier, and maybe even more because they integrate with applications of the clinic or of the hospital, and that's all unencrypted. 34% of the application's flaws have been found in the programming. They have problems in the backend. 20% of the Android apps do not apply code obfuscation or personalization or customization of the code. 10% of them use invalid certificates, which allows to break into the information which travels between the application and the backend or the hospital itself, etc., etc. And once again, there is a link in which the person or there is a link there that goes to a paper that describes each of the vulnerabilities. And with that, we already have so many vulnerabilities that we have seen already related to attacks, and I have found others regarding mobile applications. For instance, as you can see here, there's a specific manufacturer that has nothing to do with it, of course, but it is presented here as an example of what was tested. And this is an application where, of course, people would download the images and the information would be available immediately. And many of those applications were analyzed massively, and so many things were found. For instance, we are going to give certain specific abilities, for instance, data or APIs or data, like for instance, that the password of access to the application was within the application itself, or things of that sort. For instance, unsafe traffic information that is subject to be intercepted, stolen, somehow tampered with, and by this being private and sensitive information, that is not only a cause of discomfort, but of course, if you change data or if you change anything at all, that X-ray or that examination result, one person will go once again to receive confirmation that something's going on with them, and then you'll see that the result is a match. The examination needs to be taken or needs to be done again. So specific things. For instance, you see that the secureness of the connection is something optional, etc., etc. Any other that the information is unencrypted and with that it is subject to broken into in that manner, and so many other things using WebView in a poor manner in Android. And with that, there is a risk of phishing on mobile applications. There are so many other things you can see different APIs or web services that are somehow exposed and they have vulnerability. In this case, this is an application that is paid for, and SQL injection was uh, able to enter. Now, on my way, what else did I run into along the way? There are different services, like I said it earlier, radiological information system that has to do with other applications where there were vulnerabilities. For instance, the typical SQL injections, etc., etc., the typical vulnerabilities that you can run into, and in so many cases, the vendors made available vendors of the applications, and in many cases, it happened. For instance, the last example that is blurred all over the place, but this was a DICOM web viewer, and it said, "Buy my application." And of course, if you were to test that, it had several security breaches. Of course, we were reported that that would happen because the products were not at the right level of security. A little bit more on mobile applications. It's a little bit more of the same. We have an application here from the healthcare industry that had some things that would allow you to take a look into databases regarding information of a certain person or of a certain user or web services or on HTTP. You can see it to the left hand side where data would travel in a manner which was unscripted. The application, as you can see very easily, you can go to the entire tracking history and you are able to see the credentials to go into the storage of information of specific clients, databases that are embedded in the mobile applications, etc., etc. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but I'll continue on. What about the future research? What does the industry offer, or what does it have in terms of other issues or security breaches? These are the vectors plus plus. This is the future of research. There are so many things to take a look at, and I will focus on certain things that I'm trying to take a look at, but it is difficult to get to this type of devices. Of course, there are so many protocols out there. DICOM is one of the most widely implemented protocol, but we also have HLT, the evolution of HL7, which is FHIR, and so many more protocols for the healthcare industry. There are others for hardware and gadget is undergoing, and also for the topic of IoT of the healthcare infrastructure. There is a project ongoing at the moment, which is Orphan CPI, which is a mini DICOM PAX server, which is being used very popular at the moment to address the issues of security, maybe in smaller environments. But technology is on the way. I see that many times we don't know how the technology addresses that topic of security and other things that are being done. For instance, for the attackers, on the side of the attackers, they're doing something called this, which is the Laboratory Information System, LIS, which are laboratory systems. Actually, there are projects, good large projects in that at the moment are working on software or commercial software where this is ready for biotechnology to address the pandemic or to look for investigation or to research or look for research pieces, find glitches, to find security breaches, and to try to report it. Also, there are many softwares out there that are used by the healthcare industry that we should definitely take a look at and look into to make a contribution. This would be a basic laboratory information system that interacts as well with other instances. As you can see to the right hand side, this is an interaction of all the different systems with other devices as well, as one may have in the healthcare industry or laboratory to do medical testing. And also electronic medical records that are um, very popular in the black market online. There is a protocol for this, and this is the following demo that I'd like to show you. regarding electronic medical record. This is a video that I'd like to play. I'll see if I can zoom in. This is a vulnerability that was found on this project, which is called OpenMR, which is Libre Health, and it is widely used within the healthcare environment. And there was a vulnerability that would allow to take the identity of a patient through poor management of the sessions of the application. For instance, what they would do, I'm going to skip up a little bit. They would enter as just any user that wanted to look at their own information, but through that, once they would log in, they were able to use a specific file and to upload an attack with an arbitrary upload of a file. In this case, it is called payload. And with that, they were able to gain control over a device itself. And with that, the attacker had access to the infrastructure. If it was connected to the internet, of course, to have access to the technological infrastructure of this healthcare entity. And now to wrap up my presentation, I'd like to mention certain concepts or maybe recommendations and conclusions in which we see that it is an industry that's lagging behind. It has made progress, definitely, but there are still gaps regarding insecure programming, default or insecure configurations, weak or default credentials, hard-coded kind of data. Nowadays, I've not seen that. I've not checked those applications. Again, there are protocols or obsolete products, unsupported or abandoned projects, or hardening issues where the applications are running. Also, something that I'd like to mention is that abandoned software projects. In this industry, there are so many projects that have been left behind. Just take a look at this, and there are many forks, and so many of them are widely used, but they were left abandoned. No one provides support, when nothing happens. And I'm trying to work on that. And a few recommendations for you that I believe are useful for any industry, any technological industry, the financial industry, healthcare industry, etc. Regarding developers, they need to secure design and programming. They need to take a look at the detail of what they're doing within their applications, within the development, or at least to follow the main practices of secure programming, analyze their platforms frequently, and also, there are so many regulations in place at the moment. You need to pay attention to compliance and regulations. There are certain guidelines, for instance, the FDA or the IP, that are good. If you're going to develop a application for the healthcare industry, there are guidelines out there for that. And of course, you need to look at those because they can be useful to audit your applications and focus on that industry as well. And for the end users, for us, for you, for me, for everyone that uses the applications, even though there are no regulations in place, we have to try to enable all the security mechanisms that we have at hand to protect ourselves. Whenever we see an option that says, "Do you want to secure your connection?" Yes, you need to activate that by default because the manufacturer themselves won't do it. And for ourselves as a community, we can share the information, outreach, disseminate the information, and I believe that is what we're here for. And one last comment. One comment that I wanted to make has to do with the Internet of Things. We keep hearing about this on and on and on. The latest piece that I wrote for the blog of 11 is called The Internet of Health. And I'd like to suggest you to take a look at this and what is the Internet of Health about. Things that will come along in the future and certain mechanisms related to robots or micro robots that at the moment are developed and are being used and controlled by software. There are so many gadgets that people use, even though to deliver information, they are useful still. There are products, for instance, Alexa or these home devices that allow you to cover internet that measure the temperature and so on and so forth. There is so much software out there that we use on a daily basis. And there's so much more coming along. That's why it's important to highlight this industry, to put it in the center of our work so that the security level increases, and that way we secure our own information, because at some point or another we will have to use it, we will have to share it, and we need to keep it somewhere safe on the internet, because that is where everything is going, especially when it comes to healthcare. Without further ado, thank you so much, and I hope it was useful. I hope it was interesting to hear about what I've been doing lately. Great, thank you. Great presentation. I'm lucky enough that I saw this before, but it has changed a little bit. I have a question for you before reading the questions from the audience, and I'd like to know your opinion regarding the situation in Latin America, considering that not all the countries have regulations or acts in place, like the IPA in the US, because up to a certain extent, it controls or it regulates the standards or configurations that you were talking about. Yes, something that I don't talk about this a lot because I do not know a lot of this. I do have friends that work in the legal area. For instance, in Ecuador, they are working on the legal side of this. What happens whenever you give your consent in these environments that have high impact, so to speak. Some hospitals, even though there is no regulation in place, they are still leveraging on the IPA or EPA or other regulations in place to try to protect the information. I think that apart from the regulatory aspect, it has to do with raising awareness, helping oneself, taking care of oneself, and also to create awareness within the industry that it isn't only about losing one customer, right? If you're losing the information of one person, you are losing that one person, right, as a customer, but still, a regulation may have an impact over your business if you have a leak of information and somehow you need to spend money because you need to solve it, and that person that suffered the leak of their information will have to go to a different doctor, to a different hospital, and to spend that money again. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure I've seen any large public gaps related to the exploitation of these protocols. There are many papers out there that talk about breaches or gaps in DICOM or LH7, or a breach or a leak with tons of images because a certain protocol was exploited in a certain country or in a certain clinic. Yes, I think exploiting, no, but like I said it earlier, from the basis that, well, I remember next year after we published the first analysis, a German company, I don't remember the name, they published a paper where they went all over the world and there were so many breaches. They did not publish that, of course. They published that. And as we saw this, with a couple of clicks, one person can recover all that information because that is how the protocol was done. And there are certain tools, even though you can share that information up to a certain extent because it is useful to nurture other hospitals or other doctors to share that information to make decisions regarding a disease, an illness, a pandemic. There is medical research ongoing, of course. That's why you have to share the information, but you need to use the tools to minimize the sensitive data that you're sharing or minimize the risk. So, yes, there has been a level of exploitation, but there's so much research going on. And at the end of the day, APAX is a software, it's an application, and DICOM and H7, these protocols that I believe that they have been talked about and there have been vulnerabilities, but I wouldn't say a mass exploitation. Maybe we haven't heard.
Gianella, you wanted to say something. What do you think about cybersecurity and health? Because I was that will affect the security of the devices that we use in the health system. Yes, I was listening to him, and his presentation was very nice with those drawings and everything. So in terms of the management of personal data, it is in the end, every time that I have to provide my personal information, I always think about it because I think that sometimes those are not that important. I mean, when it depends on us, because it always happens because it is a real cybersecurity at a level of institutions or companies. But when we as users do we have the responsibility and probably not to provide the information all the time. So where is the moment when it is a yes or a no, or when the retail stores they ask your personal data for your bill? No, and I said no, I don't want to give my information. Please go ahead, go ahead. No, I was saying that I mean to provide the information is where the system takes you, and not there is no turning back, not for technology, not for anything. But so when can I feel safe as a user that my data is going to be covered? I mean, that is the issue. That is the thing. Because first of all, that will depend on the country and the culture and the laws. And I mean, only in Chile, they ask for so many time for your ID. No, same thing here. If you're going to have a coffee, and of course, and that is for your taxes, but your data is everywhere. Actually, I don't give my the number of my apartment. Maybe it could help to some people because with with my dull adult people, adult men, and it is. I think it is important to say my name and also the building and my name. Is not so. Uh, it's not really common my name, so I don't give the number of my apartment, just my address and my full name. I mean, it is ultra paranoid, but it's still. But this is something that I have with an arrangement, and the doorman is going to say, "Okay, this is a delivery or from a retail store," but I don't give my information to anybody, and this is an agreement that I've got with the doorman. Do we have a question? What are the minimum things that we can have for the protocols of communication? Well, I would say that and depends on the level of exposition. If you don't share it with anybody, and so why do we have to expose that? If it is for internal use, then why to be exposed? And then we've got several guidelines in order to do some hardening. And of course, we've got different characteristics. When I was talking about DICOMs, and if it is some we can implement the TLS so that the communication channel will be safe, and how do we interact with that app? And then we can check the end-to-end, and that is a mobile application that you're going to use certain information, and the bucket where you're going to make a consultation will not have any failure. So in this case, it is a web, and also it is mobile, but it is the same thing. And also the other characteristics that we may enable, but still the DICOM is what you're going to analyze it if you need to share it with a third party. This is they've got a feature or a tool in order to work with it. That is basically. There is another question. It says, well, you have been looking for a sophisticated attack in terms of the medical infrastructure and for health, and that is going against the health of the patient. So, what do you recommend to the CEOs or the CISOs of those institutions? This is very complex because there are so many things that we don't have control over that. And if we're talking about the devices as such, and we have seen certain gadgets, and those are devices that we check them, and that is going to take a long time to see. But I don't know. We've got from an insulin pump, and we're talking about that. We're talking about those things, and we don't have much control. So to make a call to the CEO or the CISO, well, sometimes that is closer because you will depend on a third person to lead a vulnerability in order to see if that has a failure or not. So uh, as much as you can mitigate or to reinforce the infrastructure just to make some tests, or if they're going to give you a software that it should be approved. And regarding the devices, there is a level of risk because you don't have the absolute control. There are some devices that are closed, and in the end, you cannot know what is there until someone finds out that there is a gap. So we need to be on top of that level of risk. And something else that to say is that the public hospital in Chile, they've got the recent fact and how is the security in those systems. I haven't seen that. I would like if it is something specific, and the x-rays in the public hospital in Chile are in this system. So we're still looking for demo that do not allow you to download, and you ask for a demo and they don't give you the software, and that is very close because you cannot have an auditing unless you have an infrastructure. It happens to me because someone invited me, obviously, and we were in a hospital, and they made certain levels of tests about the software specifically, but I really don't know that software. Many of those are closed unless someone allows you to have access. And do you have any knowledge about the advance of technology in terms of the IoT on medical aspects, but in the world in general terms? Yes, the question was about Chile, but no, not really about Chile, but the progress will arrive because we're talking about the micro robot to fix your arteries, and the Da Vinci that is very well known, but there are so many things that are being also working on top of the software, so we can have access of the community and to see how we're going to share that information. And the last question says if there are some anonymous sources that we can have access to just to investigate. At the moment, I don't have it on the top of my mind, but there are some images as such, and also some data that you can do some queries about it. And there are so many vendors of some platforms and packs. But if they're not universities, please, if you want to know, just send me an email. But please send me a DM, and then I can. What is your Instagram, Carlos? No, I don't have Instagram. It's Twitter. No, we're asking him to have one, but he doesn't know. Impossible. He's a bad boy. That's why he's a bad boy. And the last thing that Paulino Calderon is saying, connected from the two, and this year he's going to be able to list and to access from a DICOM server. Yes, I know what he's doing, and that is very good for the people that is working on this and they want to continue with the investigation. Okay, Carlos, thank you very much. This has been very interesting. Gianella, do you want to say something? It was very interactive. I really like it because it was easier to understand. So I was able to pay more attention. So thank you, Carlos, very much. Thank you, everybody. Please continue with the ed and continue enjoying the rest of the presentations. And Carlos and Janela, we are going to to see a video of level 4 and then to the waiting room.
Hello, we are back. We're back. Thank you so much for waiting. And we have a surprise for you. We have Dia with us today, and she wanted to stay because she thought that since we had a Chilean speaker, she needed to stay to support the national speakers. And we are going to introduce you to Eduardo Zamorano, also known as DevSec in the social networks, who is a bug hunter. Do you know what a bug hunter is? Well, how to explain it is what it is. It's a bug hunter, right? That is what they do. They're called bugs. A bug is a vulnerability, and actually, that is what Eduardo will share with us. And he's been working on security for over 15 years, working for governmental entities, financial entities, for the banking industry, and he is now the core tester in Kovac Bug Hunter, and the most important platform in the world of Bug Mountain Hacker One, in the Hall of Fame of multiple platforms. Among those, we find Sony, Ford, Dell, Triple Advisor, NSE, AT&T, Amazon, Harvard, Columbia, and so many more. I definitely needed to stay for this presentation, right? Yes, definitely. The floor is yours, Master Eduardo Zamorano. Welcome to 8.8 North. The audience is cheering for you. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm honored to be here, actually, and I'm celebrating so many things today. First of all, this is the first time that I participate in a conference as a speaker. I've attended so many as part of the audience, right? But now, during the pandemic, I will definitely make a toast uh, on that tonight after work, of course. Secondly, I am celebrating the fact that as of today, I am 100% a freelancer. I've quit my job. Congratulations, then. I am no longer the cybersecurity officer of a major company. I felt that I needed to do what I really love, which is to find bugs. That's what I love doing, right? Congrats on that. Good for you. You need to do what you're passionate about, right? You need to try to make a living out of that. And I love it. That's the best that you can do. And it's amazing. It's really amazing. And the topic that I want to share with you today, it changed my life. And I hope that it can change some of other people's lives. Maybe if you want to be a bug hunter, if you're related to security, and maybe if you're clueless about this at all, that can be your starting point. And I will share with you my experience throughout the last 3 or 4 years. And what led me to make this decision. So, as I said it, the topic of my presentation is how to hunt bugs and make a living off of it. And this is the right time to do it, let me tell you. So, thank you so much once again for having me. Well, who am I? Not many people know me as Eduardo Zamorano. For a long time, I used to call myself Tech, and I'm very bad at coming up with names or avatars, and I've been using the one that I've used that had a potato version in a sketch, and I had them from a friend of mine who gave them to me, and so I said that will be my name, and since this is security, that's sec, and that's it, and that's who I am, Eduardo Zamorano. This is my Twitter handle. DevSec. Sometimes I post interesting things. I retweet interesting things as well regarding the world of bug hunting. And we have a community online of bug hunters in Spanish who speak Spanish in Telegram. That's the link if you want to go online. Later on, I will share all the links through our URL for you to follow me on Twitter, and I will post them. And also, I have a YouTube channel. Actually, it isn't a channel related to cybersecurity at all. I have band. I play in a rock band. I am a bass player. And that is the YouTube channel of my band, which is where we play. We do not have many followers. That's why we do not have a channel with that specific name, and we have that URL. Now, what else do I want to share with you? I have links to the platforms that I'm being a part of at the moment. First, HackerOne, and that is my name. We have Cobalt, we have Bug Crowd, and also a platform that's called Open Bug Bounty that I'm super proud of. And in this talk, I will address this presentation because ultimately this was what led the way into this new world. In addition to that, I am part of a group of TFs which is called Alertod, and we were awarded, I'm sure Gabriel remembers, we won the first hackathon in Telefonica, organized by Telefonica, and we became a little bit more popular within this environment, and it was an amazing experience for me personally and for the entire group. And also, I'd like to add this emoticon, and many people say this is kind of a strange smiley face, right? It is kind of ugly. It's kind of ugly, but it's not. It comes from a group of hacking that uh, existed between 2000 and 2003. It was called Blog, and that is the URL with e-files when there was no YouTube, no Telegram, or nothing at all whatsoever that we have nowadays to share resources on hacking. Previously, we would share huge text files and we would have to read and read and read and practice a lot. But everything has changed for the better now, luckily. Regarding the agenda of my presentation, it's a fairly simple presentation. We're going to talk about what is bug hunting, and we will address some platforms because actually bug hunting is something that has increased exponentially all over the world, and Latin America is growing more and we have more and more people engaging in this. And as I said it earlier, we will spend some time talking about the platform Open Bug Bounty. We will have a brief lab for those of you that want to start to become more involved in this. And I think it will be very important to hear more about Cobalt that has its arms open for everyone in bug hunting to have a certain stability as the freelancers, to be part of projects of large size doing a very uh, novel pen testing, which is not present here in Chile yet. It's done mostly in the US and in Europe. And I will wrap up my presentation with my experience with HackerOne. And I believe that many people will be able to take advantage of that. Now, what is Bug Bounty? Bug Bounty is a reward program of breaches, vulnerabilities, or bugs. And in that, the website, the organization, universities and so many websites, they give you a financial compensation. They give you a compensation for you to report a bug, and that compensation is either being in the help claim of a certain website or another compensation, and that can be either monetary or a compensation through other encouragement or presents. I have received a little bit of everything: bitcoins, Ethereum. Of course, they can also send you money transfers and all that. So, what type of bug can we report here? Recently, one of the largest platforms of bug bounty reported the 10 most typical mistakes that have been reported in the platform. And with that, they have received more income, right? The people that participate in the platform. And the first one is the scripting, which is the vulnerability that we are going to address today in detail because each of the vulnerabilities of the small risks, because there are so many, if we go into detail, we have so many of them, would give us enough to generate 100 presentations because these, these vulnerabilities could definitely be addressed in detail in so many hours. But now we are only going to talk about one, which is the number one vulnerability that so many websites still have, believe it or not. Even having so many different developments, so many platforms and applications that provide security, there are still basic vulnerabilities, and I will prove that along my presentation with some pictures and examples and um, demos live, right? What about the platforms? The platforms that we see, or the main ones at least, I already mentioned those. HackerOne, which is the most important platform of the bug bounty, followed by Background, and we also have Open Bug Bounty. And on the side of Europe, there is a new platform which is Yes We Hack. And I myself have not participated in this platform, but in Latin America, specifically in Chile, a couple of years ago, a platform was created which is called Volnscope. And I think it will grow. It will continue to grow in the future. Of course, I will not address that one in my presentation. And as the signature or down below, even if it's not a bug bounty platform, it's a platform that many bug hunters are part of because, as I said earlier, gives us greater financial stability to work on this. This is what gives us a means to support ourselves. And I have worked on this, yes, and I've worked on many platforms before. I was part of Moonscope for a few months. I attempted Crowd, and I stayed there for a couple of months reporting there. In the case of HackerOne, that is the platform that I'm reporting on at the moment, and I believe that for over a year now, maybe a year and 2 or 3 months. And as I said it earlier, I am part of Cobalt, and that is what gives me certain financial stability and also Open Bug Bounty, which is the first participation, the first platform where I was involved, and it actually opened the doors to this new world. And I want to stop here for a moment, and it was super helpful, and I believe that it will be helpful for all of you as well. Why is that? Because it is difficult to start. It is difficult. There are certain firms that have people sharing their experience, etc., etc. But sometimes you need a little bit of a push to send to what to be. Now, regarding the bug bounty, there are public programs in which any person with the right capabilities, with the right skills, of course, can look for vulnerabilities in certain programs, right? HackerOne also in the report in 2020 was the leader in the top 10 of programs in their platforms. And as you can see, so many of the websites that are here are things that we use on a daily basis. We have Twitter for the developers, we have different people for those who are gamers. We also have examples. Ubers, who has not ordered a Uber taxi, or if you have a device with an Intel device, you use Airbnb whenever you take a trip, and these are platforms that we would use on a daily basis. And also the Yahoo that from 2014 onwards has given close to $10 million in rewards to bug hunters. It's a very interesting program, and it's also open to the general audience that's willing to go out there and look for vulnerabilities. We also have open programs or public programs that are not managed by any of the platforms that I mentioned earlier, like Backcrowd or OpenHack, many others. But these companies are in public directories for you to reach out to them. And on the slide, you see a list of examples. For instance, banks that have a world presence that have ongoing bug hunting programs. So they are waiting to be hacked and to be reported, of course, in an ethical manner because we are not cyber criminals. Definitely, we have said that many times along the conference today. And actually, there is a list here of banks, and in Latin America and in Chile, we need the companies to trust the bug bounty programs. We need them to be involved. They will not replace perimeter security, for instance. They will not replace their security systems and all the systems that they need to have in place to prevent an attack. They only serve as a complement, especially for those that have a farm of servers and so many services that many times the service managers don't even know that they have. The bug hunters are specialized in looking for failures, old platforms, vulnerability, maybe not so old platforms, and we can make a huge contribution. Unlike a pen test, but like I said it earlier, these are complementary to one another. I believe that both need to continue to evolve, and of course, Latin America needs to continue the pathway of some countries that are already working on this. And there are so many platforms that manage their own bug hunting programs. It would be impossible to list all of them. Well, this is an example of platforms of coordinated disclosure of the Dutch government via the National Cybersecurity Center. And I believe that this is an example that needs to be followed. At the moment, you can disclose a vulnerability to the government of Chile, but the difference is, and these are little details that would make people want to participate or not. Whenever you publish or whenever you report a vulnerability, to the National Cybersecurity Center in the Netherlands government, they send you a T-shirt. Wherever you are in the world, I have mine. Of course, I have my T-shirt because it says I hacked the government of the Netherlands, and that's why I got this lousy T-shirt. But many people feel proud about having it. I feel proud myself, so it would be good for the Chilean system to do something similar because so many people in Chile would be willing to put it on and to go around the country showing it off. There are also private programs in place, and as that guy is saying, we are ethical hackers. We won't be able to disclose the private programs, of course, but for bug hunters, the private programs definitely do generate compensations that are not disclosed to the public. This is private. And for this private programs, they would select the bug hunter according to their reputation and to what type of vulnerabilities they disclose. You need to get a certain level of vulnerability. I'm sorry, you need to get certain. So once again, you need to start working on this to make it public to see whether someone from a private program reaches out to you and you can become your own boss, quote unquote, and you can make a living out of it. That is actually feasible and doable. And as the agenda says, I'm going to be addressing the open bug bounty that I was a part of, I was involved in, and I only have 24 hours in every day, right? And I also have family, I have other activities that I need to carry out. But I was involved in this platform for a year and a half, and I feel super proud of this platform because I was able to help over 4,500 websites reporting with coordinated disclosure of vulnerabilities. And this is a type of certificate that they give you, open bug bounty, when you reach a certain level of popularity within the platform. But what is open bug bounty? Open bug bounty is a community, and nowadays it has helped over 350,000 websites to fix their vulnerabilities that they had on the websites.
Okay, and this is my friend from the ISO, but still the guidelines that are behind this platform are the ones of the ISO 29147, and those are the guidelines for the vulnerability and compatible vulnerability disclosures. Through that, we can take that guides and we can publish with the times of context that are set. So each one of them can configure their system in order to have the scope on the platform for the responsibles of the platform that may have a certain vulnerability. But what kind of vulnerability you can report in this open bug bounty? Those are not intrusive vulnerability. We cannot have an SQL protection or on RC vulnerability, but I can report some things that may be superficial, but still may generate lots of damage to an organization. You will get the cross-site scripting, and later on we are going to see that in the laboratory and some sort of options that I've got for the search of this. We've got the open redirect, and those are frequencies of commands that allow us to have a website that is one that I can trust. And it might be a bad or poorly configured. And we also have some vulnerabilities which are called CSRF, or only one click explode. And there's so many vulnerabilities, but I cannot tell you all of them in this lecture. There are so many vulnerabilities that we can report in this open bug bounty and in this world, is that this is the broken access control, improper access control, when you can access it to a website that where you shouldn't, or you don't have all the measures taken in order to get to a certain point. And also we've got the PII exposure, and there are so many programs that they pay very well when they've got this public information that is on the internet. And today, the Open Back Bounty, you've got the URL, they've got more than 860 active programs where you can report the different companies that are part of this list. And here, something funnier. We could check, for instance, for the ones that do not understand what is open redirect vulnerability. And through Google Docs that was mentioned before, I could look for vulnerabilities, let's say, without a scanner or anything, just a manual way. I can indicate it that show me all the URLs that contains the URL and the ones that are from Chile. And I could see here some of them. Well, it is nothing personal, but out of all of this, I will go to the website of the same company. I can modify this URL of the same company, and then this is a true site that could take me to a website that it is not one that is this at 5.com. I don't want that for my website, actually. Something that is very important and is in terms of the graph regarding the process that is managing bug bounty. It's just that each one of the investigators, once they have this vulnerability out of this long list of the softwares, that they can use this bug bounty platform, and they're going to verify in a quite automatized way, because there are so many that are manuals, and the platform is in charge of notifying each one of the participants of a website. So that is why it is also good to have a good configuration of this email configuration, because the open bug bounty, they are going to tell they're going to notify the domain that is affected, or the security, or a knock SOG for the notification of this. So please add open bug bounty to your whitelist, because of the people who wants to help you and they want to report things. Once the website receives this notification, the admin of the website will be in contact with the security investigator, and that investigator will show what is the gap. And sometimes we've got this compensation or a recognition, so to speak. So I contribute a lot. There were roughly 14,000 vulnerable sites, and we usually have a very good result. Actually, I never had a problem, just the opposite. I was recognized, and it was a contribution. And as I said, we are going to be talking about a vulnerability, which is the cross-site victim. We've got three main attacks. One, it is the reflected, the dump, and the stored. We're going to talk about the reflects one, and most of them, this is the typical application of a web breach, and we can inject a code, or it can be any other code. We've got a PostScript or Visual Basic. I don't know. We can have today a website on Visual Basic, but JavaScript is the most common one, and that happens when you don't have a sanitized entry to the components to the internet. And for this, I have different options, and I'm going to make some comments about each one of this, so you can be clear about what are the possibilities that you may find. The first option, and probably this is something that I don't have a much of investigation. I've had a huge list of payload or of payload. I'm going to look for different directories and where we can find certain vulnerabilities. And I would like to go to this top 100,000 of Alexa, and they've got these coordinated sites for vulnerabilities, because those are the most visited sites around the world. And trust me, it works. It really works. There are so many bug hunters around the world. They do this, and today is new, which is the bug hunter is number one of many other platforms that I just mentioned. He said online on a live lecture, he said that they've got a 100 or 200 uh, service of BPS, because they injected to everything, because no investigation. It was just targeting everything, and the process was totally automated. And I would say that this is not romantic at all, but when we like to have the investigation, this is not very nice. We've got the second option, and I go to a website, and I'm going to look for a vulnerabilities, a manual vulnerability, looking for a bad sanitization of the parameter. And here I have three small examples that we're going to see them, where we can see vulnerabilities on the website. And number one is a big company for shipping. I'm going to enlarge this so you can see it. And here in the prompt, I can put the quote unquote. And as you can see, it is reflected in the source code, or more than the source code, in the browser what I'm doing. So that means that they are allowing to do this. So here, I could have a payload. I can inject this payload, and this can easily be a malicious link, and I can steal, for instance, credentials, cookies, or sessions. And I don't want that to happen with my parcel through this FedEx. And there is another example. We've got the W3 school, which is some other organizations that are dedicated to teach the standards that we got from Ethernet. We've got the W3 school from India, that they follow the rules of the committee, that the standards of Internet in the future. And of course, I really expect that these this website will teach what we can see in production and so many other things, and that shouldn't happen. Let's see if it is true. So let's start, and this is going to be reflected that this allowed this infection, and we can see how this injection is disorganized, and this is not injected. And this is the script. Everything is online. I don't have a video. And once again, I have this decided that it is something that we should have for the rug lovers. this is an example of Iron Maiden. And now we've got access to the users, to the fan club. You can purchase some things through the band, through the website of the band. And let's see if we can inject this. In this case, what are the cookies of the session? With a simple link, I can obtain a session. And this is a website that you might trust because you just receive phishing from banks, and that will send you to a site in Tokyo or Japan or something weird, .cl, trying to be a CL. And this is a website that it is the true one, and we can inject and we can send this information and we can report it. And by continuing with this, you can say, well, this is a website that probably is not very well known, and you shouldn't be worried about this. But within the investigation that I have been doing throughout the years, I realized that, for instance, the biggest e-commerce in the world, in their browser or the search engine, how is that possible that in the most important e-commerce website in the world, they will have this situation? And with a payload that is this simple, and that is reported to security, and we commented what was the video, and also I received a gift card. So I am always thankful for this kind of Amazon, and they also have a better bug bounty program that is more professional, and they didn't have it because, as I said, this has been growing, and in terms of the use of the bug bounty platform as well. And how can we say what are the reports in the options 1 and 2? I reported it to many people. I was very well recognized, and I received a present from all over the world. For so many years, I haven't bought any T-shirt because also I have many gift cards, and my children were very happy because they were purchasing things from outside, and we were starting to have some dollars. And with this, the biggest that I received were $500, and also I received some rewards that were smaller. But then you start accumulating, and this was just the starting point for this beginning. So also, I would like to present a third option, and this is the one that is good for me. And I think this is the important one. And I just want to analyze a website to check this source code and see if it is a CrossFit. And this is not just that you got log in, we've got a small lab, and this is not going to take that much. And for instance, in this case, it says that I enter my name. I enter the name, and as it says, the name of this vulnerability, it is reflected. I could see that whatever I just injected is being shown in the source code. And this is very important, that since it ends in the added value according to the stacks, which is bigger or smaller, so we should start with the payload that I want to execute. In this case, it will be a bigger or smaller of the cross-site scripting. So here it is. And here we've got the cross scripting that is being executed because of the time, because I don't think I have much time. So I had some examples which are pretty much the same, that have to do with the review of the source code. I just want to invite you to take it. Want to be investigators. That is the only technique. And why? Because those analyses, I started to do that in different estimates, and also in Joomla, in frameworks, and frameworks that were public in this. And they will bring a framework for some companies that offer, let's say, for job hunting. So I was looking in the Google Docs that will have this framework, and I will notify each one of them the vulnerabilities. The same thing happens with the framework for news, and also it happens with many others as well. But I just want to stop here in something that was the last thing that I did in Open Bounty. That was the analysis of the WordPress, and this is the mess or the containers of news or some sort of a blogs, the most important ones in the world. And I realized that there was this new writers live, newsletters live. I'm sorry. This is from mass sending of emails, and I had a small investigation, and then I realized that in this case, this is a parameter that is the mailing list ID. That you can do a payload that was very simple, and I communicated with these people, and they commercialized this plugin. And to be honest, they didn't pay much attention of what I was saying. But then I reported to all of the companies that had this plugin, and this is once again what I did. And this is the novelty about this. And there was someone named Bond, and he said, "You know what? I received this report, and I would just want you to tell me about this." And I didn't know who he was. And of course, I sent the details, and I said, "Well, with a double quote sign, the tabs of your website have errors." I sent a book, and then I said that I just tried to communicate with the company, but I didn't receive any response. And that's why I just wanted to tell everybody so there wouldn't be a cyber criminal using this against their customers. So far, this breach was okay. And he said, "Well, thank you very much. I really appreciated this explanation." He sent the source code of the correction of this, and then he asked if it is okay. He asked if I'm okay with it, but at the same time, that he said that he is part of the team of WordPress security team. And to be honest, and now I have a friend until the day of today when I have found some vulnerabilities of the plugins of WordPress, and now I have a friend. And actually, I've got a box of WordPress presence, and also I've got a friend in WordPress. Sometimes I can see different types of vulnerabilities, and we can check the codes together. So once I talk to Bond, then it appears on the website in the payload of the software. And here there was something that was might be a conflict, and it was so for me there was a very beautiful story.
Now we're going to move on to HackerOne. As I said it earlier, HackerOne is the most important platform in the world of bug hunting, and I became involved in 2018. That was my first attempt. Thanks to Samuel Orellana, probably most of you know him already. He is highly involved in this platform. He is within the top 100 in the platform, and in 2018, he organized a meetup, and there were 25 people working and looking for vulnerabilities during 6 hours. And I did very bad. I was unable to find anything. I but I just didn't give up. I kept going on and on and on. I can tell you about the times where I win. I also lose sometimes. Of course, it happens. It takes studying, it takes practicing, and it takes a lot of time. But not everything was bad either, because through this meeting and through this quote unquote fame that I gained in open bug hunting and having good friends, because as you all know, it is best to have friends and money. I was able to break into Cobalt as a freelance, and I started doing pen tests for major companies like the ones that are listed here. Actually, I'm unable to share all the companies that I work with because of the confidentiality agreements. But I've been working with Cobalt as a freelancer for over 2 years now, looking for this sort of financial stability while being a freelancer working with projects as a pen tester. And I'm super thankful of the people that helped me getting to know more, that helped me becoming more skilled. And I'd like to send my regards to Patricio and Diego, our friends from Argentina, people that I really like, and they are super talented and they have a great spirit. They helped me, and they actually are involved and work with Cobalt at the moment. And I believe that this is the point. I was able to do this, and I decided that this was going to be my way of living, and that my way of living was not going to be becoming a cybersecurity manager at some point. My way of living was going to be finding bugs. So once again, I started back. I started once again with a second meeting in 2019, but this time everything was different. It was in Santiago, and the people of Hacker One was told that he wanted to organize a small group to show what Hacker One was. And he told this to the person in charge of the bug bounting people from Yahoo, Verizon, and they decided to travel down to Chile and a small meetup. We were going to have 10 to 20 people, but it became a life hacking event, how they call it. And also the community manager of Hacker One was there. He is from Argentina, Ariel. And one event that was going to be super simple turned into something that changed my life completely. It was a major turning point, and that time I found the largest vulnerability in the event, and that allowed me to be in the first place. Finally, I won, and so many, I'm sorry, another person won because generated so many reports. I will share the news with you where they tell you what it was like. But at the end of the year, at the end of 2019, this allowed me to travel to Vegas and to be part of the live events of Hacker One. And with that, I was surrounded with so many people, so many bug hunters that are still working nowadays. We continue to work on this that have so much talent, and it was a huge experience. And actually, the effort that you put into this, all the time that you spend studying, it pays off. So thank you so much, friends. And let's go for Team Chile. Something else I wanted to share with you regarding HackerOne, which is the Bible for me, Hacktivity, which is a special category in the platform of HackerOne. And over here, there is a platform to disseminate vulnerabilities in which each of the attacks are shown in detail, showing how they were deployed. This is actually the Bible for me. I read this on a daily basis, but sometimes I don't have enough time because there are so many vulnerabilities on a daily basis. So if you want to become involved in this, put this as your homepage. Go online every day, read a little bit, practice, think about this, figure out what to do, reach out. And lateral thinking is something that you need to train every day. And this gives you a very good technique to help you out in that process. We also have the team of Pentester Land, and they have a website with a list of the write-ups of bug hunting of 2012. And this is actually a very good tool. Take a look at this. Keep going into the website, keep reading about this, keep studying. And to wrap up, we have the bug bounty tips, which is a Twitter hashtag that shows on a daily basis different techniques that you can deploy when looking for bugs, and for you to be encouraged and to participate and to become another person within the list of Latin American people that are involved in the bug hunting platforms. There aren't many of us, but the number continues to increase. And to wrap up, I'd like to invite you to continue to insist. Lateral thinking is something that is trained, and we have to be prepared to manage stress at all times. And everything that I shared with you was just to let you know that this is a pathway that will lead you to learn. And if you study and if you continue working on it and putting in the effort, you will reach the fruits as I am doing it myself. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for paying attention to my experience. Thank you for letting me share this with you. And I hope I was able to make a contribution to your potential new profession and way of living, which could be bug hunting. Thank you so much. A toast on that, Eduardo. Definitely. Definitely. It was a great presentation. Let's take a look at the questions from the audience now. I believe that there are definitely questions for you. The audience is saying thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I'm going to look at the YouTube broadcasting. In the YouTube live, as of today, you're a freelancer, but how long have you been working on bug hunting? For how long? Well, from 2017, I would say. That's when I started with bug bounting. Sleeping very few hours for many years, but I needed to have a plan B, definitely, right? It wasn't like I quit my day job and I started doing something else. For some time, I did both activities on a daily basis. But for how long did you do that? 3 years now. Yes. We have a question over here. What are the necessary conditions to enter into this world to become a bug hunter? I believe that it's basically some free time on your hands and to devote time to that. Sleeping a little bit less, maybe. Yes, you have to study. You have to study a lot because the different companies, I'm sure you understand that all the companies that are involved in these programs, they are fixing their issues as well. And they do not want to just pay money for something. They are trying to fix their systems and they are trying to stay on top of things. So you always need to be up to date with the glitches, with the failures. This isn't about just running a vulnerability scan and that's it, because believe me, you will not find anything that way. Probably some people feel and believe that it's that easy. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's not as difficult if you are persevering, if you study, if you focus on that. Yes, it takes a lot of training, and as I said it on my last slide, you have to train for it, you have to study, you have to develop your skills. That's what you have to do. You have to put in the effort. Okay, a question for you. What is the relationship that the back bounting has with reversing? Well, yes, they are closely related. There are many bug bounting or bug hunting programs, and I do bug bounty web, but there is another mode for binary, for mobile, for cryptocurrency, and there's a wide variety of activities, and you can work on any of those depending on your skills and on your interests. If you want to work on reversing, there's a program in place by Intel, and you can work on that definitely, and you can be rich because Intel definitely pays a lot of money. They pay thousands of dollars of vulnerability, $50,000 or $60,000 for a good vulnerability. Great, great. Another question. Are Chilean companies offering any type of compensation? Are they still hiding and threatening those that try to help them? Well, myself personally, desktop.cl is something that is not on my radar at all. I want to be honest with you. Well, that's the answer to the question, right? No, I've never done that. Maybe sometime I reported to the national cybersecurity institution in Chile, but actually I'm scared. I myself, I'm scared because for our companies, that, yes, that do have programs in place. And there is another which is Fintual, which is some sort of investment market, which is fairly new, I would say. And also another platform that is devoted to the exchange of Bitcoin. Basically, some startups, I would say, or maybe some new platforms. And if you take a look at that, maybe find out more. But I believe it's 0.001% of the companies in Chile. And yes, there was another question why very few companies are engaged in bug hunting. And another question, a person that comes from the world of networks infrastructure now entering into the world of cybersecurity, could you please give us a few links to find out more about the world of bug hunting? You can put them on Twitter, definitely. Yes, I will share some URLs, but I wanted to make a comment. There is a saying that I really like, and it goes, you need to go step by step. You shouldn't try to do more than you can. You know, it's impossible to do bug hunting just looking at a YouTube tutorial because you need to start from the very basic, right? Am I explaining myself? And it applies to everything. You need to become a specialist in all the technologies to be able to find a glitch, to be able to find a vulnerability. Otherwise, it becomes a game of luck. And there are thousands of people doing this as a gambling game. And one last question for you. It goes, is there a program in which you wouldn't recommend participating? Well, I think you sort of become a friend with the platforms. You get to know the people in the background and you find yourself getting more and more comfortable. At the moment, I work with HackerOne and I believe that I will stay there. But that's just it. It's a matter of personal preference. There are so many different platforms, maybe platforms in Japan, and I believe that there is room for everyone. And I think it's all about persevering, studying, finding out more. And I tried to share with you how I got here. And I believe that each person will need to create their own pathway. Another question, how to improve the value of your work of bug counting. This person did not understand how is it that you make money. I make money by reporting bugs. That's what I do. I live off of this, and it has good things and bad things, of course, just like everything. There are two things for certain in life, only death and taxes. Depending on where you are, you need to pay taxes, and and sometimes that is kind of difficult. But you can invest in Bitcoin or buy things. There are so many things to do. Since we are ethical hackers and we are not cyber criminals, I will not share with you an exposed vulnerability in a program that does not have public reporting system in place, right? I couldn't disseminate certain values or certain figures, right, that enter my bank account, right? There are certain things that are kept private and certain things are public. And if you go online and go to my HackerOne profile, you'll be able to see which are the programs that are offering compensations to me. How much do they pay? That is public information. Maybe you'll feel tempted. What book would you recommend? Books that I would recommend. I've read already so much. Maybe maybe I can give you a list of books, of hacker books. These are all good. Everything is useful, but nothing is all that straightforward. Do I make myself clear? It's all feedback for you to start thinking about this. There isn't a silver bullet, there isn't a single recipe because each person has their own talents, their own specificities. And maybe you are looking and you will find something that no one else thought of and no one else found before. And that's the idea, to think differently, to have lateral thinking, right? Eduardo, it was great. We are receiving Congratulations all over. I believe that the talk was great. It was super inspiring as well. And it was a huge debut in 8.8. Congratulations for that. Great. Thank you so much. I'm glad you liked it. And I'll see you around. Thank you. Bye bye, you guys. And now we are going to take a quick break. We're going to our waiting room and then we'll come back with the last session, right? We're going to take a 15-minute break and we will have the most expected presentation. So stay tuned, everyone. Okay, we are waiting for our last keynote, right? And it will be offered by a person that is very well known, Hardik Parekh, who is with us already. Hardik is an intellectual leader, a thought leader in the area of security and privacy, with practical contributions to SANS, CW Top 25, OWASM, BestSim 1.0 to AlexSim 9 and SafeCode. Hardik is part of the core team that developed OWASP SAM 2.0, and he will talk about this. And he has been involved in so many different projects with over 17 years of practical experience, hands on in security for companies directed at consumers and also in Amazon in Frank, where he currently works, and he has created security programs around dynamic tools. While this is distributed along the company, he has transformed the organization of DevOps by integrating tools of security engineering throughout the CISD and giving a scale security at the velocity of the cloud. His curriculum is unbelievable, and his presentation is navigating DevOps security journey at scale with OS. Sam, it's an honor to have you with us today in 8.8 North. Muy bien, comenzaré con mi charla y hay una presión para presionar el tiempo en el cual llegamos al mercado. Por lo tanto, las organizaciones están utilizando con diferentes modelos y software de código abierto sin requerimientos claros de seguridad. Sería muy poco decir que la complejidad está creciendo y como resultado de esto, casi todo el mundo está utilizando estas aplicaciones y aún así no hay ninguna manera prescriptiva de analizar las operaciones. Para enfrentar estos desafíos, simplemente, o más bien nosotros recientemente lanzamos OWASP SAM 2.0 y yo estoy aquí y soy Hardik Parekh para compartir mi experiencia con OWASP SAM 2.0. Yo comencé a contribuir a OWASP hace unos 4 años, en el 2016, y he sido coautor y uno de los miembros claves del proyecto desde que se creó y también he contribuido con muchas otras iniciativas de este tipo, como por ejemplo NESES SDF, entre otras, ICEP, PBS y otros en el espíritu de nuestra democratización del conocimiento. Y antes de comenzar con mi charla, quisiera indicar que no estoy hablando en nombre de mis empleadores, ni pasados, ni presente, ni ninguno de ellos, y mis opiniones son solo mis opiniones y no reflejan la postura de mis empleadores presentes o pasados. Ok, con respecto a la agenda, vamos a hablar de una breve introducción de OWASP SAM, porque sé que probablemente algunos de ustedes no saben qué es, así que hablaremos acerca de qué es, por qué se creó, cuáles son sus principios básicos y cuál es su historia. Posteriormente, vamos a hablar acerca de algunas características de este volumen 2.0. Posteriormente vamos a compararlo con SAM volumen 1.5. Posteriormente vamos a hablar acerca de aplicar el modelo y cómo esto se aplicó a DevOps. Y posteriormente vamos a tomar preguntas. Yo quisiera darles a ustedes el conocimiento de aplicar este modelo el día lunes cuando vuelvan a su trabajo. Así que si ustedes están en alguno de estos roles, seguramente van a obtener información muy valiosa para aplicar a sus actividades diarias en esta charla. Así que comencemos. ¿Quién es Sam? Sam.1 es el hardware de esta plataforma que se utiliza en todo el mundo con todas estas personas y se ha creado en los últimos años. Este grupo representa diferentes geografías, empresas de diferentes tamaños, consultoras y también todo tipo de entes interesados, incluyendo la academia. Como resultado, SAM es algo muy versátil y puede ser aplicado en empresas de diferentes tamaños en todo el mundo. De hecho, también hemos tenido al menos 3 personas de América Latina que se han unido el año pasado para trabajar en este proyecto. Y comenzamos y lanzamos una versión beta en el 2018. Y las personas de América del Sur se unieron como voluntarios a este proyecto antes de que pasara a su fase final. Ahora, ¿qué es SAM? Para aquellas personas que probablemente no saben qué es SAM, o WASP SAM es uno de los proyectos llamados flagship o proyectos emblema. Esto significa que son de naturaleza estratégica para OWASP y también para SAM. Ahora, tiene que ver con un aseguramiento de la seguridad del software y tiene que ver con analizar y entregar una seguridad que sea específica, que sea ajustada para los riesgos de la organización. ISTAM está lleno de recursos que nos entregarán la capacidad de evaluar la organización de acuerdo a sus prácticas de seguridad. Nos entregarán sugerencias para aumentar y mejorar estas prácticas y también nos entregará mejoras concretas en un periodo breve de tiempo y nos va a ayudar a definir las actividades relacionadas con la seguridad en un ciclo de vida de la organización y es diagnóstica a los proveedores. Se puede utilizar en cualquier tipo de plataforma de seguridad y nos puede ayudar a crear mapas y planes y hojas de ruta. Y como lo dije anteriormente, es agnóstica o ciega a los vendedores. Básicamente se puede utilizar con cualquier proveedor y no altera su desempeño. Ahora, para expandir un poco sobre lo que dije anteriormente, ¿por qué necesitamos un modelo como SAM? La solicitud de aumentar la velocidad por parte de organizaciones cada vez más complejas, por supuesto, aumenta los requerimientos de seguridad y podemos encontrarnos con diferentes incumplimientos de seguridad. Cada vez más se complejiza y para implementar un modelo de seguridad en un ambiente tan complejo necesitamos un modelo como SAM. Y me gusta esta cita de George Box, que ha sido llamado una de las mentes más importantes del software. Lo máximo que podemos esperar de cualquier modelo es que pueda entregar una aproximación útil a la realidad, pero todos los modelos están equivocados. Algunos de ellos son útiles. Todos los modelos están equivocados, pero algunos son útiles. ¿Y por qué? La respuesta es que no podemos encontrar ni crear un modelo que vaya a replicar la realidad, porque en la vida real hay demasiadas variables, pero sí se puede tener un modelo que sea lo suficientemente cercano como para ser útil, y esto es lo que SAM es. SAM fue definido con flexibilidad y con versatilidad de mente. De esta manera puede ser utilizado por pequeñas startups, organizaciones de tamaño mediano y organizaciones grandes siguiendo casi cualquier metodología. Además, este modelo puede ser aplicado a nivel de la organización completa y también puede ser aplicado para un subconjunto menor de la organización, por ejemplo, una unidad comercial en particular o a un producto en particular incluso. Ahora analicemos un poco la historia de este proyecto. Comenzamos con SAM 1.0 y se creó por un proyecto llamado OpenSAM 1.0. Posteriormente, unos años después, en 2016, un pequeño grupo de personas se reunieron en OWASP en Londres y trabajaron en conjunto para traer vida nuevamente a SAM como un proyecto OWASP. Ahora este SAM 1.1 se expandió, se reestructuró para crear 4 recursos complementarios: el documento clave, el documento núcleo, la guía de cómo hacer las cosas, la guía de cómo comenzar, entre otros, que es básicamente un Excel que nos entrega una automatización de recolección de datos con diferentes matrices para crear una hoja de ruta. Y en el año 2017 En el año 2017 se liberó la versión 1.5 porque queríamos recibir algo de feedback de la comunidad, de las personas que estaban utilizando SAM y queríamos tener algo más de granularidad al modelo. Ahora, el desafío con este modelo fue que tenía granularidad, pero no lo suficiente, lo que significa que la mayoría de las preguntas eran de sí o no. Por ejemplo, ¿estás haciendo esta actividad? Sí o no. Y de acuerdo a lo que nosotros entendemos en la vida real, la realidad es diferente, la realidad no es binaria, ¿cierto? Por lo tanto, lo que realmente queríamos era añadir algo más de granularidad al modelo de medición, por ejemplo. Ahora, vamos a ver algunos de los ejemplos en los cuales si usted responde una pregunta acerca de educación, guía y seguridad, la pregunta es más o menos así. ¿Usted ha capacitado todas las personas de su organización en términos de seguridad? Y el dilema es, si usted responde que sí, y solo ha capacitado, digamos, a la mitad de la organización en términos de seguridad y no ha realizado la capacitación a todo el mundo, gerentes de proyectos, gerentes de todo tipo y a todas las personas, el dilema es diferente. Si usted responde que sí, entonces usted no va a obtener un presupuesto adicional, no va a obtener ningún tipo de mediciones adicionales por hacer este trabajo adicional, aunque lo esté haciendo. Mientras que si usted dice no, también va a representar de manera lo que usted ha estado haciendo, porque entonces no sirve mucho utilizar este tipo de preguntas sí o no en la vida real. Por lo tanto, ahora hemos añadido algo más de granularidad en el punto 5. Y a inicios de febrero del 2020, nosotros lanzamos el SAM 2.0 en su versión beta para obtener un poco de retroalimentación de la comunidad en términos de qué era lo que queríamos como un producto final. Y más adelante, en febrero del 2020, liberamos SAM 2.0. SAM está construido sobre cuatro principios base. En primer lugar, el comportamiento de una organización cambia lentamente a lo largo del tiempo. Los cambios deben ser pequeños y deben ser introducidos de manera lenta para que hagan una diferencia de verdad. En segundo lugar, no hay una receta única que funcione para todas las organizaciones. SAM ha sido creado con esto en mente y apoya que una organización cree un programa que sea apto para su propio perfil de riesgo, para su cultura también. En tercer lugar, las guías relacionadas con las actividades de seguridad deben ser prescriptivas, porque de otra manera, si no hay detalles, si no hay comunicación o si no hay supuestas válidas, no funciona. Por lo tanto, se necesita un modelo más prescriptivo. Y en general, el éxito del programa se va a basar en que sea simple, esté bien definido y sea medible. Ahora vamos a analizar los niveles de madurez y los puntajes de evaluación. SAM define tres niveles de madurez. Primero, la provisión OC, una eficiencia aumentada y una maestría más integral. Por lo tanto, hay cuatro niveles de evaluación para cada actividad de seguridad, lo cual nos hace dar visibilidad a las mejoras. Primero, no hay implementación. Segundo, hay implementación en algunos puntos. Después, implementación en al menos la mitad del proyecto. Por implementación en la mayoría o en muchos de los proyectos. Y algo interesante es que nuevamente en la vida real no podemos tenerlo todo porque siempre existe el desafío como el que vimos anteriormente y el feedback de la comunidad fue, si usted quiere desplegar SAM en una gran organización, siempre habrá algunas aplicaciones que se van a retirar como resultado de que no tiene sentido invertir los recursos o el tiempo de una organización en asegurar algo que realmente va a dejar de existir en algunos meses y como resultado de esto, deliberadamente y muy concienzudamente comenzamos a entregar la medición uno o el puntaje uno a mucho o la mayoría de. Ahora, otra cosa muy importante que ven aquí es que no todos necesitan llegar al nivel 3 en todas las áreas. Tal como en nuestro proyecto anterior, el objetivo no es aplicar SAM a todas las prácticas, el objetivo es utilizar sus recursos, limitados como lo son, para enfrentar los riesgos que su organización enfrenta. Por esto, no existe un modelo para todos, no es un único modelo, sino que se adapta al riesgo que enfrente su organización. Ahora, basado en esta retroalimentación del usuario, también cambiamos el modelo de medición. Después del volumen o de la versión 1.5 recibimos más retroalimentación que decía, hey, en SAM 1.5, genial que añadieron más granularidad, pero aún así nos falta algo, falta evaluar que también se realizan sistemas de seguridad de la organización. Por lo tanto, necesitamos añadir mediciones cualitativas y después de deliberar mucho con los autores de finalmente llegamos al punto en el cual esto dijimos, pongamos actividades de evaluación en dos ejes. Uno de ellos debe ser la cobertura, utilizando preguntas en la evaluación, y el segundo eje tendrá que ser la calidad, utilizando criterios obligatorios. Y aquí tenemos la estructura o el marco, cómo funciona, que nos muestra cómo funciona SAM.
Disculpen, este es el framework de SAM 1.5 y que luego nos llevó al 2.0. Esto está definido en tres niveles. Tenemos el SAM 1.5, donde tenemos las funciones para los negocios. Tenemos cada uno de estas prácticas tiene de tres niveles. Ahora estoy mostrando el SAM 1.5 para que puedan entender cuáles son algunos de los cambios que utilizamos más adelante. Y antes de ver esto, podemos ver algunas de las modificaciones que podemos ver. El primero es que queremos alinearlo con las metodologías de desarrollo más recientes, Agile of DevOps. Con esto podemos ver el diagnóstico. Entonces, con el SAM 1.1 podemos ver estas distintas metodologías, pero nos dimos cuenta que hay algunos aspectos clave de cómo poder asegurar esto y poder desplegar el software, especialmente si esto ha sido una parte de la metodología de DevOps o Agile. Esto nos da una motivación para poder alinear las distintas metodologías de Agile y DevOps. Y como mencioné anteriormente, este 1.5 también agrega muchas más cosas a este modelo, además que la calidad de la medición era un poco compleja, especialmente con esta nueva versión de SAM. La tercera es a evitar el orphan y las actividades no relacionadas, las actividades huérfanas o no relacionadas. Con esto también lo que podemos ver en SAM 1.5 y los distintos procesos. Por ejemplo, esta fue una de las actividades que era de nivel 2, pero también habían otras actividades de nivel 1, de nivel 3, y también esto nos da la idea de algunas de las actividades de seguridad también eran huérfanas o no estaban relacionadas con estas prácticas de seguridad. Por lo tanto, queríamos solucionar ese punto. Y para poder solucionarlo, también tuvimos que hacer algunos cambios estructurales a nuestro modelo. Como resultado de eso, SAM 2.0 no es algo que vuelva atrás. Entonces, si algunos de ustedes que han estado utilizando SAM 1.5, sugeriría que ahora también vean ciertas directrices y y ciertas APIs que están en SAM 1.5 y SAM 1.2. Entonces podemos ver las distintas actividades de estos distintos paquetes. Entonces hay una directriz acerca de cómo podemos mapear SAM 1.5 a SAM 2.0, porque también queremos ver los distintos niveles y ver los distintos niveles de dificultad también, porque este es otro comentario que recibimos de la comunidad de SAM que dijeron, mira, ¿sabes qué? Estamos implementando algunas de estas actividades y muchas veces es mucho más fácil poder implementar actividades de seguridad o prácticas a alto nivel comparado con las prácticas de seguridad a niveles más bajos. Así es que no hay un objetivo claro debido a todos esos tipos de implementaciones en SAM 1.5 y los que vinieron. Así que lo último, pero no menos importante, es que también si queremos solucionar los procesos para esta última versión, nos tomó de 3 a 4 años y también principalmente es porque todavía tenemos un modelo de cascada internamente para las nuevas funciones. Así que queríamos solucionar eso y en el futuro que podamos tener un modelo y que también estos modelos de SAM también estuviesen disponibles. Así es que también deberíamos ver algunos de estos procesos. Estas son algunas de las motivaciones clave dentro de los nuevos niveles también de madurez. Y este es el marco de SAM 2.0. Y tenemos algunos cambios con relación al 1.5. Y esto está nuevamente en 3 niveles diferentes. En el principal nivel tenemos las distintas funcionalidades, tenemos categorías de actividades y también para el desarrollo de software. Para cada una de estas funciones podemos ver distintos niveles, si es que esto es en términos de actividades de seguridad y de aseguramiento de estas funcionalidades. Y básicamente esto define como 3 niveles de objetivos y con estos 3 niveles de objetivos los resultados también están relacionados al nivel de madurez. Ahora veamos a la gobernanza. Esto también, todo esto se programa en sí, se definen las prácticas de políticas y cumplimiento, estrategias y las métricas, política y cumplimiento y educación y guías. Y bajo diseño también tenemos la evaluación de riesgo, requerimientos de seguridad y también arquitectura de seguridad como prácticas de seguridad. Y también presentamos nuevas implementaciones de funciones comerciales. Y dentro de la funcionalidad de implementación tenemos 3 prácticas, que es la generación de seguridad, el despliegue de seguridad y la gestión de defectos. Y también en estos 2 primeros puntos son las primeras prácticas de seguridad que nosotros hemos presentado para poder hacer un mapeo. Y si vemos estos factores también, pero la cuarta función comercial es la verificación, donde hacemos el análisis de arquitectura, hacemos pruebas de el pentest y también operaciones. Perdón, pruebas de seguridad y luego operaciones. Y luego vemos gestión de incidentes, gestión del ambiente y gestión operacional. Entonces, podemos ver que todos estos programas en sí establecen tanto la gobernanza, diseño, implementación, verificación y operaciones, están presentes en todo este desarrollo. Y bueno, veamos ahora las prácticas de seguridad. Cada una de ellas se definen en 2 áreas, A y B. La idea de esto es poder alinear las actividades dentro de las prácticas a distintos niveles de madurez. Cada uno de estas áreas también podemos ver distintos niveles de madurez. Esta fase también asegura de que tenemos actividades que solo son relevantes a un cierto nivel. Por ejemplo, donde tenemos este modelo de las el SAM 2.0. Aquí podemos ver los requerimientos de las prácticas de seguridad y también la verificación de dichas funciones. El objetivo de esta práctica es poder asegurar que la implementación de los controles de seguridad y también los requisitos de seguridad y estos requerimientos y las distintas prácticas también se dividen en distintos streams o distintas corrientes. Entonces también podemos ver las actividades de pruebas. Podemos ver estos áreas de seguridad y cómo vamos a ver la parte funcional. Estos requisitos también son mediciones funcionales donde las pruebas nos dan la calidad de la implementación de los controles de seguridad. Y el enfoque es cómo podemos mal usar o abusar de algunos de estas pruebas de seguridad. Muchos de estos puntos, lo que hemos visto hoy en día, por ejemplo, la charla de Juan o también la charla de Eduardo, todos se concentraron en todo lo que tiene que ver con las pruebas, con el uso y mal uso de las pruebas. Y ahora veamos la generación de seguridad. Esto tiene que ver con crear estos procesos de generación y que tienen que ver con la seguridad y las dependencias de seguridad, porque para el énfasis de esto es poder estandarizar de manera repetida y al hacerlo también podemos ver los componentes de seguridad que incluyen las dependencias de terceros. Y cuando estamos hablando esta generación de todo el proceso y estamos o queremos ir a una automatización completa y también poder tener más aseguramiento de estas regulaciones de seguridad, etcétera. El segundo stream es básicamente está centrado en las dependencias con software. Y estos modelos de software que todos utilizamos y que tenemos bastantes programas de código abierto o cerrado o distintos software. Pero este stream está definido especialmente para poder identificar y también para poder mejorar estos problemas de seguridad y las dependencias que generamos durante nuestros procesos y asegurarnos que lo que hemos incluido también sean independientes y que no tengan problemas de seguridad. Ahora, veamos el despliegue de seguridad para el ambiente de producción, porque todo esto necesita de seguridad. Uno de los puntos más importantes es asegurar que la integridad y la seguridad de las aplicaciones no se van a ver comprometidos durante el despliegue. Y esto es porque podemos ver muchos errores manuales al poder automatizar el sistema de despliegue lo que más se pueda. Y esto también va a depender de las verificaciones de seguridad que se hagamos. Y también tenemos la separación al también tener personas que no están capacitadas para hacer el despliegue de seguridad. Y lo segundo también tiene que ver con con la gestión de los secretos. Esto quiere decir que las personas y que los ambientes están libres de códigos secretos y que estos se puedan cifrar durante la generación del proceso y también que los repositorios también sean revisados periódicamente para que todos los secretos estén efectivamente protegidos. Como mencioné anteriormente, mi idea es darles conocimiento para que los puedan utilizar y que los comiencen a usar ya el próximo lunes. Pero ahora veamos cómo podemos aplicar este modelo en sus propias organizaciones. Bueno, el enfoque normal es que al implementar esta base y hacerlo de una forma continua. Sin embargo, antes de hacer eso, tenemos que pasar cierto tiempo con la preparación. Esta fase es la fase más crítica para poder tener éxito en las distintas aplicaciones dentro de sus propias organizaciones. También he visto muchas veces organizaciones que se han saltado esta etapa Y esto también consiste en estas 4 actividades. Lo primero, definir el alcance, identificar si quieren hacer un rollout y todas las operaciones que van a involucrar. O si estamos en otro nivel de este proyecto. También necesita identificar de qué forma. Y también cómo vamos a poder ver este tipo de actividades. Lo siento, el orador al parecer está con problemas en su audio. Bueno, ¿qué pasó? ¿Aún me pueden escuchar? Volvemos a la diapositiva anterior. Bueno, entonces recomendamos que la persona que esté realizando estas evaluaciones. He visto muchas veces que hacen estas evaluaciones mediante email, que eso también puede ser bastante complicado. Y también, donde también podemos tener posibles dudas al hacer las entrevistas con las personas y hay distintas formas en que uno podría hacer esta misma evaluación. Bueno, podemos hacer una evaluación liviana, una evaluación detallada y una evaluación híbrida. Bueno, esta diapositiva tiene que ver que toma poco tiempo, pero también podemos ver que podemos registrar las respuestas y también en la evaluación detallada podemos pedir la evaluación de desempeño, que son las distintas actividades que se están realizando. Y la evaluación híbrida, uno solicita más evidencia y también para alguna de estas actividades, pero no todas las actividades. Pero yo personalmente hago la evaluación que es híbrida porque es mucho mejor. Y una vez que registramos estas respuestas, también podemos utilizar una hoja de cálculo. También tenemos estas hojas de trabajo que es un muy buen recurso donde se pueden hacer evaluaciones y podemos generar también nuestra hoja de ruta futura.
Ahora quisiera compartir con ustedes cómo calcular el nivel de madurez. Básicamente esto se basa en los puntajes, donde nosotros asignamos un valor a cada pregunta para asignar un puntaje. Entonces, si no se cumplen los criterios de calidad, entonces el puntaje es cero y volvemos así a un criterio básico que es la simpleza. Hay criterios de calidad para cada pregunta. De esta manera no aumenta demasiado el tiempo para evaluar y para completar esta evaluación de calidad. Una vez que se evalúan los puntajes de seguridad, se calcula el promedio de la madurez con nivel 1, que estaría entre la corriente A y B, y entonces se evalúa cada nivel de madurez. Y aquí tenemos algunos ejemplos. Ahora, una vez que se ha finalizado la evaluación, se debe definir un objetivo para que estén de acuerdo con su perfil de riesgo y con sus principales motores del negocio de la organización. Y debemos, por supuesto, considerar el perfil de riesgo y los principales drivers del negocio una vez que finalizamos este ejercicio y una vez que hemos finalizado la evaluación, se debe estimar el costo de la implementación y muchas veces las organizaciones fallan porque no planifican bien la implementación y eso resulta en una mala implementación y no obtienen los resultados que esperaban. El costo de la implementación es un input directo para definir finalmente un plan. Durante este paso se debe determinar un programa o una agenda para las siguientes actividades y se debe actualizar la hoja de ruta para incluir a 3 o 5 fases, con un máximo de 5 y un mínimo de 3 fases, y cada fase puede extenderse entre 3 a 4 meses hasta llegar al objetivo final, y para concentrarse en los mayores impactos o en las mayores mejorías, como por ejemplo entrenamiento y aumento de el conocimiento y de la conciencia de esto, se debe planificar con tiempo y asignar un tiempo. Una vez que el plan ha sido definido, se inicia la implementación y se debe iniciar siguiendo la guía SAM 2.0 nuevamente. Tenemos una serie de buenísimos recursos en el sitio web de SAM, y esta guía SAM 2.0 es uno de los mejores recursos que pueden utilizar para la implementación de SAM. Además de esto, también pueden utilizar el beneficio de proyectos de WASP. Este proyecto SAM es una especie de proyecto paraguas que contiene otros proyectos o WASP, como por ejemplo los que vemos listados en pantalla. Aquí he traído algunos ejemplos de proyectos o WASP y cómo se relacionan con diferentes funcionalidades de SAM. Hay diferentes proyectos o WASP que se pueden mapear hacia diferentes funcionalidades de SAM, como por ejemplo OWASP, USHOP o Mobile. Algunos de los proyectos que vale la pena destacar para la funcionalidad de gobernanza de negocios, esta es mi recomendación personal, es para gobernanza con la función correspondiente, y Just Shop sería una buenísima funcionalidad y Security Shepherd es otra. Cuando hablamos de la función de diseño o WASP Threat Modeling, es un proyecto que fue iniciado en los últimos años, muy recientemente, y continúa mejorando. Para el caso de la implementación, tenemos varios proyectos o WASP que yo recomendaría: el Security Knowledge Framework y el Secure Coding Zone. Tenemos Dependency Check y Dependency Track, que básicamente se concentran en la definición de dependencias de terceros para asegurarse que su software esté libre de dependencias con terceros. Tenemos OWASP Sedated, que es otro maravilloso proyecto que nos ayuda a identificar algunas de las amenazas en el repositorio y algunas otras herramientas relacionadas. Con respecto a la verificación, tenemos OWASP Effect.io, tenemos OWASP Security Testing Guide, Mobile Security Testing Guide y OWASP ZAP. OWASP ZAP es uno de los más ampliamente utilizados para para las pruebas de seguridad, y lo bueno de todos estos proyectos OWASP, incluyendo el de SAM, es que todos ellos son libres de costo. Y por último, pero no menos importante, para las operaciones realmente, OWASP, Smart Security, Not Security, tiene una serie de reglas para implementar la seguridad en relación al firewall. Ahora, con respecto a Mobile Top 10 o OWASP Top 10, son varios proyectos que se pueden mapear de regreso hacia múltiples funcionalidades de negocio SAM, incluyendo desde gobernanza hasta operaciones. Una vez que la implementación ya se ha realizado, necesitamos tener hojas de puntaje, registrando entonces puntajes de antes y después para tener un programa de aseguramiento del despliegue. Yo he utilizado estas tarjetas para demostrar y documentar las mejorías de seguridad en los mayores niveles de autoridad de las empresas con las cuales he trabajado. Esto nos puede ayudar a demostrar y a comunicar las mejorías. Y eso resulta en aún más apoyo desde la organización para el despliegue de las etapas subsecuentes. Como le mencioné anteriormente, tenemos aquí algunos de los otros recursos que tenemos disponibles en caso de que quieran comenzar a utilizar OWASP. Todos ellos están disponibles en owasam.org. Por lo tanto, si es que no recuerdan nada de esta charla, por favor recuerden este sitio web owasam.org, porque es ahí donde todos los recursos aplicables de SAM, el modelo, las funciones de negocios, las directrices para la implementación, las hojas de trabajo de evaluación, todo se encuentra en este sitio web. Y un punto más antes de que finalice mi presentación. Recientemente se ha iniciado una iniciativa llamada SAM Benchmark. Y para eso, esta iniciativa que ha sido inspirada por el trabajo en el cual yo también me vi involucrado contribuyendo a Bison, que es Building Security and Measuring Model, que es básicamente un modelo en el cual en principio en el año 2008 o 2009 se realizaron evaluaciones que tenían que ver con 6 a 8 tipos diferentes de proveedores y recolectaron sus respuestas y estudiaron sus respuestas y estudiaron qué pasaba o qué actividades realizaban estas entidades que tenían estos programas de seguridad con una madurez tan alta y basado en esto se creó la primera versión de Building Security Model. Y yo diría que ese programa, en el punto, más bien fue ahí cuando yo me uní y definitivamente mi contribución con certeza ha sido parte de Vicerrector 1. Posteriormente, han extendido este modelo a más de 100 participantes. Así que lo bueno de Disney es que puede indicarnos cómo se compara su organización con otras organizaciones. Y otro punto muy importante es este, pero también tiene sus desventajas, porque a menudo un modelo es muy descriptivo en comparación con OWASP SAM, que es más prescriptivo. Me refiero que esta iniciativa de benchmarking les indicará cuáles son las prácticas que se están realizando por parte de las diferentes organizaciones y en qué nivel, pero no les indicará una descripción de cada actividad de seguridad que se debe hacer a nivel 1, 2 o 3. OWASP SAM está diseñado para superar esa desventaja, pero aún así, esta iniciativa de comparación o de benchmarking ha sido inspirada por este proyecto que mencioné y yo quería compartirlo con ustedes. El objetivo es básicamente recolectar el set de datos más completo que sea posible y estos datos son recolectados de manera anónima. Por lo tanto, todos estamos en un mundo en el cual la privacidad es cada vez más importante. Por lo tanto, tener esto en mente, OWASP, SAM y su iniciativa de benchmarking recolectan datos de manera completamente anónima. Esta es la dirección futura en la cual OWASP, SAM se dirigen. Nosotros debemos liberar idealmente versiones cada 2 años aproximadamente y vamos a utilizar Asam como un paraguas para todos los otros proyectos de OWASP. Por eso interactuamos con líderes de otros proyectos y queremos realizar evaluaciones y hojas de ruta de manera online para que esto sea una realidad, ojalá en el futuro, pero con certeza esa es nuestra expectativa. Y tal como alguien lo dijo, la prueba de la torta es comerla. Por lo tanto, si ustedes han llegado hasta acá, yo les invito a utilizar Sam. Ojalá el próximo lunes y ojalá yo pueda volver a hablar con ustedes en 8.8 el próximo año para discutir los resultados. Con eso, muchas gracias a todos por su atención y quedo a su disposición para sus preguntas. Muy bien, muchas gracias, Hardy. Ha sido una excelente charla realmente. Es un proyecto muy importante que se está realizando en este momento. Estoy buscando nuestras redes sociales para ver si hay preguntas. Sí, claro. No tenemos preguntas, solo felicitaciones por esa buenísima presentación, pero no tenemos preguntas para ti, Hardy. Así que muchas gracias por haberme invitado a esta buenísima conferencia. Ha sido una buenísima agenda para democratizar el conocimiento y espero con ansias poder volver el próximo año. Muchas gracias y espero que puedas venir a Chile el próximo año con certeza. Lo espero con ansias. Muchas gracias por tu apoyo y tu tiempo. Well, guys, we are about to wrap up our second day. I'm not alone. I'm here in Iquique. We have Gianella in Santiago, and we are about to wrap up our second day of 8.8 North, right? Bringing 8.8 to the regions of Chile. It was amazing. I'm not sure what is your opinion, Gianella. It was great. As I said it at the beginning of the day, for me, this was completely new, but as the days went by, and after the second long day of presentations that we heard, it was filled with knowledge. And for people like myself that are not part of the industry, I believe it's very important to increase our knowledge. Of course, this is important for everyone, for every single person. And well, that's it. I'm happy that I was able to join you in 8.8. For you, I know that it gets tiring. No, I'm already used to this. Yes. Thank you so much to you, and thanks to everyone that is engaged in this project. It's true that word of mouth actually does work, and for me, it's been very rewarding to be part of this. For us, it's been a pleasure to have you here. It's been lots of fun, and the third version will be on October 5th, and that is 8.8 Center in theory. We used to have this city of Valparaiso, actually, where you used to live, right? Yes, that's right. So we'll try to work something out from here to October. Hopefully, we'll be able to have our meeting in person. Yes, I want to go there, even if it's 2 hours away from Santiago. I just want to take a trip. Yes, let's do it in Reñaca, maybe somewhere nice along the coastline. We'll figure something. Let's go to to the nicest places, looking at the ocean, etc. And once again, thank you so much to our sponsors, Movistar Corporate, Samsung, Arkavia Networks, F5, INACAP, Inside Security, and Nivel4. Thank you so much for your support, and let's meet again on October the 5th. But before that, we have an international day. For the first time, there will be Andes 8.8, Gathering 8.8, Peru and Bolivia. That's going to be great. 17th and 18th of September during the national holidays. It will be crazy, but we will be there. Thank you so much, Gianella. Thank you, everyone. It's been a great day. And thank you to our sponsors and to our speakers. Thank you so much, Gianella. I'm happy to have you here every day. And thank you to the production company. Without them, it would have been impossible. Thank you to Green. They work very hard to do this. And they've done a great job. And they work with carbon neutral technology only. So thank you so much. Have a good weekend, everyone, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Muchas gracias, Carlos.
De nada, Carlos, que estés bien.
Buen fin de.
Chao, chao.
Chao, chao.